Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I don't really have no theatrics, no school bell, no music. For this one, I rather just actually get um, straight directly to the point. If you're tuning on in, welcome. You're listening to the BMT, BMT, BMT two podcast. You're also listening to that the charity, the realtor podcast. You're also listening to that of the BBN podcast. And everyone in their fair positions. We want to thank all our sponsors and all those who support us. Um, and I want to do the service correctly and honorably in this one. First off, my utmost condolences to the families that have lost three beautiful souls um, this following weekend, and I only could feel that really bothered me when I read that story. When I read that story and watched the news cast of what just happened, and honestly, I'm really hurt that these things are not being properly addressed, and we something has to be done. The Something really does need to be done. I myself, I do believe in that of the right to defend yourself and protect yourself, but this is really getting out of control. And this is not the first time this has happened, especially to Black Americans. This is not the first time this has happened to Black Americans. We already just had the one shooting, a mass shooting at the grocery store. We already had a mass shooting now at a Dollar General store. And I'm being realistic with you guys. Uh, yeah, this definitely needs to be actually there actually needs to be something done about that in firearm. I'm actually and I am I know a lot of y'all. Oh, whoa, BMT, no firearm. Listen, dude, no, no. And I'm actually acting the right side. Yeah, if you're a black Republican, a black conservative, and you're afraid to talk like this or talk on this, I mean, what's it going to take, man? These are two mass shootings that have happened to black people in America, racially motivated. To bystanders who weren't doing nothing, they weren't bothering nobody. They literally, I mean, I've gone to Dollar General so many times just to go get some snacks, just go get some toiletries, just to go get some food. That was definitely a targeted attack. And I know a lot of people want to do well, that's not our problem. No, that is all our problem now. And there's nothing you can say about shaming people about voting Republican. No, I can truly understand why a lot of them. This is probably going to be the tilt to actually give more blacks to go to the left, to go to vote Democrat. Literally, This is not even too far apart from the shooting at the supermarket. If you are a black Republican and you still want to talk about single mothers, broken family homes, and X, Y, and Z, but you don't want to address this, you're a problem right now, dude. Bernard Raleigh, Queen Mayat, conservative. What other hard press of Amazing Lucas, the whatever kind of twin dude, I forgot their names. Yeah. If y'all don't want to talk about this kind of stuff, hey bro, I mean, I don't know what's your main agenda. Y'all want to talk about fathers, y'all want to talk about Black America, but you don't want to address this, we got a problem. Why isn't anyone now they peep from Officer Tatum? Yeah. Why isn't anyone talking about the little 9-year-old girl killed by a black guy? She was making too much noise outside of her Chicago home. Hang on, let me help you out, dude. Get out of here. Quit trying to disrupt our conversation, dude. How about Ben Garcia? How about you talk about the trafficking of Latino children coming from South America? How come nobody's making a peep about that? Since you want to bring up about what's going on in the black community, why don't you go talk about that, Ben Garcia? I'm talking about one thing and you trying to deviate the conversation. I'm really getting tired of you staunch so-called conservative Republicans always trying to deviate the conversation when we're already talking about one thing. I know your games, I know your tactics. You're playing with the right one. I'm a proud servant, decorated veteran. I done did my time. I don't know what you did, Garcia, but I put in my time and my work and my effort. Don't deviate my conversation or come in any of my chats with some bullshit. Play with your friends. Play with your kids. Don't play with my time. No, you're right about that, Cyrus. Of course, Tatum is not going to talk about that. Tatum doesn't want to rile up his fan base by talking about these issues. Tatum doesn't want to cause any issues. That will cause a disturbance in the force for them. Because they would have to actually admit that, hey, there's some racially charged motives going on in America against black folks. And listen, man, you can't ignore this. Listen, we can't keep on ignoring this. We cannot ignore this. We can't turn a blind eye. I'm tired of doing the sleight of hand. I'm tired of doing the bullshit games. No. We're talking about this right here. I lived in Florida. I lived in Florida for quite a few years. My kids went to school when there was a mass shooting with that little whatever kid, white boy, whatever kid that went there and shot up his whole school, literally, and nothing happened to him. He actually went home. So now we're actually bringing about talking about this. Now we're talking about this. People got a problem. People have a problem with this. Why? What's going on, code breakers? So now I'm definitely stepping to the right wing, the Republican, the conservative. Yeah, I'm definitely calling some names. Bernard Raleigh, if you talk about anything else, but you don't want to talk about this shit, bro, you're a coward. And you can email me, bro. Any of you black Republican men, or you men that like talking about single mothers, that like talking about anything else, but you don't want to address this, we got problems. And I don't mind jumping in your chats. I don't mind jumping on your panels. But I'm gonna say what takes more precedence than three of your own type of people, your own kin people being dropped in cold blood, that you want to always keep bringing up the lesser or the anonymous. Well, let's talk about the Lord thing. I'm not gonna lie, man. Y'all do the business of devils, man. Y'all, if y'all don't want to talk about this, y'all got problems. There's no way we have this many mass shootings. Other groups would have been done, got a bill or a policy or something passed for them. I don't want to hear no kumbaya Jesus shit. I don't want to hear no, oh man, well, blacks kill each other. See, y'all always say that dumb shit, bro. It's always that sleight of hand. Never onto straight on the topic. Ain't going. Now look at how the chat. Now notice when I'm trying to talk about the topic, now they're coming at traffic on Latino children. Who's letting it happen? Dems, Democrats won't even do a DNA test on children being smuggled to the country. Why you black? Why you Black Garcia? You scared of the truth? Oh, so now we're trolling. Now this amazes me. DC, do you have a wrench? I don't have time for this. Code breaking. Do you have a wrench? Cyrus, do you have a wrench? Because notice how when I'm actually calling out on the right side for accountability of this topic, men, I got you, bro. I got you. Sadly, you have to play hall monitor. Hang on, let me get you squared away. Let me get you squared away. There you go. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. I'm glad you got 100 burner accounts. But we want y'all to understand, do you see this of how y'all say talk to other people, talk about accountability, and this is what you got from the right. This is what you get from the right. This is most likely the same guy. This is most likely the same guy. He's fine. But honestly, he's showing y'all how the right cannot be accountable for such acts. So y'all get to see this from a full-grown man while we're talking about the mass shooting of 3 innocent black folks. He comes to try to disrupt the conversation. See, this is what we talk about. This is exactly what we had a conversation on how they don't want to be accountable. And this is what you get to see. He proves the point right here in the chat. Here we're talking about how men need to actually speak and have a call to action on bringing about the accountability of these type of social atrocities happening to our country and community and black society. And they try to disrupt the conversation. Man comes all the way to our chat to where we're talking about this, to talk about something else. But he's not going to distract us. He's not going to take us from our pivot because, see, that just shows us that what we're talking about is valid and just. We're talking about 3 lives that were taken. This man probably don't even know who they are. Probably really doesn't even care. So long as I bet you if we were talking about black hate, I bet you we were talking about black excellence, I bet you we were talking about that of families or anything that was actually building, we would have never seen this person, this Garcia, this Theron ever in our chats. He will never come into our political conversations where we're talking about policies, structural building, economic growth, family, fathers and mothers, schools, public transportation. This man will never show up in any of our chats. But we actually get to see a devil in full blossom and full bloom. As we talk about it, see, whenever I try to do good, evil will always show its face and be present. Thank you, Saren, for showing us these are how devils move. Theron, Garcia, whatever the hell you want to call yourself. Because now you're pissed off because we're calling out the right side. You mad because we're calling out this white boy, this white Latino boy? This ain't no racial hate. This is just that of calling out the straight facts of what just happened. And the fact that we're challenging other content creators that, hey, if you can't talk about this, but you want to tell us about the wrongdoings of Black America, but you don't want to call this shit out, you full of shit. You out of pocket. You wrong. You wrong. The fact that DeSantis wants to show up to the Black community and start talking after he already done pulled that stunt about trying to rewrite Black American history for the school books, then talk about HBCUs, yeah, he got booed. Yeah, nobody wanted to listen to DeSantis. Nobody wanted to hear what DeSantis had to say. Then he want to talk about HBCUs. Man, they said, man, go on, dude. Go on, dude. You just here, you trying to get back on your political campaign. Get out of our face, dude. You just doing your roundabout chicken circuit trip. Y'all, DeSantis already lost that. Sorry. So I don't even know why he even went down there. So now we have it right now where we're now looking at that of the Republicans, the Black Republicans, the ones, the niggas for Trump, as they want to call themselves. The niggas for Trump. You know, the ones who like to troll, run up a chat, run around and do all kind of clickbait. All right, here you go. You like talking about accountability. You like talking about manhood. You like talking about the system and oppressions. Here you go. You want to talk about everything else from all the LGBT, D Wade, and doggone Stacey Abrams. Now I'm putting the ball in y'all court now. Now I'm putting it in y'all court. Now we get to see, well, are you going to say something as a man now, as a woman, as a law-abiding citizen, or you just came around just to stop the progress of whatever some of us actually are trying to do? I'm trying to understand why the code breakers said, yo, bro, we gotta have a line in the sand on these conversations, man. We gotta have a line in the sand indeed. Some of these people mean no good. They mean no good for that of the safety and the well-being of their own. That's crazy. That's madness. It's not like that man got those firearms illegally. It's not like that man actually stole those. He literally, that evil demon, that devil, who lives with his parents, probably sits online and complains about how the country and the system is unfair and how he was robbed of his birthright, whatever kind of shit that these weirdos talk about. Told his parents he was going to go to a Dollar General store and go kill black folks because he felt that he was unjust, that he was robbed. You got to understand the narrative of lies and hate. As you can see, you got a white man in the chat right now trying to push out all kind of narratives. Because he's mad that his people are being called out. That's so I want y'all to see just how loyal they are to their own. Y'all get to see how loyal and evil some of these people can be. We're talking about something serious. And to see, the only thing that they can try to go to is what they're programmed to say: Chicago, 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 Chicago. Why don't you talk about Ohio? Why are you talking about those mass shootings and killings that go on out there in Ohio? Oh, right. You know, you're told not to talk about that. Why don't you talk about those suburban mass shootings? You literally got what? There's a court case going on with a white woman, and that her husband is some crazy shit going on, chopping up a boyfriend. Come on, dude. You won't talk about it. They're not programmed to talk about that type of stuff. Because see, then the narrative, which a lot of people already know about them, would actually be put back onto them. Been shown throughout history. When some things don't go right for people, they start to rage and roid and complain about how unfair it is. And see, this way it actually makes it kind of valid when people say that you get to see just how hateful and ignorant that they can be. You get to see it. This is their talking point, not ours. Right. Yeah, exactly. Now they're trying to, and that's crazy. And I gotta give a shout out to Paradox in DC. It amazes me whenever a certain group does an atrocity in society. You ever notice that they always call it mental health? He had mental health issues. Oh my God. He got a beating when he was a child. Oh my God. Mommy never hugged him enough. Daddy should have not drunk no liquor and worked 2 extra hours. Why is that? Why is every time they're brought up or they're called up, they have mommy daddy issues? Somehow that they just can't get right. They just can't get right. For whatever reason, they just have these problems. So I gotta give you somehow y'all Nostradamus that. Y'all saw that coming. Oh, I can't wait for our next meetup. Somehow they got mental health issues. The media is already saying, well, he's mentally challenged, or, he lived with his parents, so he just, he was having a rough day. Wait, so 1 minute, now they can't be accountable for their actions when they commit whole atrocities against that of a group of people? They can't be said that, yo, See, black folks, why would you stay Democrat? Do you not know that? See, they got you trained. So who's more trained now? Who's more trained now? Who's the step and fetch? Every time that they do something wrong, they have a bad day at preschool. Daddy didn't love them. Mommy had a bad divorce. So they always get an out. And like Paradox even said, hey, it's because their group is never going to call them out. Why would they? Why would they ever call them out? Why would they ever call them? See, this is why I'm starting to understand. I don't think some black can even say how they truly actually feel being on the Republican side. I'm gonna be honest. Listen, y'all already know. Y'all know my stand. I'm BMT. Y'all know what my conversations I've been having and had. This is why I'm starting to grow annoyed with the. Listen, bro. This is why I'm growing annoyed with the right. I don't think I can even do it no more, man. I'm still going to talk about politics here or there. I'm still going to talk about politics. I'm still going to have conversations. I still do believe in family. I still do believe in accountability. But this bullshit right here, you got a wrench, right, DC? But this right here, no, this ain't it. This ain't it. This ain't it. If y'all like talking about Stacey Abrams so much, how about y'all pivot on to talking about this right now? Pivot on over and talk about this. It seems like one group gets to go run around and play Call of Duty in the streets, and all we're told is that they're national heroes, that they have bad mental health days. Oh, BMT, here you go again. You're rambling. No, see, it's called rambling. It's called you're pivoting from that of the issue. You're pivoting. You're showing your fear and your weakness towards what they say and do to you, but you're afraid that you'll lose your certain brand audience. I'm not going to hide my voice amongst your friends and your people that you like to be around for your comfort. I'm not doing that. My people are hurt. My people's blood is stained on the concrete. My people are burying their dead. Let that happen to any other group, there'll be a whole national uproar. There'll be federal government agents down there trying to keep some kind of ruckus from happening. Only thing they're going to try to throw out there is some kind of black Republican pastor to say, hey, give it to Jesus and let's try to work it out and have a kumbaya. Fuck that shit, bro. It's the same okie doke play every goddamn time something happens to the black kid. Bring up Chicago. They don't know what they're doing anyway. They kill each other all the time. Every time some atrocity happens to us, there is always a sleight of the hand that, hey, well, maybe if they stop shooting at each other, these things will go away. So tell me, how does a white, fat, hairy kid that lives with his parents at the age of 29 figure that he was doing a just for black people by murdering them? I need one of you hardcore Republicans to give me the information on that. I got that, DC. I might have to grab that. This is no time to be talking about single mothers. This is no time to be talking about Steve Harvey. This is no time. If y'all still want to keep talking about the bullshit right now, when we actually have a real crisis that just happened, you're an opt. You're definitely an opt. Okay, I got you. Thank you, Paradox. And if y'all want to send that there and dude out the door, Paradox, it's cool. If you want to send them out the door, Paradox, it's fine. Let me know if you need me to drop the link. What's going on, Joe? What's going on, Black America Television? No, I don't think. No, I know they won't give us an anti-hate. I know they will never give us an anti-hate Black American bill. Whenever they need a vote, whenever they say, "Come on, Black America," see, this is what happens. You know, this is, you see, this the Democrats allow this. See, it's always a sleight of hand of Republican jargon, and I get really tired of it. No, dude. You know, they always do. They listen, man. They always look for some stupid shit. But see, they don't want to talk about this that just happened. And that's so true. 3 kids going to the woods, get lost. We need to go have a national outbreak for how to protect white kids from eating Tide Pods. We got to figure out how to handle this problem. 3 black folks get murdered at Dollar General. 10 black folks get killed in the grocery store. We still have ever had, mind you, we've had more goddamn massive killings done to us in anywhere else in this country. Show me any other minority group that has had more mass killings done to them. Give me the group that has more mass killings that get justified by their own government. And you can't say, well, that's back in the day. Because right now we got some up-to-date mass shootings done to us. And ain't nobody want to say shit. That's how I know these people are out of pocket, man. You can't ask me about being an American. If any of y'all motherfuckers come to me about being American and they really don't want to talk about it, no, see, they'll never call that terrorist. See, they'll never call that a terrorist, bro. They never. I don't know how they never got the terrorist. See, that's the thing that kind of bothers me. When these mass killings, they talk about foreign terrorists, but they never talk about the domestic terrorists that goes on here in America. They never talk about the domestic terrorism that goes on here in America. And that's very, very questioning. Come on, black folks, participate and vote. Come on, black folks, do your due diligence, go to school, go to college. Come on, black folks, don't you believe in your American justice system? Come on, black folks, all you need to do is vote for your next president. Okay, dude, so where's the payout? I'm starting to understand why some people say, hey, bro, I'm not really being seen the value of myself in this country because it seems like I can get dropped or anybody can be shot that looks like me and literally no kind of recompense. Well, they're getting rid of the police. Well, I mean, damn, how long did it take for them to crack down on the police about cracking skulls, about going ahead and doing bogus crimes and shit, about them going ahead and doing like strong arming into people's shops, stores, houses, daycares, huh? About throwing pepper gas into people's cars with their animals and children. How long did that take? Fucking 60 years? Why does the process take so damn long for the blacks But then they're telling us to pay into the process, follow the process, obey the process, do what the process says, but the process doesn't give a fuck whenever the process doesn't or fails us. That's the bullshit I don't be understanding. Little Tommy has a bad day, shoots up a school. Well, let's pray and give it to Jesus. And hopefully we can get him the mental health he needs. Jamal has a bad day and brandishes a gun. We got that one. He was always a criminal. Let's look at his Facebook. Yep, he has gold teeth. He has single parent household. Yeah, we got this one. We stopped it before he get out of hand. Ain't no fucking way. And you can't say it with my own two eyes, but I've been on this earth for quite some time. I haven't been watching this. And I tried to tell myself in the back of my mind, you know what? No, maybe if I just try harder, maybe if I become an American soldier, maybe if I just, I remember the frustration and anger I had with the Trayvon Martin shit. I remember that. The fact that I saw white America having an auction to buy a gun that was used to kill a black teenager, and it was supposed to be funny. It pissed me off with with unimaginable anger. I couldn't even go, bro. When I said, listen, bro, shout out to Staff Sergeant Gaines. Listen, bro, like that man saw them tears and anger come from my eyes, bro. He said, Johnson, go back to the barracks. Go back to the barracks. Why does Johnson listen? Go back to the barracks, Johnson. Don't say nothing. Just keep walking there. The anger I had when I saw people making fun of Amiri Rice being shot, and people say, well, he shouldn't have been playing with a toy gun. Yep, I sure did. I sure did. So when do we get to start getting? So when do the blacks get to start being angry? When do we get to act a motherfucking ruckus? Does it have to be a riot? Does it have to be some type of civil unrest? You get mad any other time we go out marching. So what does it take? Hey, if y'all come over here and eat some American pie, you know what I'm saying? Just be a full-on America. Make America. What part of America is great, ABL? What part of America is great for Black Americans right now? Candace Owens, are you going to talk about this? Of course you're not. Of course you're not. Of course you're not. You can't talk about this. See, this is why I question a lot of people who say that they are conservative. I question a lot of them when they say that they actually want to talk about Black issues. Or probably, no, better yet, talk about American issues. Because see, their handlers check them and keep them in line. They keep them in line. Ain't nobody, listen, bro, see, ain't nobody runs these channels that I abide in or work in. Nobody works this. I'm an activist in Chicago, went to protest Navy Station. I can't lie, 80% of the protests were other races. Like I said, I done seen enough. Hang on, let me go get onto my other. Let me get on my computer. What's up, Joe? Hang on.
I'm only on my computer because Paradox dropped something, and I respect my homie. I respect my homie like that. But yeah. But see, the notion of the talking point is, well, guess what? Chicago. Y'all do know that's only a small part of Chicago that's doing that. Y'all must be don't be watching crime TV. Y'all think Chicago bad. Oh, there's some more crazier places in America that don't ever get no play. It ain't the black kids making all the noise. No, they are. They are going to downplay it. They're going to downplay and say, what about Chicago or North Philly? They always do it. See, that's the sleight of hand, stupid shit that a lot of them are trained to do. Versus actually, let's talk about this. We're talking about a mass shooting. They're just doing that just to rile up you blacks. Why would I not be angry? Why would I not be angry? Why would I not be angry that they literally had killed innocent people? You think I've been calling it out on all sides of the board. As long as you can check my resume and my work, I've been calling it out. So I'm well qualified to talk about this. I've been part of Neighborhood Watch, Crime Watch. I've done security for businesses, black businesses predominantly. I taught firearm safety. I'm a proud veteran. I've traveled and defended this country. Yeah, I can definitely talk about this shit. I'm definitely well versed and qualified to talk about it. All right, y'all. Let's go see what Fox News has to say. Let's go see. Let's hopefully we're going to be wrong. Yo, this Ramsey, this Indian dude, this guy is crazy, y'all. Like I tell you right now, man. I think when you run as a Republican, you got to just drop your race. You got to drop your racial pride to run as a Republican candidate. I think that's part of the tribunal. But this man has been saying some crazy shit. Ramsey defends comments about white supremacy and KK. Wow, yo, bro, you gotta just. I hope they're offering them something at the cookout.
Joining me now is 2024 presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. Thank you so much for joining me this morning, sir. I want to start with what I began the program with, which is this racist shooter killing 3 Black people in Jacksonville yesterday. What is your reaction to the shooting?
It is such a tragedy, and my heart goes out to those families. This should not be happening in the United States of America, and it is wrong. The reality is we have a mental health epidemic in this country. There are reports that this particular individual, the perpetrator, was indeed evaluated for mental health deficiencies as well. And I think we need to have the courage in this country to bring back a practice of putting back psychiatrically ill people who pose a risk to their communities into psychiatric institutions, not just drugging them up, but faith-based approaches and other approaches that fill our longing for purpose and meaning in this country. I think it is just a shame that we even have mass shootings like this, be it the one that happened in Florida, be it the recent one, the Nashville shooter in a Christian school, killing 6 in a school. We have to address that mental health epidemic, and we need leaders with the courage to do it. But my heart goes out to those families, and I hope something like this never happens again.
Mental health is one aspect of these shootings, and apparently, and we're still learning a lot about what happened. The facts are still coming out. Also, this was very much apparently racially motivated. The sheriff there said point blank that this shooter had manifestos coming, 3 manifestos, and said specifically that he went to this dollar store with the intent of killing Black people.
I think that is heinous and deserves to be called out for what it is. The reality is we've created such a racialized culture in this country in the last several years that right as the last few burning embers of racism were burning out, we have a culture in this country largely created by media and establishment and universities and politicians that throw kerosene on that racism. And I can think of no better way to fuel racism in this country than to take something away from other people on the basis of their skin color. I've been saying that for years. And I think that is driving, sadly, a new wave of anti-Black and anti-Hispanic racism in this country. I think the right way forward is if we want to stop hate and discrimination on the basis of race, let's stop discriminating on the basis of race and see what unites us as Americans, because I do not think this kind of racial division and any division is good for us as the United States.
I believe that there are a lot of people of color in this country who don't think it was just lasting embers of racism, but that a lot more work had to be done, particularly given the history of the systemic racism in this country with slavery and beyond. I want to ask you about a comment that you made about white supremacy in Iowa on Friday.
I've never once encountered that yet. I'm sure the boogeyman white supremacist exists somewhere in America. I've just never met him. Never seen one. Never met one in my life, right? Maybe I'll meet a unicorn sooner. And maybe those exist too.
So just because somebody hasn't encountered one doesn't mean that the notion of white supremacy doesn't exist as a threat in America. What do you think goes through the minds of the families of the 3 victims in yesterday's shooting when they hear you say that white supremacy is basically a fantasy?
I'm sure they're grieving for their loss, and I don't want to politicize those victims, Dana. This is a very sensitive situation where we should have nothing but foremost respect for those victims and not bring them into partisan politics. But I was responding to a question where someone asked me, what racism have I experienced in recent years? And I answered honestly, most of that racism has come from the modern left. It's happening during the course of this campaign. Kara Swisher calling me Ramaswamy the other day and reveling in making twists of my last name. People effectively reducing me to the color of my skin and my attributes. That comes today from the modern left. But the reality is,
do you
this is
acknowledge,
part of
though,
a
that
dogma
white
in this
supremacy
country.
does still exist in the United States?
I acknowledge that all forms of racial animus exist in the United States.
Jesus Christ, this shit is cringe. Like, I'm gonna have to do a whole study on this shit. Like, what the fuck? Here, Paradox. I'll drop the link for you, bro. I'll drop the link for you, Paradox. Like, listen, man. Listen. What's up? That's wild. That's wild. I tell you, man, like, there's no way you're gonna overjump that. Okay, so I guess I have to break it down. So let's start it from the top. Class is in session. I guess we'll have to do it the right way. All right. Paradox, hit the school bell. Let's do it properly. All right, everybody, take your seats. Let's actually go over this. What's going on? We just saw that, and we're going to actually break it down properly. What we're seeing. We're going to actually break that down properly. How we just saw that actually go down. We're going to see how the right is trained to actually address that. What you're going to have is a candidate from the right that is going to address that of the school shooting and how it should be looked at, how it should be interpreted.
Joining me now is 2024 presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. Thank you so much for joining me this morning, sir. I want to start with what I began the program with, which is this racist shooter killing 3 Black people in Jacksonville yesterday. What is your reaction to the shooting?
It is such a tragedy, and my heart goes out to those families. This should not be happening in the United States of America, and it is wrong. The reality is we have a mental health epidemic in this country. There are reports that this particular individual, the perpetrator,
I don't know why. I don't know why. Good morning, I'm listening. And we had a conversation about this earlier, just this weekend, that there's always a path for these types of things.
Independent Black production, manufacturing,
You got meet up
production.
You know what, Seth? You must have foresaw this, man. I don't know how you did it. I don't know how you did it, bro. You must got some more grade. You said, bro, somehow every time these things happen, they always get the mental health card. Now, I don't know how this is viewed as a mental health when literally the effort you got to have to write 3 manifestos. One person just writes 1. This man wrote 3 manifestos. Like, listen, man. And I guess it's easy to code it with mental health because you are passing past a psyche. Even for me as a soldier, being in combat, you are passing past the threshold of a psyche to take a life. But see, I don't hear that for a drug dealer. A drug dealer had a mental health psyche that he had to sell them drugs to little kids. I don't ever hear that for somebody who strong arms a robbery. Well, he had a mental psyche that, he was mentally distraught that he was going to lose his apartment or he needed that money. So clearly we got to get a mental. No, I never hear that. This happened right here with these mass shootings. Got to be honest. This particular group, we always start hearing the story. We always start hearing these stab stories. We hear the side story about the mass shooting in New York at the supermarket. Now, mass shooting at Dollar General. What strike do we have to get to? Are we on strike? So we're waiting for strike 3. So what does that have to be? Does that have to be another church? Does it have to be the church? Was that a mental health issue too? So literally, we're up to 3 mass shootings for Blacks. Church, supermarket, convenience store. What's next on the bucket list for since we're going on the mass shooting circuit? Do we have to wait for a daycare, a school? And the fact that the fact that it's taking that y'all do see it's climbing up the ladder. You already hit your religious place. Your religious house of rest already had a mass shooting. Your place of where you go eat or you go congregate for food that had a mass shooting. Place now where you go shop had a mass shooting. What's next, man? But you keep trying to say, hey, unite. Where the hell is that protection bill? Where's that protection bill for Black folks? Fuck all that. Where's that protection bill? Seth Lord Paradox, what's going on, bro? You got the floor.
What's good, man? What's good? Appreciate you bringing me up.
Anytime,
man. Yeah, man, that video is crazy, man.
Let me know when you want me to play it, bro, because this is wild, man. This is wild.
Yeah, Ron DeSantis, it's not much better.
Listen, bro, I don't think listen, bro. I'm not seeing the shining light for the right. If this guy and DeSantis are like their best shots.
That's the best shot. Yeah.
Oh, bro, y'all listen, bro. We getting another Democrat president, bro.
Hey, that's a fact.
Democrat president, man. There's no way, man. Not after what he's saying right now during this, like he can't even.
Oh, it's the whole thing is bad. All 10 minutes is bad.
Oh, let's keep going for this one. Let's keep going for this one. It's God damn.
Was indeed evaluated for mental health deficiencies as well. And I think we need to have the courage in this country to bring back a practice of putting back psychiatrically ill people who pose a risk to their communities into psychiatric institutions, not just drugging them up, but faith-based approaches and other approaches that fill our longing for purpose and meaning in this country. I think it is just.
I want to pause it right there. Y'all do know instituted in the psychiatric care, they do. You don't have a choice to take your medication. They do drug you up.
Absolutely.
So he doesn't even know what he's talking about in the mental health that they do. You don't take your medication, they're going to. I've been inpatient at the VA. You either do it the easy way and take your medication. Okay, then go ahead and get call Bob.
Yeah, and is he gonna commit to spend $500 billion to build institutions to start to house people long term? Because even now with the mental institutions, regardless of the politics, they really are not gonna let you stay in there long. They're really trying to dump you really out into the streets in a lot of cases.
They already did that. They literally.
I mean, they did in the 90s. Yeah.
Y'all about to have them mad. Hey, your side about to flip on you. Wait, we got to pay for the mental health now.
Right. You want universal health care now? Right.
Oh man, let's go.
Just a shame that we even have mass shootings like this, be it the one that happened in Florida, be it the recent one, the Nashville shooter in a Christian school, killing 6 in a school. We have to address that mental health epidemic, and we need leaders with the courage to do it. But my heart goes out to those families, and I hope something like this never happens again.
Mental health is one aspect of these shootings, and apparently, and we're still learning a lot about what happened. The facts are still coming out. Also, this was very much apparently racially motivated. The sheriff there said point blank that this shooter had manifestos coming, 3 manifestos, and said specifically that he went to this dollar store with the intent of killing Black people.
I think that is heinous and deserves to be called out for what it is.
I don't know, dude. Like, who writes these scripts, bro? Like, we need to see his PR man. We need to see the publicist. Is it Candace Owens behind that mic? There has to be somebody, dude. I had to stop right there because.
Yeah, he's gonna pivot out of every statement because he's been trained to do it that way, and I think he doesn't realize that the more he talks, the more people are gonna realize that he doesn't. He's not really gonna answer things. He's gonna keep pivoting and pivoting and pivoting. Never really give you a straight answer.
And that's not a president nobody would want. Like
not when he gets on the big stage and everybody gets to look at him. It doesn't. You can't really speak like. You had to be a very special person to try to play that. It's very rare to be able to accomplish something like that.
He's not. Sorry, brother. You're not the right skin tone. And you ain't got the right tint to pull that shit off. So
no, because he's all over the place with race. The thing is that he doesn't understand how race works, and so he wants to move back and forth. One moment he's never had a racial incident. I can show you one video, and then another video where he had racial incidents, and he just ignored them. He didn't want to deal with it. So he's all over the place.
Now let's get at that.
Okay.
Get at that. You know, we're 2 well-qualified men to talk about that. So, this is the qualified class. We are
qualified.
we are the entrance exam for this type of study. So what we have here is this type of conservative Republican that is programmed. I don't see race. I don't acknowledge race.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all need to pull yourselves up by the bootstrap type of shit, type of race.
And every time they talk to him on the right, they bring up his race.
Wait. What? But they like to say, hey, you talk better than the others. Hammer. Yeah, you talk better than the others.
He's the only person in the first debate that even brought up race. I'm a brown guy with a funny name. You know that Obama line.
I noticed a lot of them. Him, Tim Scott, even sometimes I'm not sure if DeSantis had to do it. They always have to use their race as a pimp card. Like, you see how I rise above my means and look at where I'm at. So what's going on with the rest of you guys? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no systematic issue. Look where I'm at right now. And you'll be like, well, so you're using your example of yourself as a proof that, hey, I'm the only one that made it this far like this. That's not good. Why is it only like a little few grains getting through like that?
Oh well, yeah. It's tokenism all day, of course.
That tokenism is dangerous. Listen, bro. I'm sorry, listen, bro. When I start hearing them tokenism people, it's like watching the movie Glory. I implore a lot of y'all, go watch the movie Glory.
Ain't lying.
And the general for the Negro regiment had a black. Pretty much, he was a slave. Denzel called him out what he was. You a house slave. You a house Negro. He said, no, I'm his friend. He loves me. We're friends. We read together at the fire. Do you sit at his feet when you read them books? Does he pat you on your head? And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, I think there's a level of you just got to just kill off your whatever kind of humanity to say this shit. You have to. I think even Karen's trying to figure out, like, damn, are you really trying to pull this card right now?
Well, the problem with Vivek, I think in the business world, you can probably play the non-racial game, and weave through those things, and because you're making money. But in the political world, when you tell a white person on the right that you don't see race, and I never met a white supremacist before, when you start saying stuff like that, obviously you're dog whistling, but the people who you're talking to know that they're racist. You see what I'm saying? So they know the people who are deceptive, and you're trying to use that. You're trying to align yourself with them, but they know that you're not white. You know, so it can get tricky when you're trying to talk about, well, are you really honest in what you're saying when we are racist and you're telling us that we're not, and we're just going to nod our heads and go with that. It puts you in a sticky situation, I think, when you get on the big stage.
Boy, this is rough.
You know, because when he wants to talk about history, he'll play that 1776 game, then he gets trapped when someone brings up Jim Crow, when someone brings up the Klan. She's going to say it though, but he's comparing Grand Wizards to black Congress people.
What the fuck? Oh my God! Hey, let's continue.
And Dana Barrett did a good job on that though. She did a good job.
She got his ass. She even blinked.
He doesn't study race. He's trying to leverage fantasy versus reality. The fantasy of America being something is one thing, and you can sell that like on a local level maybe, or in a business office, but not in the real world, not in the big American where it's an impossibility. He talking about colorblind meritocracy and stuff like that. I'm like, bro, it's not the world doesn't work like that. The liberals played that game, by the way, and it didn't work, right?
Right.
Because you have what do you call them? The old liberals. I forget what they call them. Not traditional liberals, but whatever. Those people they're the ones that used to say it all the time. You know, let's try to be colorblind, and they're frustrated that we're talking about race all the time, but you got to deal with the reality that you created.
Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
The reality is we've created such a racialized culture in this country in the last several years that right as the last few burning embers.
I just want you to understand it wasn't created in the last several years. It was created.
Think about his position on that, right?
That's scary.
That's an immigrant for you.
That's
a first generation born in America immigrant conversation. You hear from all colors of people who come from other countries.
My parents came over here and they did just fine. What's your problem, Negro?
Right.
Shit, I was born into the system.
Because That's why you would find immigrants, regardless of their skin color. That's why you would find them being what do you call it? Kind of glamored by what he says.
They'll be like, "Hey, y'all need to start making excuses." And I'm like, "Well, nigga, you benefited from a goddamn.
Let me
You
tell you
benefited
something.
from the shit.
If you find me a Republican, obviously, you know I'm a conservative, obviously, but if you find me a Republican that comes out and says, I want to get rid of race, then we're talking about something there. But if you notice when he's talking, he won't really get to it though, right? Well, let's end all the racial categories. Let's remove whiteness.
That get him in trouble. That you trying to sink his ship before he get out the harbor.
Of racism we're burning out. We have a culture in this country largely created by media and establishment and universities and politicians that throw kerosene on that racism. And I can think of no better way to fuel racism in this country than to take something away from other people on the basis of their skin color. I've been saying that for years. And I think that is driving, sadly, a new wave of anti-Black and anti-Hispanic racism in this country. I think the right way forward is if we want to stop hate and discrimination on the basis of race, let's stop discriminating on the basis of race and see what unites us as Americans, because I do not think this kind of racial division and any division is good for us as the United States.
I believe that there are a lot of people of color in this country who don't think it was just lasting embers of racism, but that a lot more work had to be done, particularly given the history of the systemic racism in this country with slavery and beyond. I want to ask you about a comment that you made.
I had a conversation with the first generation African, and he was like, "Why do Black Americans complain about the system?" And I'm like, "Well, how long have you been here?" He said, "Well, my parents came over here." I said, "Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome."
All the bloodshed.
We did all the work. We done got the ass whooping for you. Congratulations. Welcome. You're welcome. I mean, to be fair, where you living in? Oh, you living in the nice suburbs.
Mm-hmm.
You live in a nice suburb. Congratulations.
The nice white suburbs.
Yep, you definitely. I know your ass don't live around nowhere.
Right.
Equal division. Well, they can do something about it. Well, you don't think they haven't tried? You don't think they haven't tried? Have you ever heard of redlining? Redlining's not a thing. What the hell you talk about? Redlining's still been a thing. It's still used today these days. I mean,
yeah, it's entrenched in the system. Yeah,
you can't get that shit out. Help.
Maybe in 1,000 years, but not right now. Not today.
Shit, no. Hell, sometimes they got a white. They still call it white flight.
I'm in an area that was probably maybe about half and half, non-white and white. And everybody in the area knew that there's another neighborhood, another town that's right next to the area that I'm in, and we saw a pattern starts to happen. The more non-whites moved in, we started to see growth in selling in the area and moving over to the next town. So everybody didn't leave, but about 20% left. And that area is about 95% white. So yeah.
When I was in Georgia, I think I was happy. I bought a nice. I really liked that brick home, and I never forgot. Then after that, I told a few other friends that were coming, that were going to be stationed down in Georgia. Hey, they got some good houses out here, and I began to see as more different groups started to come. I started seeing the picket signs of for sale, for sale, for sale, for sale. And I was like, what the fuck? Why are they moving out? I make good money. I turn down my music when I come to the gate, Paradox. I don't speed fast.
I do the same thing.
Y'all can't hear my music.
I try to fit in.
Listen, bro, I be at the HOA meetings. I be participating. I'm still seeing people move out. I'm like, what is going on? Hey, your kids be playing in the streets, but your kid was just playing stickball with my kids. Why are you reporting to me about my kids? Your kid is literally riding four-wheelers in the street. That's not where the speed limit is literally 5 miles. How is your kid doing 35 miles on a dirt bike? Well, it's a dirt bike. He's just a boy. I'm starting to understand.
Yeah, and I'm in the area that does they do forced integration here, and they even have sent out a newsletter to everybody in the entire area, probably about 80,000 people, to say that we need more non-whites on some of the boards because, you know, they're all white basically, right?
Hey,
And then what they're not trying to understand is that why do you think that is? You know, stuff like that. And the way they think and how they see the world is just different. And I don't think you can really change that, to be honest with you.
you can't.
It's a conflict, and so you tend to find yourself, even my neighbors and stuff, you tend to find yourself talking to your own people, and obviously you're not going to study why you're doing it, right? You just regular folks, but it tends to lean itself because of just the way the mind. It's almost how our minds are wired. It's just different.
It is.
We see the world different. How you treat people is different. How we see things. I mean, it's different. And like you said, there's the history. You can't replace history. The history's the history.
I don't like that paradigm. And as long as I've met you and you know me, and as kids, I don't like that when I gotta pretend I don't. I don't like that. We have to like. There's so much other stuff other than just slavery that has happened.
Oh yeah, so much.
I'm like, dude, y'all do know those are counterable lawsuits, right? Y'all do know those are earth-shaking lawsuits that we can literally that are on the book, stealing deeds, actually burning down whole farmland and houses and properties, getting rid of black general stores. Like these are no little bullshit ass stuff. These are generational built establishments by American Negroes. That's what y'all call them. That's what it was called by us. So those are attainable things that we have built that were destroyed, and say, well, there was no system out there. What are you talking about? Like right now, I mean, you sold a certain type of market of grain, you didn't get the same amount that the white colleague got. You didn't get that. You probably got 1/3 of that, but you're still supposed to keep up with the mortgage of the land. Let's continue on.
About white supremacy in Iowa on Friday.
I've never once encountered that yet. I'm sure the boogeyman white supremacist exists somewhere in America. I've just never met him. Never seen one. Never met one in my life, right? Maybe I'll meet
You want to pause that one?
Yeah, I was just waiting for you. I was just waiting for you, man. Like, holy Jesus Christ. Like, there are so many red flags going on. Like,
Now he's saying, remember, like I told you before, I follow all this stuff, of course, but he's saying that he's saying slightly different things to different audiences too, by the way. So you know, he's playing with his lies.
Hey, bro, listen, I love the background. You got the brick, you got the American flag, you got God is real. There are two genders. You got everything. Listen, man,
But remember, earlier in the conversation, he just said that there's black racism and there's brown racism, right? He literally said that 3 minutes ago.
Yes. I don't think.
And now all of a sudden he hasn't made anything that's right. I mean, it's insanity.
I don't think he keeps up with what shit he says.
No, he just running off at the mouth. Really, he's looking for trigger points to solidify that I support the right no matter what. And if he doesn't have the skill set to really weave in and out of that position. So he knows if I say it this way, you know, no CRT, no this, no that, then that's gonna make sure that it locks in their brains. I have no space because I'm not white and I'm not black. I have no space. You know what I'm saying? And he's going right in for the gut. He's going right for the kill. And then, like you said, the problem is, well, most white people are racist, if not all. Right? So it's kind of like you're trying to tell people the people who structured the system, the people who implemented the system, it doesn't even make what he said doesn't even make any sense when you think about it.
This is
even the person he's talking to, by the way.
I'm like, if you can't talk about the real issues in front of and see, that's the thing about it. This is why I challenge the candidates, the the ABLs, the Branham Tatum, the Hood Conservatives, all these right-leaning hardcore.
They're hired operatives too. So
Right, but see, that's the part of this. They want to. It's like they want to sell a car to the black on why it's so good to come over.
Yeah.
But okay, so you want me? So okay, Betty, you want me to buy a house where?
right.
You want me to move over there?
Mhm.
Where if my son Carlton rides in his little Beamer, he's gonna get pulled over for stealing a car.
Mhm.
Like
When they start profiling, yeah.
how did you get in that car? How'd you get here, Negro? How'd you get here?
And
Yeah,
maybe those exist too.
What'd you say, bro?
Was that somebody else talking?
No.
What I was gonna say, and I was even teasing DC about it. I said, in a lot of ways, and it could be left or right, but you do have to suspend your race to stomach some of this stuff. But once you apply blackness very hard, it's going to be a challenge because you can't sell it. You know, I can give you some talking points that'll make you say, well, yeah, that makes some sense. But the problem is they're not gonna provide any cover for you though. At least on the left, you know, they're gonna provide some cover. They're gonna give you some. They're gonna give you some room to navigate when you're talking to your own people. On the right, they want you to eat it. They want you to eat it. They want you to take it with no grease. That's a fact.
Let's
Sooner. And maybe those exist too.
So just because somebody hasn't encountered one doesn't mean that the notion of white supremacy doesn't exist as a threat in America. What do you think goes through the minds of the families of the 3 victims in yesterday's shooting when they hear you say that white supremacy is basically a fantasy?
I'm sure they're grieving for their loss, and I don't want to politicize those victims, Dana. This is a very sensitive situation where we should have nothing but foremost respect for those victims and not bring them into partisan politics. But I was responding to a question where someone asked me.
There's the spin, by the way.
Racism have I experienced in recent years?
You said what?
I said that's the spin. That was the spin right there.
I definitely want to pivot because she caught him in a lie. She caught him.
Yeah.
Hey, try not to make this about race. What?
Yeah.
Hold up. It was a whole racially motivated crime. What are you talking about? Like we clearly we're on strike three. Strike 3. Church.
Manifesto. 3 manifestos. I went to go and kill black people.
That's all it was about. There wasn't much mental health to that. It was
right. It's not about black people killing each other. It ain't about crime. It ain't about education. It ain't about what's going. It's none of that. This white boy.
No. It was just about I hate Negroes. That's all. That is it. They deserve to die.
And like you said, now like you said, because the right doesn't listen to their black conservatives, right?
No,
the guys who are in those rooms telling them you need to say it this way, they can't do it. The right won't let you do it.
Shit.
He's literally a perfect example of this. This is a moment in time. Say what 80% of people who vote that's black voted for, or at least men voted for. I'm sorry. They cut it down to about 80%, right? This is your pivot moment, right? To say what you need to say so you can grow that audience. The contradiction he has is he wants to be a unified country, bring us all together. Let's all just be one thing. But then when this event takes place, you don't even have the language. And even if you had the language, would you be even allowed to say it?
Well, it's interesting because who's that black Trump speaker that's still in jail? Like all somehow
right.
Somehow all the white counterparts got out.
Went home in 2 hours.
In like less than 2 hours. This guy's still sitting there. Still right now. He's still sitting there. But y'all were so unified, but y'all forgot him. I don't know, man. The patterns are pretty self-explanatory out there. They're pretty
I mean, they've been here for 40 years. I mean, I've been living with it for forever. So I mean, they've been here. There ain't nothing new under the sun here.
Hey, bro, there's no parachute on. Listen, bro, on the right side, there's no
Nope.
parachute, man.
Nope, sure isn't.
You go down, bro. Shit, fuck that. Hey, bro.
There's no emergency parachute either. You don't got either one.
No emergency parachute. No training instructions. You just jump out the plane. Just fuck wherever you land, man. Just.
If you ever spend I don't know how much time you spent watching Candace, the Hodge twins, and Tatum,
Yes.
but if you watch them enough, you see the pain.
Mm.
You see what they're having in the stomach to tolerate what they're talking about, and I watch them all the time, of course, and it's interesting.
It definitely is interesting watching right-wing content creators when things like these happen. And it's like a search circuit Manchurian programming starts to activate in them. Like, I didn't see nothing wrong. I'm like, whoa! Did anybody else see that glitch? Like they can't say something. It could be like the Ahmad, the Briannas, the Tamir Rice, you got so many different things.
George Floyd is the big one for her. Anyway, that's made her career.
Boy, listen, man. Rest
their souls.
There has to be some part of your soul you have to just kill.
Well, I consider them monsters. They don't have souls, and I don't. And in the real world, outside of the politics, they shouldn't exist. But in a real sense, so that's my personal opinion about that.
Well, like I said, when I had the conversation about the man being choked on the subway, and how that was attacked on by right leaning blacks, that white veteran did a good job. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, dude, no. That's fucked up.
I mean, if they want to play that game, we can play that game now. But see, they don't want to play that game. Because see, our vigilante, in my humble opinion, isn't where it needs to be. And I don't want to get flagged for saying stuff like that. But
I know, but see, that's the thing about it.
We need balance and we don't have it.
Listen, when the balance starts to shift, I can promise you, y'all not going to be calling us no Frank Castles and Punishers and Warriors of Justice. You're going to be like serial killers and goddamn people that are now starting to know. Y'all don't want that Nat Turner energy, bro. You don't want that Nat Turner energy. It's just
it'll bring balance. I know people hate that I say that more of us should vote for Republican because we need to put more pressure on that party. It's an impossibility. It's theoretical, right? It's delusional, and it's complicated, But no different than you having these so-called Nazis, that these white guys who become what do you call it? Radicalized.
Yeah.
For us, our radicalization is always tempered down. For example, when Mike Brown's father got up on that car, I think it was a car or something. I think he stood on top of a car, and he turned up, which means we were going to all turn up. You get the Al Sharptons and you get the pastors coming out saying, no, don't. He can't talk. Don't let him talk. You gotta relax. Let the women talk. I don't know if you remember that. That was gonna be a what do you call it? A flashpoint, because the moment we're activated, the politics go out the window at that point, right? Because what's going to happen is the left obviously doesn't like certain things when it comes to violence in a funny, weird kind of way. The right will understand it and respect it, but they're going to be ready to go though, because they want some of that smoke. I don't know if they want what they think. I don't know how much they want. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how much they want, but some of them want, especially if anybody from the South. You live in some of these towns, these white boys. They had to get their asses handed to them a few times to let them know that it's real over here. Y'all may have the numbers, but it's real over here.
And see, I'm gonna be for real with y'all. The best times I've ever seen change happen for blacks in the U.S. BMT will take this one. That paradigm. It's honestly when we just start fucking shit up. I don't know why. Fuck the talking, fuck the protesting, fuck the marching. But when we start doing the Rodney King stomp Oh my! I think they're serious. I think they're really upset. Paradox, they really are mad.
Absolutely.
Well, damn. I mean, Paradox sitting in the chair like, well, gee, Skip, I've been telling you, I've been telling you the gorillas have been angry. You didn't think they were going to kill the cage? Now they're killing the keepers and the handlers of the zoo. Now y'all want to say, oh shit, maybe we should probably start listening to them. I'm sorry, but it seemed like that was the best. When they killed King,
yeah,
the riots happened. All of a sudden, the city started burning. Shit started getting fucked up. They said, fuck the law. The law doesn't work, so we're gonna just do it our way. Once that started happening, you got some people. Oh, come on, guys, let's unify and peace. No, fuck up. Get out the way. Go back.
If you study whiteness, and if you study white empires, be it the Hungarian Empire, the Greek Empire, the Roman Empire, the English Empire, whatever it is, or the American Empire, one thing about understanding how white minds operate is that they only understand violence.
That is true.
Hard stop.
That is true. Like, listen, y'all better take that flag serious when they say don't tread on me or for liberty or some justice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, y'all got to believe that is actually a mindset. When I was in the military, that is a mindset chant of death.
Yeah,
they would keep on saying, like, I'm going to go out there. We're going to go out there and kill something, kill. And at first I was like scared. After my battle buddy, no, John, it's okay. Dude, we're about to go over and shoot some people. Come on, man, it's okay. We're on the side of right. We're fighting for America. What? Is this what y'all said before y'all attacked the Indians? What is this? Like, y'all must, like, you literally, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, when some people have to get to certain mindsets, like you can't reason with the unreason. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, in this mindset, it's God, America, and pie. Like, this is part of the American.
Well, let me ask you this, and I don't want it to even sound contradictory, which is probably going to. It's going to sound ridiculous, but I'm going to ask you. If more of the men had more of a, not politically speaking, but had more of a right mindset, guns, protection, etc., do you think that would trigger a stronger response when it comes to understanding this country? Versus from a left perspective, which is a little bit more, much more of a softer approach.
Believe it, like trust in the system that is going to do me right.
Yeah,
I would say yes, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because this is one level that the right has over the left. If I can't get my way, I'm going to take it. And if I feel like I'm not being justifiably heard, I'm going to run up on you and I'm going to take that shit. I'm going to do it by force. That's why I understood. That's why I understood when they were shutting down the nation. You started seeing all these people pop up out of nowhere wearing military gear, militaries and guns and stuff. And police, did the police get in? Hell no, the police didn't get in their way. They got it. Like, hey, hey Tom, hey Andy, just get out my way. You might get shot. Like, I'm like, oh, that's the right for you. That's the right. They literally implemented their own system right there on the spot. They just did it right there. They were literally talking about kidnapping political people.
Hang Mike Pence.
That's the type.
Could you imagine if one of us said that? What that look like?
Oh my God, bro! Our channels would be gone. Bank accounts would have been frozen. Dude, we would have been having SWATs kick through our windows and shit. Like,
they would do what North Korea does to their own people, which is, I want all your family. It ain't gonna just be you. We're going after everybody that's related to you.
Black Panthers, them families are still on the FBI watch list. They still on the FBI list. Yep. As I'm saying, you can't tell me what group gets to go run up in the nation's capital and all get goddamn probate courts and shit. Like, what? Who gets to pull that? Listen, bro, that would have been black people running up on Tatooine, bro. We would have been getting mowed down, bro. That would have probably been a Star Wars massacre right there, bro. Like, that's why but at that time, every other group should have understood they must got a card that we just don't got. They got.
I think because of their history, they are willing to sacrifice individual lives for the whole. And I'm not sure if we are there yet on that level. I'm not sure. We might be, but I'm not sure.
We were, but see, when we start talking like that,
Yeah.
A good majority of us get afraid of that.
It's sacrifice. It's tough.
Because it's talking about sacrifice. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. How white people talk about sacrificing and how black people talk about sacrificing are totally two different levels. It's like it's like a relishment of going to Valhalla or some shit. Like they're going to the next level.
Yeah.
Black people. Yeah. Come by, yeah, me Lord, come by, yeah.
Well, not only that. What's even more interesting is that the black people that we have, specifically black men, the ones that have that energy, they do everything in their power to snuff them out, to suppress them, to put them in jail, or figure out ways to manipulate them or soften them up. So we have that energy, but they know that energy is there, and I think the system does a tremendous amount of things to sort of quell that energy and then bring up all the other people over them.
Yeah, before they get too loud. Like I didn't have a problem when that black militia, the Don't Fuck With Us, showed up. A lot of people are like, why are they doing that? Why are they acting like? I'm like, I don't see a problem. Everybody else got a fucking goddamn group. They all running out there with guns and shit. Why?
There's 1,000 white militias in this country that's training every day.
So why do you have a problem? That he's like, hey,
1,000.
Everybody, they got group. Now they're going around to state to rally up black folks. Like, hey, y'all, we need to start gearing up too. Are they causing a division? Tasia, Jamal, don't listen to him. He's trying to separate you. No, what did he say was wrong? What did he say was wrong? Y'all, I've been down there to the gun range. I'm pretty sure Paradox been down there to the gun range. Y'all must don't see what they talking about. I'm waiting for that one day Jaquarius get out of line.
Like you said, I think our if you study the white space, right?
Yep.
And we talk about sacrifice, we're not talking about individuals, we're talking about groups, right? Within the white society. They're structured in a way to where if sort of the average white guy or the average white woman is just living their lives or whatever, they'll just use them as fodder at the end of the day, right?
Yes.
That'll be a sacrifice that they have to have, and they can have their lives and live as long as they, you know what I'm saying, enjoy their lives, right? But at the end of the day, there's an undercurrent that rides their reality. Those guys, which everybody knows is there, those guys are the guys, if they need to turn up and sacrifice, they're available to access whenever you need to. So if we as non-white people decide to really turn up in this country, they know that they have animals trained and ready to go. They can play the gun ban game. They can play all this other games that they play, but they know that that's still there at the end of the day. Guys who talk about that, you know, what do they talk about, the blood thing, all the sacrifices and stuff that you know how they talk about all that. You know how they start to romanticize the 1776, the revolution, and you know how they romanticize that, and that kind of runs very deep in those groups. And like you said, it don't take many to overthrow governments, right? It don't take much.
It don't take much.
And so it's a small few that makes changes, not the masses. The masses is there to get to really to be, you know, like I said, to be fodder. And so I think within our group, I'm not sure how we introduce it. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause like you said, the FBI is there. The FBI know that those guys are here, right? And they let them eat. The moment we stratify it across the country and start to have smaller groups saying, look, we're doing X, Y, and Z. We're training. We're going to stay quiet. We're not talking. We're not here. We're going to just live in our own little worlds. But our worlds is protection. Our worlds is training. You know what I mean? We're always under attack. Is my whole point.
But see, you know the thing about it, Paradox, and I want you to understand when they be talking to that anger in white America, they're talking to him. They're talking to the Ryans. They're talking to them. So these guys you see working at GameStop and those places that driving the forklifts and feel pissed off that, hey, you've been cut out of your blessing. Them immigrants and them Negroes are robbing you of your civility. You got to remember when America was great, boy. and you hearing that, and I'm telling you right now, dude. Listen, bro. I'm trying to tell you right now. That last election, I listened. I've been in, like Maurice Delp. I was in your chat when a lot of these guys like this were in your chat. They were in your chat. Look, that's his firearm. That's his firearm right there.
Mm-hmm.
That don't look like no mental health. Those are the victims. He knew precisely.
No, it's not mental. It's right. He was radicalized. It's not mental health.
That's not mental health. Y'all gotta.
No, he's radicalized. He's a terrorist.
All these people mentally. No,
Nah.
they know what they're doing. I'm getting so tired of that paradox. That
We're all mentally ill. We're gonna do that. We're gonna play that game.
In that case, shit. You had a bad day with your paycheck. Well, I guess you had a mental. I guess you're mentally off. Roy, you have road rage. You're mentally off. I mean,
Right.
Everybody gets the card. Everybody gets card. Rather than to say this is just a demon. This is just a monster. This person wrote. Listen, usually I'm like, wait, he wrote 3 manifestos? Oh, hell no.
Mm-hmm.
This guy knows foot. Listen, bro, the time he put into writing 3 of them, nah, he knew exactly what he was about to do.
But now, from a left perspective, do you think that they're being aggressive enough? Because I know their fear, as far as white people on the left, is, well, we don't want black militias. We want to get rid of. We want to get rid of guns. We don't want anyone playing soldier. And so I wonder, where do you find the energy to inject in people to say, your life is in danger. Stop playing yourself. We're going to need some of our guys to sacrifice here and live in a different world and have a different mindset. You know, that prepper mindset. You know how you have those preppers?
Yes.
You know, more, because those guys are sacrificing. Those guys are living in a fantasy to sacrifice themselves for what they believe the future should be. And if anything goes wrong, I got my guns. I'm here to go to work.
Because in talking to, we have fellow left constituents that we talk with, we break bread with. I don't agree with that about why do you need a gun?
Yeah.
Are you not looking at the time we're in? Like, the fuck? Like, literally, the Paradox has to drive to work through that damn place, and he has to park his car and walk to work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he calls the police, dude, the police won't get to him in like 8 to 10 minutes. He's screwed.
The cleanup crew? Call the cleanup crew? Sure.
Right. And so there's an unrealistic, because see, what that does is that puts the accountability stick to say, I don't need your system to protect me and mine.
No, Joe Biden told you don't. What did Joe Biden say? We have F-16s. What are y'all gonna do with y'all little guns? I'm like, is he threatening the American people? What is he talking about? Didn't we elect you?
Like,
what kind of country is this?
Are you gonna crop bomb? See, y'all, we gotta really get better with these predators, man. Like we can't be leaving the guy with dementia by the goddamn red button, bro. We gotta stop leaving the guy with dementia by the red button. He might think he's calling in his nurse or he's calling in his dog or some shit. We can't be leaving him around that button, bro.
But like you said, that's the other thing about information. And again, I don't want to try to project anything, of course, but you can look at European countries, you can look at Western European countries and say, well, the way they have things structured maybe are better for people. They maybe have better outcomes. You can make an argument for that, right?
Right.
But we don't live in Europe. We live in America. And I do know that when we start talking to, I think, kind of like pro-gun 2A or talk more pro-America, it's convoluted because you're black. And so I can leverage European systems and say, well, we'll let the American military, we'll let the American federal government protect us, which they have done for us historically, right? We would let them do this, so we're willing to give up more of our freedoms because we didn't even have any freedoms. But from the right, especially the far right, they're like, no, we believe in the Constitution. We don't want a government. We don't want anything. We don't want your own, survive on your own type. Even though they didn't really do that in reality, of course. But sort of the mindset of that. I don't know if many of us are in any spaces ever to even think in that kind of way. Well, to where we look at it as our country, freedom, independence, your own, you're doing your own, you know what I'm saying? Let the government handle it, let the cops handle it, etc. I don't, it's even though we don't get protected, that's why it's such a weird situation,
Well, see,
or we don't feel protected. I should say it that way.
That's why I said, earlier I said, listen, has there ever been a time where as much atrocities done happen to the blacks, there's ever been a bill of protection given?
No, we should be the most armed people in the country and the most paranoid.
Listen, but I think y'all are hyper conflating, or y'all don't ever talk about what goes on in Chicago. You don't ever talk about. I'm like, come on, man.
But Chicago's the perfect example of what I'm talking about. They're not protected by the government, so it's lawlessness. But if they had a mindset of this is not going to happen over here, maybe it's a different environment. Maybe, theoretically speaking.
Well, see,
but when criminals know they can do whatever they want to do, you can run propaganda on the left and the right against a place like Chicago because you know that I don't have the mindset, right? And you're not really going to protect me. You're going to play some games with that, not fund things correctly, not really set up true protection and play a little bit of games with me on that stuff. But I don't have a mindset in any of these spaces to say, you know what? I'm just going to start shooting all the drug dealers. I don't care if they're my cousin or not. We ain't having this here. I don't care about the state government. I don't care about the federal government. This is my country, and they're ruining it for me, and I'm putting them down. That mindset is you can't. I think it's very difficult to introduce that kind of thinking.
See, I look at it as, but that in my world of RoboCop, that would be a utopia. When they I'm sorry, y'all gonna think I'm pretty dark down that path, but see. You can't get mad when they make whole movies, or you see them little TikTok and little videos of apple pie family, or some gun-toting apple pie Bible thumping family, and they're like, "Well, we'll kill those criminals and get them up out of here."
Mm-hmm.
That's goddamn American. So then
the
blacks say, "You know what? We're going to start killing off the drug dealers." Start killing. Wait. What about the process? We just did the process. We got the process out of here.
Because it's okay to kill a bum on a subway.
Yep.
That's okay though.
That's American.
That's okay. But the moment as a black person, I decide to protect America, protect my land, protect my neighborhood. Now it gets complicated. Then it's a lot of rules and laws and protection. I mean, they got so many gun laws in some of these cities, bro. It's like, you want me to be violated. You want me to be vulnerable and beg for your help from you, which also psychologically, especially over generations, it has to do something to the mind when you never feel safe. And at the same time, you're told not to protect yourself by responding to things, not to go hide in the house and duck under your couch because there's a shooting, but to let people know, like, you guys can do whatever you want to do. You're just not going to do it here.
It's only a problem when it's in the black area.
I know. It's complicated.
So long as it's in the black area,
yeah,
it's not a problem. So long as it's in the black area, but bring that shit over here. You see, whenever they talk about injustices, they never ever go over to the hood. They go to the nice suburban area where it's safe. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck y'all doing? Shit. Go over there and tell that Arius and all that. Go tell them to get to you see you're not. These so-called hardcore militias, they don't ever go they don't ever go over there and deal with the threat. They won't let me and you just go ahead and get them out of it.
No.
But I'm like, no, that justice system that y'all got, somehow that dope dealer, he keep beating y'all goddamn process.
For some reason.
I don't know how the fuck he can get out. He done beat.
And I'm gonna tell you, and another thing too is that historically speaking, I think when you look at white violence in America and how they handled it, we don't have that conversation, right? You go out to California back in the old days, and everybody's shooting each other because they're chasing gold and stuff, and there's no law. It's the Wild West, and they had to do what? They had to bring in order of law. They had to bring in whoever, the military, the sheriffs, and set up systems to be able to protect people because people were killing each other. But strangely enough, in our environment in 2023, when we're having violent things happening in our areas that are concentrated in our areas, we can't respond to it. And that's why it will perpetuate itself. because I want to respond to it. And then, okay, so now y'all see us that we're at war. Then, let's bring in order of law then. But the citizens who are legal, who are following all the rules, they're going to respond to those violent people who are breaking all the rules. And then once those interactions start to take place, it would probably force the federal government and state government to get more involved. Maybe.
No, but see, here's the thing about it. We're gonna see what else this crazy stuff.
It doesn't get better.
Hopefully his brain will fizzle in to something. Like, hopefully that probably stop putting all that cream on his hair.
And I answered honestly. Most of that racism has come from the modern left. It's happening during the course of this campaign. Kara Swisher called me the other day, reveling in taking twists of my last name. People effectively reducing me to the color of my skin and my attributes. That comes today from the modern.
Fun fact.
So he's comparing somebody making fun of his name to 3 black people being murdered.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
He thinks that's race. He thinks racism is someone making fun of his name. That's racism, right?
Shit. That's mad.
Turn left. But the reality is,
do you
this is
acknowledge,
part
though,
of a
that
dogma
white
in this
supremacy
country.
does still exist in the United States?
I acknowledge that all forms of racial animus exist in the United States, including fringe branches. I mean, that's clearly what was at the head of this mentally deranged individual responsible for this shooting. Yes. But I think there are many forms of mental derangement that cause us to see one another on the basis of our skin color and our attributes. And I think what we need to revive, Dana, and it's my job as the leader.
It's a funny thing because politics, they literally sit down when they're doing their political campaigns on national TV and say, well, how do we get the black voters? How do we get the Latin voters? How do we get the Asian voters? Well, hold the fuck up. You literally.
The Jewish vote,
how do we get
the woman vote, all of it.
So wait. So when y'all talk about how do we get, you're not saying how do we get the American vote. You're literally saying how do we get the black vote? How do we get the Asian vote? So
the old person's vote. I mean, all of it.
So you literally have groups that you section off people in to try to get their
right. Because we all have different political interests. If you're 20 years old, your politics is going to be different than when you're 70 years old. I mean, that's not brain surgery.
Man, I really need this guy to go take a civics class. I don't think they literally do enough background study.
Did you notice how he stuttered? If you replay that again, if you notice him having to suck it up when he's saying what he's saying, I find that part, it's not fluid, which is interesting. If you watch a lot of his speaking, it's very fluid, very responsive, very quick triggered. And I laugh because he's almost taking a quick pause before he says what he's about to say, because he know it is nonsense. In my opinion, I'm not trying to cape for the monster.
I would just want to be in a room with his parents and see what they have to say to him, and just
right.
But they're like, you say nothing but bullshit, right? You say nothing but bullshit. Well, let's see.
Of mental derangement that cause us to see one another on the basis of our skin color and our attributes. And I think what we need to revive, Dana, and it's my job as the leader, hopefully as the next president, to do this, to revive our doctrine of e pluribus unum, not just celebrating our diversity and our skin deep attributes, but celebrating what unites us across that diversity. That's what we've forgotten in the United States of America. Our true strength is the set of ideals that unite us. That's my job to revive as our next president. And I think that the next generation in particular is so starved for that, starved for commonality, starved for a nation that is unified, bigger than the sum of its parts. That's what we need to recreate in this country. And to those who say the remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination, I say no. The right remedy is actually abandoning all discrimination and moving forward with colorblind meritocracy in the United States of America.
You took it to another level on Friday. In addition to the comment we.
This guy is.
I know he's not gonna let that go.
That was what, yo.
It's great. It's great. I would say that it's great. It's great theory. I mean, it's great fantasy land. It's fantasy talk.
Yeah,
it's pure fantasy. I mean, it's delusion, actually, derangement.
Oh boy, if there is ever something called trans-political, this is it right here, man. Like you
take us back to what it was to how it used to be. Indian Hindu is saying that in this country.
Didn't Obama literally have to put up a protection clause for Indians and that's crazy that Obama had to put up a protection because hardcore right-leaning Americans were beating them up. Like literally, I want y'all to think of the context, and this is why I said, well, people don't study history, not enough. This has to be a first generation. Mind you, he's not that old. So I don't know how he jumped over that, and if he's a
38.
So how did he miss that? That Obama had to make a protection piece for his group of people because they were getting harassed. Mosques were getting vandalized and burned, and getting vandalized and Molotovs and stuff. So, what boogeyman did you miss?
That's that keeping that head down and just working now. Because let me tell you, a lot of black people can try to say the same thing if they were successful. You know what I'm saying? You can pretend and block out everything and just try to say, "Oh, I just worked hard and that was it." That's what he's trying to play on. You know, I worked through all of this stuff, but you're not being honest about it. And like you said, and you're not being honest about the history of how you was able to even be here to even say the things that you're saying.
Right, like this is wild.
Played, you took issue with comments from Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley. She reportedly said, quote, "We don't need any more brown faces that don't want to be a brown voice. About that, you said, "These are the words of the modern grand wizards of the modern KKK." You know, I'm sure the KKK was responsible for more than a century's worth of horrific lynchings, rapes, murders of Black people. How in any way are the views you're talking about comparable to the views and atrocities committed by the KKK?
It's that name shit again. Before we even start, it's that my name, somebody teased me about my name compared to 3 blacks dying. A colored person said, "You don't speak for colored people."
I wanted him to say, "Don't call me brown," because he's it's weird that he's living a colored person's life. This woman just called you brown. If you want everything to go away, why wouldn't you just address her right at that moment and say, "Yeah, I don't do that. You know, don't categorize me as a brown person." Because once he makes that statement, then the people on the right is going to do what?
Oh,
you notice how he let that go? Well, as a brown person, oh, Indians are brown people now. That's their classification.
They like them grants at the HBCUs and shit.
Yeah, for sure.
I said, as the Grand Wizards of the KKK would be proud of what they would hear her say, because there's nothing more racist than saying that your skin color predicts something about the content of your viewpoints.
You didn't just say they would be proud. You said these are the words of the modern Grand Wizards of the modern KKK.
It is the same spirit. You're right about that, Dana. I think it is the same spirit to say that I can look at you and based on just your skin color, that I know something about the content of your character, that I know something about the content of the viewpoints you're allowed to express. For Ayanna Pressley to tell me that because of my skin color, I can't express my views, that is wrong. It is divisive. It is driving hate in this country. This is dividing our country to a breaking point.
That is a debate that is based on nonviolent discussion. That you just said you're using rhetoric, which she said she's using rhetoric. That's one thing. And another thing is to say that she represents and she is a modern version of a KKK, which, as you know,
I don't got no words for this man. If ever there was a time, listen, I don't know how any Black person could vote for him. I don't even know how any Pakistani, any Arab person can vote for him. I mean, unless they are just that hard pressed race loyal, But it looked like he probably will fuck them over hard.
Yeah, he digging himself a hole. He just, I don't know if he realizes it or not. He think, like I
Listen,
say, living in fantasy.
Like I mean, shit. Right now, you're making Iliamar and AOC make sense right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's scary. You're making those three women. You're making those three radical left women make sense. They're like, oh yes, we got to get in the room with this guy. I just want to throw all four of them in the same room and just see the conversation that they would have
About their treatment, about the reality of America.
Right. I because at some point he's comparing a woman that said, "Hey, dude, and here's the thing about it, where I want you to understand where I understood the message of the context where the person said, the woman said, "Hey, are you a speaker for your people?
Mm-hmm.
They elected you." That's not wrong to say, because you know what I'm saying, certain groups elect their class of people to speak for what they want. She said, well, you're a brown person. She didn't call you you a hajib, or she didn't call
Right, a towel head or something. Right.
none of that. She said, you're a brown person.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like as us as black men, when we see a black politician, we're like, hey man, you don't do a good job representing black people, or you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, like,
Mm-hmm.
you know what? Hey, that bill you just passed, man, that's not really helping us.
Mm-hmm.
Like people do that. Why do you think they felt like Donald Trump was the next coming of Jesus Christ for some of them?
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, he cares about us Americans, especially us white middle class Americans and poor Americans.
Mm-hmm. Without having to say what you just said.
Yep, that's what they felt. Though he's never lived your life, never ever walked amongst y'all, but they
Silver spoon.
Silver spoon the whole way through.
Whole way through.
Yet they felt a connection to him.
It's the same pressure on Ron, because I am surprised that if you're a Republican, that because the people who are on the far right, obviously they can't say anything, obviously on television. But I'm still surprised that even Ron came out and made comments about it, just because of how hard right he is. So he's feeling the pressure from a racial perspective that he has to address some of this stuff. So there clearly is some energy there around race. Well, he would have just ignored it, and they would have turned Florida upside down. So I think he must have had some phone calls with somebody and said, "You're gonna have to say something," because he wasn't gonna say anything. Or kind of like you said, kind of pivot out of it and talk about black crime or something.
Yep.
I was surprised he did not do that. He's probably going to, after he's made these statements, he's gonna get that blowback from the right, and then he's gonna probably adjust his statements in the coming weeks once things kind of cool off. I'm sure of that.
They're gonna have to take him and train him on how to deal with these type of conversations, because other political candidates are going to come at him about this.
Well, you would motivate black people to vote more. You would the same thing with George Bush. I mean, once you do Katrina, bruh. Once you do Katrina and the way you behaved with it is gonna make your life a lot harder. Because to assume that we don't have power in politics is insane, right? Even from a rights perspective.
Let's see what else is crazy.
Was dedicated to the subjugation and violence against Black people. How on earth is she a modern grand wizard
let's be intellectually
of that
honest.
kind of organization?
Let's be intellectually honest and get to the heart of what this debate ought to be about. There is a worldview that says that the remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination, that if you're black or brown, you have to have a particular point of view. That's from Ibram Kendi. That's from Ayanna Pressley, the people I quoted in my speech yesterday.
But can you have an intellectually honest conversation
of who you are,
when you accuse her of being a grand wizard?
No, they cannot. We have yet.
Can't run from that question.
Like literally, I mean, she's like, all right, you want to start cutting me off? All right, yeah, you on my platform, buddy. I could cut your mic off. I was really on that type of demon time. But can you honestly have an intellectual conversation.
Right, because white people know that they're racist. So answer the questions. You're the only one confused here.
It's literally. Let's continue on.
The debate.
KKK. Can you have that
think that the
intellectually honest
point is-
discussion
Nope.
with that kind of rhetoric?
Yes, I can, Dana, because the point I'm highlighting is that even the people who, in good spirit, we all agree that the KKK was an awful organization that is a toxic stain in our national history. So given that we can start from that point of agreement, now that allows us to say, well, who actually sounds more like that organization today? The people who are calling for more racial discrimination on the basis of skin color. So yes, I think that is an
But it's not
intellectually
about
useful starting point
sounding
for a provocative discussion
The
that
whole-
we need to have in this
The
country.
whole point is
And I
the
think that- I think the
KKK
reality,
wasn't
Dana,
just
is
about
we
rhetoric.
have to speak
They
openly. in this
lynched
country.
Let me say
people.
this
They
real quick.
murdered.
Go ahead, bro.
He's very slick. He's talking about white discrimination. I just don't know why he don't have the balls just to say it.
So, but see, here's the thing about it. See, then, if you want to talk about white discrimination,
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. That's the movement on the right.
But see-
Is white people are being racist, being racism and discrimination is now towards white people. That's the argument from the right. A hard argument from the right.
but if he has to admit to that, then you have to admit that there is
Right.
racism.
Right.
So you can't. It's like your dad told you don't ride your bike out. You sneak and ride your bike and break your arm. At some point, you got to show your dad your arm, that you got a broken arm. How did you get the broken arm? Well, you want to say it, but you can't say it because then you have to admit that it's a thing. You have to admit
Absolutely.
it's a thing. You don't like it that the minority group is doing it on a smaller micro scale of discriminating against white people. This is why they feel like, hey, reverse racism versus something that has been done systematically and implemented into a system that you had to go get laws for.
Mm-hmm.
Keyword, you had to go get laws for that level of racism. So then you would have to acknowledge, okay, so how do you acknowledge these laws that had to get passed because of this? How do you acknowledge this for these kids to be allowed to go to school and have an actual education, to actually have a sustainable way of life? You would have to acknowledge that there was a system set up to prevent that.
13th, 14th, 15th Amendments, Civil Rights Act, Housing Act, on and on and on.
So if you can't, so how do you want to be the president, but you can't? And see, that's where the Republicans are losing at. They can't. It's like they want to jump over history to say, hey, let's just unite. Well, nigga, why the hell do we need these laws? If we're so united, why do we need these laws to keep y'all in check?
Yeah. And they from a rights perspective, as far as what I look at, they are pumping out what he just said. That is a hard position. They're using a lot of data with like not needing SAT scores, getting certain schools, and the kids who have perfect SAT scores who happen to be white, they're not being allowed to go to Harvard, and they're running so much information on white discrimination, which they're not calling it that, of course.
Right. Like I said, man.
People, they raped people, they burned their homes.
And that was wrong.
Simply
That was
because
obviously wrong.
Wrong. Okay,
Obvious,
so
wrong.
again,
that is obviously a wrong
if you
thing
want to
for
have
them
an
to have done.
intellectual
Absolutely.
discussion,
Listen, she keeps trying to say, listen, dude, you keep cutting me off.
His strongest word to us being lynched, hung, burnt down, destroyed neighborhoods, bombed neighborhoods, it's just wrong. That's just wrong. The energy, see, that's how you know that it's not honest, obviously, right? Where's the energy at?
It's not nothing. The only thing he can say that's wrong.
It's by far past wrong. It's way past that. You have white people who live right now who was a part of those things, who did those things, who are still alive now, who still haven't been convicted or investigated for that matter.
Hell, some of them are still in seats.
Yes,
That literally, hey, is that you in that picture?
absolutely.
Well, that was my heyday. I was just having fun. Right?
Mm-hmm. Jerry Jones.
Jerry Jones. I don't know how that stadium is still open. I'm like, hold on, bro. Y'all ain't sitting this dude out the chair. Like, come on, man. Like, it's clearly.
That's why politics and business is complicated when it comes to race. That's why it's complicated. Because when you go into an office building, especially if it's a mostly white office building, you're gonna have to suspend your race to operate. I don't care what nobody says. The moment you have to express yourself of who you are, conflicts will ensue, and they will do everything they can to get you up out of there. Because they know what it is. And that's why, like you said, that's why they're calling it reverse racism or calling it discrimination against white people. Because they know what it is. For you to get what you have gotten up until this point, regardless if you're left or right, it's because of mistreating black people. So you know for a fact, if you adjust those laws and we get more access to power, you're gonna feel mistreated, even if you are not. But you're gonna feel it though. And we're talking about 1%, 2%, 3% shifts, by the way, not 15 or 20% shifts. Think about that. They're angry at 0.5% here, 2% here, 1% shifts, right? ESG and all that stuff, DEI and all that stuff.
It's the thing about it is
and half of the left hates that stuff, by the way. That's what's funny too.
That's going to be a talk we're going to have. Like I said, that's why I keep coming back to. I'm just like a boxer, man. I keep getting back in that ring to take these blows, man. Because it's like, okay, man. Like we can own up to this. We can take these blows to the face. Can you admit that this? Can you take this blow? Can you take this gut wrenching body shot? And see, he can't stomach the blows she's throwing. He cannot intellectually, just like a lot of black Republicans that join on.
Yeah.
So a lot of minority Republicans that want to be MAGA or whatever type of cult that they're in.
Mm-hmm.
They can't take these intellectual discussions because then, well, I don't get why are you talking about that? That system doesn't exist. There's no. Hey, bro, you got to explain those amendments that were passed, man. You got to explain those.
And you don't want to explain the indoctrination into whiteness. The majority of white people in this country are not from this country historically, right?
No, they're not.
And they made a bunch of babies, the baby boomers and stuff. They made a bunch of babies. And at the end of the day, they had to be in, even though they got pulled more back to Europe because of all the immigration, in my opinion, when you look at like Hollywood and stuff like that and movies and just ideas. But ultimately, they had to be indoctrinated into whiteness. Because they could have came here and said, well, we don't want to do that. We just want to be Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the case. They're carrying the water of whiteness. And so so it's convenient to be an immigrant when you come to this country, especially if you're not white in this current time. And he's showing what that looks like. And a whole bunch of other people, obviously, who are on the internet shows it all the time. I know you don't have the historical pain, the historical it makes it so easy to have these conversations when you don't have to be accountable for the past.
See, but what I had
and we're not moving forward. There's no such thing as moving forward either, by the way. That's just my opinion about that.
No. Listen, that's another discussion down the pipe. Literally, it's like when I hear to go back to your country, I'm like, well, I am in my country because I was born and bred.
Only one that we know. Last time I checked,
I was born and bred here. I'm 100% American grade. Like that you migrated. You listen. When I've been up, I'm a Boston native. I'm from Massachusetts. When one of them died, they start pulling out them bagpipes and
right back to England, right back to Ireland.
What part of that is that?
What part of American is this?
Hold on, bro. What is that?
You might even see an Irish flag pop up.
That's some Anglo-Saxon, Celtics. Man, yes, of our people, the Celts. I'm like, hold on, bro. The Celts, wait. What castle? is there in America of that, bro? What
But
cash?
and like you said, and the reason why every single immigrant that is in this country, legally or illegally, every single one of them, they left and came to our country because they could not operate in their country. And one thing that no one would ever interview an immigrant on, white or non-white, specifically Guy Vivek, is that tell me about your country.
Uh-oh.
You know, tell me about how history impacts your country and why you can't move. It's the reason why you can't move and operate in your homeland, right? Which is why people try, which is why people, 1% or 2% of people leave their countries all over the world. Everybody does it and everyone moves everywhere, right? But if you just talk to the people who actually leave their countries, fundamentally, you can't operate within your country because it's really because of the history. So to come to America and for Black Americans and non-Black Americans to let immigrants just make that argument about the American dream nonsense, you got to get out of here with that conversation. You have to lock in on, well, you're from a country that has history, and depending on who you are and when you and where you was born within that framework, you wasn't allowed to operate. And it frustrates your family so much. You become a refugee and you ran away and you left because your family was born to a political group that was being killed, right? They were being killed off, like in Iran or something, right? And so then you run to Europe or wherever you go to, and give your loyalty to those particular places. But you conveniently forget that we have how many years of history in this country? 400, 500 years of history in this country.
Yep.
You're just gonna you can't erase that and play this "we just got here" game with us. It's ridiculous. But we never really we don't have language around holding immigrants to those standards, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And it's convenient and it's very convenient to have them kind of people run things in this country, by the way. It's very convenient because they don't carry the weight of the country, but it's disrespectful to the people's ancestors who's been here because we have to carry the weight. I don't want to carry it. I have to carry it.
But see, the thing about, and that's when I get frustrated when they come to you and I paradox and say, well, can you prove it? It's like, can you prove that your people did that? Oh shit! Look around you, motherfucker. Like, what are you talking about? Like, literally, I mean, come on, man.
Bro, there's a reason why Barack Obama was president. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why. But the major reason, if you look at why Barack is president, if Barack was African American, right? I would always ask the question is, does he win the election? Because he doesn't have to carry the burden.
Like I always pinpoint towards that because he said earlier 7 years. I said 7 years. What the fuck is 7 years? Like hundreds of years of shit that we done been through. What the fuck is 7 years?
Yeah, same with the Holocaust. What's 3 years or 4 years, whatever it was?
I mean, goddamn! Like, what the hell? What are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, you compare a brown woman asking you, putting you on the spot about your representation of your people, and you said you must be modern KKK.
It's crazy.
That's
And by the way, the other thing that I would always advise Black people who listen, I hope it gets out to the whole world, of course, which is we need to stop explaining ourselves. And I hate giving advice, by the way, I hate giving advice. But I will say this, personally speaking, you have to hold, I wish we could be more trained to hold a position of ownership and not get into, Native Americans lost their land and white people have systems to own things with paperwork. And we get into a lot of that stuff and kind of tries to disrupt the system here, right? You can get kind of caught up in some of that conversations. But if you put that to the side and just say, look, as an American, as a Black American, as shedding blood in this country, as making this country a better place to be in, as basically what I feel like we've done as Black people in this country is civilize white people. And we're used continuously, I think, to civilize them, in my opinion. But we have to have an ownership position. So I'm no longer going to explain pain to you. I'm not going to have to keep telling Vivek when he goes on the Breakfast Club, wherever he goes, I have to keep telling these people my pain. You're in my country. What are you going to do for me? We're not going to get it. But I know that we don't have those, conversations aren't really set up that kind of way, obviously. But does that make any sense? is that constantly having to explain things like, well, why am I explaining something to you? You just got here.
See, like
White or black or African, European, whoever you are, and it's like we're in this weird subjugated position mentally to where we're not able to break out of and say, well, I own this land, I bled for this land. So when you come to me, I don't want to hear anything but what you're going to do, because I'm not going to here to try to make you feel a certain way. I don't even care about how you feel at the end of the day.
like I'm gonna let you know, like slavery was not the same as the Holocaust, different levels. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, it actually was worse.
Especially chattel slavery, specifically the type.
It actually was worse because you were wiped clean from the slate of your own bloodline. You were bred genetically to do a service, and also your mind was warped. You was beaten, bred again, tortured. I mean, God damn it! Like I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody who put a candle to what the fuck we do.
Well, one, they can't. We have no evidence of that at all historically, right? But they have figured that. But you got white people specifically on the right. I'm gonna take that arrow. That they're pushing a narrative that we should be thankful for the Civil War. We should be thankful for America because we ended slavery. That's another talking point that's really big right now in this space.
That shit is crazy.
We should say thank you to them. By the way, these aren't historical whites. These are 3-4 generation white people making these conversations. As I look them up, the ones who are talking, whatever, as I look them up, look at their history. All right, so you got your family got here in the 1930s, and now you've elevated to where you elevated to, politically speaking, and then you want to spin an idea that I should appreciate America. The man, I'm telling you, boy, the mindset of that kind of statement.
Like it definitely is a thing. It definitely is a thing of an issue. That's why I said, like, when people, and I want you to understand it, man. And I literally did a video where I actually can drive to these buildings that are still some of these buildings. I actually showed myself going to a sundown town. I actually showed that. I actually said, hey, like this, y'all do know these buildings still exist. Like these places still are standing. And BMT, like, no, like these things are still alive. Like, believe it or not, these families are literally within proximity of each other. Like I don't think y'all understand that. Like I actually, if y'all come down to the Carolinas, I literally will take y'all on a goddamn trip. I literally will take you on a trip. You know, I had a little field trip because somebody said, how can you prove it, BMT? How can you prove it? Just real quick. I literally drive down the road, and I can show you. I can show you down the road of the sundown town, all the way down there. You know, the dirt roads, they're all set still there. How the blacks all live in one area. Like a lot of these people, like, y'all believe that, that's why what Paradox said. These people are still alive. These people are still alive. These people are, like, some of these Klans members are definitely still alive. The building that I'm driving up on, which I'm going to show y'all. See that building right there? That church, that church right there. See that's an historical landmark. That's a historical landmark that was attacked because blacks were there. You put that right there to prove that, hey, like, the blacks are still alive. I walk up on it. 1830. Now, how long ago is that, Paradox? 1830.
Like, almost 200 years, 193 years.
Now, literally, it shows right there. Pineville had a house for chapel, an academy, library, racetrack. Wait, so the blacks weren't just sitting on their ass? They weren't just sitting on their ass. They were actually building stuff.
Yeah.
But see, I don't know what group has been told after being resetted so many times in their country to just unite.
And be thankful.
And
That's the key, by the way. Humble. Be humble and thankful.
thank God. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah.
Be humble. You should be thankful that we allow you to be here. Building right there. Ain't raggedy, ain't messed up, ain't nothing. Hell, you can still go in there when they have the doors open. Fully functional bell and everything. I don't know that. Listen, bro, y'all gotta show me the group that gets resetted as much as us, bro. It's like
It doesn't exist. It doesn't. I can't. You know, I'm just thinking through different countries right now in my mind. I don't know where it would exist at.
Show me the group in America that can.
And like you said, we're talking about real time. It's not even. It hasn't stopped. It's still happening.
So when you tell a group that after a mass shooting, hey, what about little Tycon in Chicago? He got shot. Y'all ain't talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw it. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? What's up with these pivots? Why is it that when you have it being brought up on the national level on the news? Well, when I become the president, I hope you never become the president. Jesus Christ.
Well, you know, I also wonder is the issue that they're going to have left or right, because the left is giving you a lot of space to live out that reality as far as acknowledging it, recognizing it, and trying to erect statues or something to sort of preserve some stuff, right?
Right.
I wonder from a Democratic perspective, how much can they do without making us so angry, regardless of your politics, if they unleashed it and really talked about, because at the end of the day, white people are evil. If you want to get right down to it, right? We get outside of the politics, outside of the American conversation, and look at that society, what was done to us in this country, which obviously we wouldn't even be voting if we really learned this information. You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't be participating. If we were, we'll have obviously our own political group and do what we have to do to get the resources we need, but we'll never forget, right? And I don't know if it's so horrific that the only option left or right is to sort of forget it. And what we do remind people of, we're going to soften it. Because living in the DMV, the amount of history that happened in Virginia and Maryland, it's unforgivable, to be honest with you. This is the original South. There was no other country. There was no other states, really, right? So you know, the things that they have been doing here since the 1600s. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you can introduce that much information to people and for them not to want to burn this place down. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how pro-America we could be if you really opened it all up. I wonder about that all the time.
It would cause a shock. Because
like you said, I can take you to museums here. You're seeing black people at airports in Baltimore. Aviation, right? And so many millions of other things, of course, but that's one of the things that really shocked me some years back. I said, we got an airport here? Jesus.
Well, you're told, get over it. Just get over it.
Even though there's a black market for all black slave and Jim Crow paraphernalia that runs a multi-billion-dollar underworld industry of them trading back and forth our history.
We have
so they're not forgetting at all, by the way.
If you go to Charleston, if you were to ask the whites, hey, where do you go get the grass back? I'm going to show you some real shit. Ask the white people, where do you go get grass back to that? Oh, you just go to downtown Charleston. Ask the blacks. Oh, it's at the old slave markets. When you said in front of the college, slave markets, that's what those things are? Yes, that's actually where they sold slaves at. Oh my God! Yes, you didn't know that that's what those buildings are that y'all been walking in and out of?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you just thought those were like little huts that y'all walking in and out of. I'm sure you've been down there, Paradox Casino.
Mm-hmm.
They just walking in. Them damn carriers get off the boat and just walk around in them.
Absolutely.
Fuck. I can't sit in this shit. You still see the goddamn irons that were put in the wall. Where they tie you to. They still
even on plantation weddings, trying to be trendy.
I was like, what kind of shit is this?
Slave houses still there.
They still right there. Now they just doing, hey, you want to buy my paintings? You want to buy this cool World of Warcraft sword in the slave house? No, I'm good.
Yeah.
Mind, none of the blacks probably going into those places. Listen, bro.
I'm gonna tell you, it almost feels like we're living like 500 years into the future a lot of times, because they're trying to they want us to pretend that these people aren't still alive. Some of them still own these plantations, even, and like you said, they don't. It's just. Man.
Well, I think that's why I understand why he is trying to pull his narrative. I get why.
Yeah.
Listen. Like we live long enough to study and understand his way. Like, but she's like, hey, like, are you going to try to jump past that in this conversation?
Mm-hmm.
I better listen, bro. See, that's what I'm saying. When you start meeting these type of intellectual people, they start putting you in the corner. They start putting these type of people in the corner. Oh, don't worry, Paradox deals with the blacks too. Just like, and you start actually dealing with the solution-based black man or woman. You don't want. See, they're afraid to put them on that platform, but that scares them. Both sides are scared of that type of black person. Wait, where this Negro came from? I was always here. Y'all just don't talk to me. Y'all talk to every other goddamn thing but us. Y'all talk to every shit. We don't want your agency. Let us run it how we see fit. I can promise you, get off the ground. Well,
I'm gonna tell you when Obama got elected. I don't know how often you're around white people. Just look at their faces.
Oh, that was priceless.
If he was just an American, and we're celebrating, we're happy that we just have an American in the president in the White House. Those are things you never can forget. Doesn't matter their political position either. Just looking at their faces, it says a lot.
Listen, it was priceless, man. Listen, my cousin lived in D.C. White folks were acting a fucking fool on that front. I said, where the fuck did these people come from? I said, the right and left came together to unify about Obama? Like, I said, man, you know what? I learned hate brings people together. They thought he was about to allow a whole cookout on the front lawn, that literally we were going to start hearing rap music, that we were going to start. I mean, don't worry, don't get wrong. We had our grievances of shit that we didn't like, but y'all, motherfuckers lost their damn mind. Why is that nigga in the office? I've never seen a president get so much scrutiny than him. I mean, I guess somehow not doing it.
Yeah, Trump is definitely competing at this point. It got so crazy.
Yeah, to be fair, Trump is definitely he's definitely running in the market for that. But I was like, damn, y'all ain't just going y'all went after his kids, y'all went after his wife.
Oh, everybody.
I said, damn, hell, you went after his own damn mother-in-law. I said, shit.
Yeah. Now Obama did a good job of the entertaining side of the world.
Yes,
he couldn't do some things he probably wanted to do. I don't want to get into that because I'm not necessarily a supporter. Yeah. But he didn't do some things he probably wanted to do. But from a show perspective, bringing in, letting black folks come hang out at the White House, and I mean, it was just making people. It had the world upset.
I kind of enjoyed part of that.
I have to enjoy them black. I mean,
part of my sadism side was like, yup, I'm enjoying it. Hell, y'all let little Tommy get done shot up in the street and roll around and play Call of Duty. Y'all let him to the White House.
Right.
Go ahead and let the niggas.
They got Rick Ross or Snoop Dogg smoking weed in the bathrooms in the White House and all type of stuff. So some of it's entertaining. I have a tremendous amount of criticisms for a lot of it because I understand how the left plays some of these games, but it still was entertaining though. Can't say that.
It was definitely an entertainment piece.
But I think if he would have backed it up with a hard policy specifically for black people, they probably would have killed him. So I do give him that respect from that position. Now, I'm not saying that he's pro-black in any kind of way because of his upbringing, because he's not.
It's not.
But leverage from his wife, leverage from Eric Holder, leverage from other blacks just in general, intellectuals and stuff like that, academia, he probably could have done something very aggressive, but I just don't know if this country can digest something real. They can be mad at the entertaining stuff, right? Beyonce coming to the White House and Jay-Z, they can be mad at that. But that's very different than policy.
That's why when they pushed at him, like, hey, so what are you going to do for the black folks?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I knew this was coming. I'm pretty sure Michelle was sitting to the side, like, listen. I know. Listen.
Yeah. By the way, back to that sacrifice I was talking about.
Yep.
That's what I mean about the sacrifice part. He preserved his life and his family's life over sacrificing for the entire group. Because his sacrifice, if he would have gave his life, his sacrifice would have multiplied on a level that he doesn't understand. He may have been almost looked at as a god if he would have gave his entire life for the movement.
And that's the thing about it. I'm pretty sure because Michelle was there. Michelle, a lot of the family was there.
She was there.
They were there. Just like talking to the snake at the Garden of Eden. So, are you going to allow reparations for blacks?
Mm-hmm.
I might be.
Look, we want a Homestead Act for blacks.
Woo, boy, Bubba, I know listen, boy, I know you must have felt that red beam laser on your forehead. You must have felt that shit.
Yeah. See, the problem, like you said before, you have what people have to realize instead of being so trapped in white success, people have to understand white poverty. You understand white poverty, to me, things make a lot more sense in this country. They don't get talked about, they don't get exposed, they're not on the nightly news every night like we are, even though black men are only 6% of the population, right? But you don't understand, there's 50, 60, 70 million white people who are in poverty. If you give black people something, you're gonna have to deal with those people.
They're gonna run with it, boy. You about to start seeing listen, that Dave Chappelle thing, when Dave Chappelle did that little skit about when niggas got reparations.
Yep.
Hit the ground running, boy. Listen, boy. I can promise y'all about to start seeing a lot of blacks start to. Y'all think that? Oh man, they about to blow. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna do some shit with that money. You gonna see us do some shit with that money, boy. They're gonna see some stuff. Fuck the PPP. Like you're gonna start seeing some shit happen. And
America is very, very ruthless. It's a very ruthless place. Also, it is not a friendly, nice place.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? We need to really, I know we all know that, of course, but people in general have to understand because, like you said, we're sort of, many of us, like many people who live in this country in general, are very glamored by this place. Because you don't get to see how the sausage is made. They clean it up. They clean it up very well, I think.
It's like one of those things I had to learn. I learned that in the military.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing. Uncle Sam doesn't give nothing for free. If I give you a water pump for your village, I can help your village. When do you leave? Well, do you want us to take the water pump? Well, we need the water pump to get the water out the ground. Well, then I have to be here. That was the deal. Well, you didn't say how long you're gonna be here. Well, come on, Hafiz.
In perpetuity.
Come on, Hafiz. You said you want water. You want some food. You want to make sure you get a school so y'all can go in there and clap and have a good time. Well, shit, I gotta be here. I need a position where I can put my sniper up on your school building.
Yeah.
We have to be on the school building. Shit. Why do you think we built it that high? You can go down. You can learn in the basement. I just gotta be on the top. Everything comes at a cost. That's why I understand that minute King opened up about his mouth about time to get that check. Oh, gotta go, King. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. White people as a whole have a really serious issue with progress when it's not them doing the progress.
I'll say
Yeah,
right.
they have a real legitimate issue. If you what you know, and I don't want to bring up the China thing, but when you look at how China has been structured historically, it makes sense why they're able to do what they're able to do. But a lot of countries around the world are very disorganized because they have their own groups, their own tribes, their own language, their own thought processes, and everybody don't want what we have in those spaces, right? Some of them may want it, some of them may not want it, which creates a lot of conflict. It allows them to exploit those places and they know that, by the way. So we'll drill a couple of wells for you and put up a drone base here, but that's about as far as we're going to do. We'll throw you a couple of dollars here, build a bridge or two for something, but we're going to hold you where you are. Though we're not going to let you progress.
Yeah, right. Like that
Because you become a threat at the end of the day, economically, militarily, etc. Once you get the keys on how to build a jet and on how to build a nuclear power plant, it's a wrap, and they know that you're more difficult to deal with at that point.
You see, and that's the thing that was feared. You can check the history books on that.
Yeah,
Who had all the skill at the time?
and that's above politics, in my opinion.
And see, but that's why that's when we had the conversation.
That's empire. Yeah.
See, that's the thing about it. When your people taught the slaves and gave them all the set skills, well, damn. we freed the slaves. Hold on, wait, look.
We don't know how to do nothing.
Wait. We freed the slaves. Who the fuck is running the goddamn railroad tracks?
Yeah.
Well, Thomas, you go out.
Look, brother. I have taught enough white guys how to do my job in my lifetime more than I hate to admit to. We still living it. This white boy don't know nothing. He's 20 years younger than me, and he's replacing me. Oh, okay, I got you.
And you still there having to teach.
I said, man, that might be 1870 shit.
Listen, man, I done had that shit where I done sat there. What's your name? Spencer. How you doing, Spencer? I'm gonna be you gonna be the last out here? Yeah. I'm your replacement. Week 1. Spencer, you still holding up? Yeah, I don't know how you do it. It's all right. I just get done one day at a time. Mr. BMT, I don't think this is a position for me. Of course it's not. You down here at the furnace. Of course you don't know how to work this damn furnace. You know what? Go on. Tell your granddaddy that you can't do the job. Tell him have another offspring. So that way y'all can probably so they leave. That's why I told that's why when I said, listen, you gotta always have somebody to fill in. They have figured out how to fill it in properly with that class. Like that's why I understand us as that permanent working class. We what the hell? What are we? What's the program after the Negro working class? I don't know, Thomas. I don't know. What do we do?
Yeah. Well, that's how we know race is forced on us. Because I want to work with everybody. I want to be a part of everything. But you're forcing race on me to respond. That's why I want my own black company and my own black employees. And you know you're putting me in that position to do that. And then you're going to call me racist for not hiring anybody that's not black. But that's what you've taught me. That's what I understand. That's what I know. Because like I told you, I've trained too many of them. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't know if you had this experience. Have you tried to learn from them before? And what that looks like?
God, boy.
What does that look like?
Yeah, boy.
This is at a micro level.
I can't get away with none of the shit they get. Hey man,
not get away with. What do they teach you? Because have you sat with some white guys? Because I have.
Listen. When it came to driving the truck, listen.
Oh, you trying to get me killed? These people trying to get me killed. Like, what are you trying to get me fired? Aren't you? Listen, what the hell is going on here?
Listen, I learned this. Take pictures of your truck before they start driving. So that you ain't about to fuck me up when we get hey, this truck got a lot of dents. What you do? Nope. You said for him to train me. You didn't. He was gonna be that checking the corners, fucking up shit. No, talking on the phone. You're not supposed to talk on the phone while you drive a truck. This guy pull out the phone and look down at the app. I'm like, oh my God.
And he'll tell you things like, oh, don't worry about that rule. Don't worry about that law. Oh, you can actually send that. You can actually do that. But I'm not white though. Why are you playing with me right now? Why are you playing with me right now?
Don't worry about filling out the accident report. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
I do it all the time. And if you're not race conscious, you and many of us in the millions have lost jobs because we're not race conscious. Because you can't see it unless someone has trained you, in my opinion. I mean, you'll learn after the fact, of course, when you're on the unemployment line or you're in jail or something.
No, but see, here's the thing, James. You misunderstood. Me and Paradox, we do deal with whites.
Somebody in the comments?
Yeah. No, I'm just letting them know, like,
I deal with them all the time, my whole life. What are you talking about? It's ridiculous.
I deal with them the whole time. It's just that I understand. See, it's the thing about it, like how my father told me, but my father has been doing concrete, lumber. He's a jack of trades.
Yeah.
He said you'll never get away with the same shit that white boy get away.
Of course not. Unless it's your system. Of course not.
Yeah, he said you will never get away. No, I know, James. I know. But see, that's actually
my grandfather and my great grandfather are from segregated towns.
Yes.
And they was able to attain land, build properties, and own vehicles, own things, right?
Yes.
And at the end of the day, they were very race conscious, and so they knew what they had to do, but they also understood what their white counterparts got. Now, my grandfather and my great grandfather, they worked with white men their whole lives. My parents have been working with white men for over 35 years, right? So I have and same as you, obviously. I am indoctrinated around them people, bro.
Right. And
the way they operate and the way they think is something different. If you spend any time around them, they're running on a different system, and they may pull you in sometimes. I can give you some positives. I'm just not going to do that. But they can pull you in and pull you out whenever they want to. I can give you some positive stories, but I'm not. It's not necessary.
Well, that's the thing about it is that so long as I don't bring up my Negro side around them, they'll know. That's one thing I learned about working with my white counterparts, military, and you got some in the background.
I had a 60-year-old white man. One of my mechanics I was telling him I was going up north, right, to do some stuff, and he's gonna tell you gonna go up to New York. Wow, what that place still exists? I was like, what? I said, isn't Fox News up there too? Oh. I said, what are you talking about? Republicans live in New York City the last time I checked. Is it your former president from New York? But just how the mindset is my whole point. I didn't want to just throw that kind of random fact in there, but it's just the mindset of how these games are being played.
It definitely is that. It's like because see, I know I was trained how to work with them. I was trained how to work with them. But I
can send you videos of white boys talking about how much they love living in Chicago and how you should move there. I can show you those videos.
I was trained on how to work with them. But
for sure.
What I learned in the hard truth, they weren't trained on how to work with me.
To manage
yes, they were. Yes, they were. Like you said, they're trained. Hi, everybody. This is Attorney in the Show. Yes, they were. They, especially over the last 2 generations, they've been taught a different kind of managing us, so to speak, because whether they like us or not as individuals, they still have in the back of their mind that we, as African Americans, and me in particular, because I'm both female and an African American, I have received more benefits than they did. I'm not playing on the same field as they are. So they are very guarded and hostile. I've been told by some of my colleagues, things like, are you sure that you took the same bar exam as we did?
Wow.
like there's some secret code that the government's hiding from the rest of us, that they just know that this person taking the bar exam, this person taking the medical exam, this person taking the CPA exam is a minority, is a female. So they get extra points. And if you say, you give a scenario of someone being despicable to you, unless they use the N word or call you a monkey or something like that, then, oh, they're not being racist. They're just being an asshole. I've had to tell them, I said, all racists are assholes, but not all assholes are racist. So if I tell you something is racist, they're doing it, they're being an asshole because they are racist. They're doing negative things because of race or gender.
Okay, so explain to me, because we have it where they're trying to explain CRT in reverse racism. If they're so much on the managerial side, right, then why is there such a complaint about Blacks having access to certain things that were not allowed to them? They're having some, mind you, they just said that you got it where the white male is feeling cut out of the system. He's feeling cut out of his pride blessing of America. So how can he say he's in a point of authority when we're seeing that of the different minority groups are starting to rise above him, and he's saying the poor white class is being overlooked by that of the Mexican, the immigrant. Don't let them damn Negroes. They're using the system to get into jobs. They don't actually have the skill. They use the system. So how they in so much of a position of manner? I think it's the old dog. It's not the young. The young white man. He don't even know how to run. He don't even know how to turn on the buttons. So how can he be in control if he don't know how to even work the goddamn system that his granddaddy set up?
Well, see, a lot of white people feel betrayed by the system or their grandparents, because basically, think of it like this, that the greatest generation tried to kick everything down the line. They kicked the can, so to speak. That one day we'll deal. I'm sorry, my phone. Give me 1 second. Okay. And I'm sure I'm trying to get to my do not disturb. Give me 1 second, gentlemen, and I'll come back and answer that question.
You hear what I'm saying, Paradox? Because
yeah.
I showed that picture of that male.
Mm-hmm.
How lives with his parents, angry at Blacks, write 3 manifestos. That must man.
Yeah.
And as much as he told them, he said, "Listen, I feel like these Negroes at Dollar General are taking advantage of."
You need to meet that line. Somebody's phone is vibrating.
I'm trying. Give me 1 second.
But see, he's saying how he's feeling wrong. Just put it on silent, sir. But he's saying how he was robbed. How he was robbed.
Yes.
Now, when that woman, when that interviewer asks that candidate,
mm-hmm.
how do you jump past this and say it's a mental disorder?
Illness. Mm-hmm.
As they all say, somehow I don't know how they always get that card every time they do some shit. It's always a mental disorder.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
That's their card.
That card must be the best card. I don't know that many people that get that card, but they will get that card. You
cannot. They will not lock up the 10 million white people who should be in prison right now. They won't do it.
Ooh.
No, because in their minds, you must be crazy to act upon what we're all thinking. Only the crazy actually act or say what we're all We're all feeling that way, but we're sane enough to hold it inside. We're sane enough not to act on it. That is how racism becomes a mental disorder, that you are unable to control your impulses.
And they're convenient. And I'm on a lot of white racist sites. They're inconveniently wanting to ignore these social media spaces that are radicalizing people. Not a mental illness problem, but taking their poverty, a lot of their angst that they have about the society, and radicalizing them. And Amazon and Google and other server businesses are allowing those sites to still permeate. They ignore that whole conversation, by the way.
And see, and that's the thing about it, where it's not being touched, because that's why I attack that red pill. Red pill is that of a radical white talking point.
Yeah, they're a part of it. Yeah,
they're definitely a part. That's
major part of it, actually.
And see,
and they're
I
hiding
mean,
it under relationship stuff.
a lot of this started in their minds. I'm gonna say it. You know,
Yeah, it's
we as attorneys like me may have been partially responsible, but disparate impact, that when we started arguing, the law may not be racist on its face, but it has a disproportional impact on minorities. When we started arguing it that way, that's when white people really started saying, wait a minute, I thought we were supposed to apply the law equally. And it's hard to sit up there and explain to people, because I've tried to say, look, as a lawyer, when I prep my clients, I try to prep my clients to remind the judge, the jury, of their own family members. And it's very hard to remind a white judge who's not part of an interracial family that this person reminds him of his grandfather. This person reminds him of his son, his nephew, the cousin he grew up with. When you are a white male and you look at this kid that came in and let me give you an example. College kid at Stanford University accused of raping a woman. What does the judge ask the woman? Well, wasn't there a way for you to keep your legs together so that he couldn't have raped you? Real court case. Because this kid reminded him of his friends during college. So he had that familial relationship already with this kid when he walked into this courtroom. It's like, this is a clean-cut white kid. If there had been a black guy that never would have gone through the judge's mind to question the woman about keeping her legs closed to keep from getting raped. By the way, she got raped from the back, by the way. She was bent over and raped.
Was it good either way? Was it good either way? I mean, telling us either way how that happened. But I think when you, in the whole hindsight, like, we're looking at how the guy is bringing up. We're looking at how the candidate is bringing up, and I don't see Republicans winning at all. I don't see Republicans winning at all on this one. I think it's definitely we're looking at another 4 more years with a Democrat. And I mean, honestly, it is what it is. I mean, they don't have no strong candidate that can answer questions, that can actually say anything. Hell, Black Republicans are afraid to actually challenge their own counterparts in a lot of these arenas. But they're like, hey, man, like there's a protection.
They cannot afford to lose the white vote.
Oh,
that's the problem.
So then,
because you probably will get a true 3-party system if you do that.
And it's also the economics of scale. Okay, basically, this is the way the Democratic Party and Republican Party think. They think in terms of dollars to votes. How much does each vote cost us? So for Republicans, they look at it like this. They need at least 1 vote to cancel out a Democratic vote, and they need 2 votes to get ahead. So how much does it cost to get those 2 votes? Well, they've looked at it and said the black vote costs $5. It costs $5 per vote, advertising, marketing, and all that other good stuff. The Hispanic vote is coming in at about $3. Asian vote is coming in at around $2. White vote is $1. So when you were sitting up there looking at your budget and looking at the numbers that you could possibly need to win, you start going, it's costing too much to get the black vote. The amount of money we'd have to spend to get the black vote is $5. Let's see if we can concentrate on the Hispanic vote. It's more of them anyway. Even though technically Hispanic is white, but hey, who am I to argue with the way Nixon set up stuff? Okay, again, you know, people of color. The whole idea of people of color is the biggest bunch of bullshit, because let me explain who the people of color are in this nation. Muslims are not people of color. Muslims are white by law, because there's a famous case out of California where they were denying entry to Muslims because they were not white. So Muslims said, wasn't Jesus born in our neck of the woods? Didn't Jesus hide out in Egypt? Didn't he blend in Egypt? Therefore, whatever color Jesus was is the color of Muslims. So guess what? Muslims were allowed to immigrate into this country as white people. Islamic people.
They had a court case, I think 1934, where an Indian man said that since he's Aryan and from the Caucasus region, somehow he wanted to have a law that said that he was white, and of course they denied him and kicked him out the country. But
right, they've now put Indians in the category of Asians. So you basically we're back to 3 ethnicities: white, including Arabs, Jews. They're all white. Arabs and Jews are all white.
North Africa, Middle East. Yeah.
They finally realized Spain is part of Europe, and all those people with Hispanic last names are descendants of the Europeans. So you can be white Hispanic. You can be black Hispanic. But have you ever heard anybody like Filipinos? Asian Hispanic? No, they just go under Asian. Yeah. So
in those government forms, make sure that you break out the black and white Hispanic too. Yeah.
So unfortunately, we're in a situation now where on the Democratic side, they're convincing people we've gone back to being colored people again. I mean, it's like, I literally had a city council member talk about minority outreach, and he's like, we really want to reach out to you. What do you guys call now? You coloreds? And me and 2 of the Asians just walked out. We just had to walk out. The Hispanics sat there and listened, but we walked out. Couldn't say the guy was particularly racist because his wife was Hispanic, but again, white Hispanic. You get where I'm going with this. I mean, I am in a profession where women that marry Hispanic men suddenly become Hispanic attorneys. So for the purposes of marketing, they're Hispanic. They've killed 2 birds with 1 stone. They've got a female, they got a minority, and she's blonde and blue-eyed. Of course, we know that there are Castilians that are blonde and blue-eyed. So what you have in the Republican Party, like you said, you have a lack of people standing up. Why aren't they standing up? Because you don't get paid if you stand up.
So how is it benefiting blacks? And how is it benefiting blacks to join a party where they have to be silent about who they are, but other people in that party can literally say, The white vote is being suppressed. See, he didn't have to be quiet about that. He just posted it to his face. Exactly. So how is that working out? But I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna tell you straight up how I feel. I give a fuck about how you feel. I mean, I don't care about these old whites and these little friends or anybody. I'm just saying, look, shit. This shit. I'm doing this video right now. I can promise you, go across the majority of right-wing, Republican, conservative, black YouTubers and content creators. They're not gonna talk about this shit. They're not gonna talk about it because they. So, to me, you're afraid of your own political party.
Well, have you noticed that Candace Owens' biggest followers are white?
We know that.
They are in blackface. That's the biggest YouTubers that happen to have black skin are really appealing to the white audience. Or they're appealing to the black audience that can't stand the rest of their family.
Yeah. I can see that. Like, there is definitely a reach for the self-hating Negro. Like when y'all there's definitely the hate, there's definitely the reach for them. Or to where they reach out, hey, look how they treat Chicago, or look how they got this going on, or look at that. But they'll never bring up something of a functionality, or listen, we have to work and go over there to them. They're our saviors. They're the only ones who can save us and get us, get us right. And I'll be like, why can't you do it? You see, they never say, hey, we got to go over to the blacks and work with them. They never talk about ever fucking with you. They just tell you that, hey, you need to learn how to. I always see where we have to learn how to work with them. But see, they never ask you to come over there to them. To actually.
Because when the Republican Party, this is back in the day when Reince, however you say his name, was head of the National Party, and they had $5 million for minority outreach. And they wanted to understand how was the best way to reach minorities. I was on that conference call, and I know who said what. And it was basically niggas are just dumb. They just dumb to vote for Democrats. If niggas only knew. So that's where you got this whole, if you only knew, if we could tell you how good we used to be to y'all come back to us. And I'm like sitting up there going, dude, that's like an ex-boyfriend coming up to you talking about, yo, baby, I see how bad your husband is treating you now. You should come back to me. Wait a minute. I left you because you cheated on me. You did me wrong. Why would I leave my husband? He may not be perfect, to go back to you after you publicly humiliated me. And they didn't get that. I said, and y'all talking about stuff that happened how long ago? Are y'all ready for the what have you done for me lately to come back at you? No. That ain't nobody going. I said, you guys do not think like women. When you are being asked to market to anybody, they will tell you that women have the tendency to be the ones that actually buy. Women are the buyers. Men go for what they need, not for what they want. Kind of marketing. It's just one of those things that, if you need to get people out to go to a restaurant, who do you try to appeal to? Women or men? Even though both of them are going to be presumably sitting there eating.
Yeah, women.
Yeah. But you had two older men trying to tell the rest of us to shut the hell up because they had been waiting in line for the money for the longest. So you have Candace Owens, who can motivate middle-class white women to come out and vote for the Republican Party because, hey, if she feels that way and she's black, she knows black people better than I do. So maybe I should trust what she's saying. It's not us, it's them. Black people are just dumb. Black people are just stupid. Don't they realize how stupid they look voting for Democrats? Democrats don't think they can even go out and get an ID. That's how dumb they are. Democrats don't think they can get a job without affirmative action. That's how dumb they are. Democrats don't think that they can do anything without government help. I mean, we all get caught up in that in one sense. It's like, why are so many black people in jail? Why are so many black people selling drugs? Well, maybe because so many black men are trying to support their families the best way they know how. And just like there were a whole bunch of white moonshiners out there during Prohibition.
I was about to say, why so many white men sell drugs in now or always, really? They sell more drugs than we do.
Oh yeah, and my white friends had the audacity to go in and start getting the laws changed so they could sell drugs. Now, all those dispensaries that suddenly became legal in a lot of states, or a lot of the medical marijuana that's suddenly legal even in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
That's because a group of people got together, and instead of marching, they got together and went into the primaries and got the rules changed in the primaries, which forced the candidates to strongly consider changing the actual laws on the books, because this group had shown that they had a lot of members that would actually come out and vote, spend money and time. Because if you participate in the primary process, nobody's funding your trips for, was it three nights, 4 days, where you are literally taking off from work, going to whatever city they're having the convention at, buying your own food, paying for your own transportation, spending all that time for rules, platform rules that are not legally binding on anybody.
I want to showcase this. Give me this. I know, what I'm saying. Let me grab this candidate. Say, mute up real quick and let's play. See his pivot. Well, hopefully he's back on track. Hopefully.
Do you think that maybe comparing her to the Grand Wizard and the notion of what she said to being a modern leader of the KKK was maybe a step too far? And by what you said,
I stated what I said to provoke an open and honest discussion in this country, because there is a gap, Anna, between what people will say in private today and what they will say in public. I think we need to close that gap. I think we need to have real, open, honest, raw conversation as Americans. That is our path to national unity. And there are many Americans today who are deeply frustrated by the new culture
I'm
of
just not
anti-racism
sure how
that's really racism and new
provoking a
clothing.
discussion.
And we need to have that debate in the open. Dan, I think
I'm
that
not
you're
so
doing,
sure how
with due
provoking
respect,
a
what many in the
discussion-
media do.
That's crazy that he says that. And she asked him, how does somebody asking you, or the stuff that you have said, is not conflated towards that of white supremacy, reverse racism, or anything? How does that make any sense? This is crazy. But any other group that would have been said about, they would have literally had shut down CNN that day. They would literally have to shut CNN and have to be like, look, listen, bro, you cannot come on any of our stations again for that. I don't.
It's gonna come up when the Jews get hit before the election. He's gonna have to answer for it.
I'm hoping that the left throw that card at him. So what do you think about Holocaust? That's so hard to like. I'm hoping that he walks into that shit.
Jews are already putting pressure on him and putting pressure. That's why Nikki Haley brought it up, and they're putting pressure on Ron DeSantis. They've been protesting him as well to put pressure on him to bend his thought process when it comes to Jews.
You could just tell. He said, "I want to have that conversation, Paradox." And so she's like, "I don't think you're intellectually qualified." Again, they're that intellectually smart enough for that. Because I'm trying to have it with you, but you keep pivoting off. I'm trying to have it with you. maybe you could probably explain that Pardon KKK thing. You know, mind you, I mean, it don't exist.
Oh, he's trying to erase race. He is doing his darndest.
But that's
You know what I tell my very, very extreme friends, because I have some.
Yeah, you do. Yes, you do.
And I tell them point simply, you know, all you people that kept saying, I don't see color, I don't see gender, y'all are the reasons why we have a transgender movement right now. Do not tell me you don't see my beautiful golden brown skin, my brown eyes, and my beautiful kinky ass hair. Don't tell me you don't see that, because how can you not see that when you look at me? Me. I'm proud of my skin. I'm proud of my hair. I'm proud of the things that make me me. I'm proud of the fact I got rhythm. But you sit up there and try to tell me, oh, I don't. When you tell me I don't see a black person, I just see a person. Well, are you trying to tell me you whitewashed me when you see red hair, you see blonde hair? Why can't you see kinky hair? When I say I am from Texas, I'm saying I'm proud of being a Texan. Just like if somebody's from California, they can be proud of being California. But we all in this together. We still Americans. So why do you take offense that I'm being divisive when I say I'm a black woman?
Now,
am I divisive when I say I'm a Texan?
Now, question: when you say we're all in this together, like we're all in what together? We're all in what together?
We're all in this country together. We all in this country together. Now, I'm not going to go on this, oh, we're all in the same world, open border bullshit. No, we all, let's just put it like this, we all live in the same block.
No, we don't. I don't think so. We don't live in the same block. We never lived.
Well, and I'm saying it figuratively speaking.
No, but I
in the sense that we have to have a common good. We have to have a common good in this country.
What is the common good? I've yet have heard the common good, and I literally have served this country for many years. I have yet been able to pinpoint what is the common good in this country. I truly do believe blacks are tolerated in this country. We're tolerated. We're tolerated. You much as you want to tell yourself that your white friend that I don't see race shit, that means they're tolerated. That doesn't mean that they like you. It means they just tolerate.
I understand that completely. Oh, I get that completely. When I'm saying common good, I mean, we all understand, we all unite against a common enemy. If we go to war with China, for example, which we are in, we're going to unite.
We're not at war
against, huh?
We're not at war with China.
We're at war with China. They have publicly declared that they are going to ruin the United States dollar. Our financial dominance in the world market will come to an end in about less than 60 days when the brick hits the market at 55. It's $55 for every brick.
Send me that story. I will send it. I'm gonna send it. Send it to me.
Wait a minute. You haven't heard about the brick? Oh, the brick is a new currency. It's the one that
we know all
Libyan
about it.
Libyan president died over.
Me and Fred actually talk about these things almost every other weekend. We have these things, and it's crazy. But now I'm the one that's getting bet.
Wait a minute, Gaddafi, y'all do not understand. Why did Gaddafi get killed? Gaddafi got killed because he was circulating the idea that the American dollar should not be used for his country to buy or sell oil and gas. He's like, why do I have to go and get American dollars? Why do you have to go get American dollars in order for me to sell you my Libyan oil? And so he was going around to South America. He was going around to China and Russia. That was his dream. That is why he really got killed.
You know,
because
he was hopping around from different military sharing secrets around too much?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
You don't think Gaddafi wasn't hopping around in bed with too many political secrets and sharing?
No, that wasn't the timing of it. Was as soon as Hillary Clinton got him killed, she said, we will recognize whatever government is willing to sell oil and gas to Greece and Italy, Greece and France on the terms that they want to pay. Because Gaddafi had said that the price of food for my people has gone up. So the price for oil and gas for your people has to go up. So he was assassinated because he would not sell his oil and gas to Greece and France. They were just having massive protests in the streets because people just could not afford to heat up their houses anymore.
Okay, so
I won't go down a rabbit hole on that today,
I
but
put you on that one. I already knew.
I'll let you have it.
Now, listen. China can barely even keep their own shit afloat right now. Right? This is probably why they hop from country to country trying to.
Do you know how much of our debt China holds? China owns the United States. China literally owns. I mean, if you look at macroeconomics,
where are you getting this information
from government records?
What's
the amount? Look at when you say which countries hold the most American debt, you will find China in the top five countries that we owe money to. It fluctuates. Sometimes it's like the United Caribbean nations. Sometimes it's China number one, but they're always in like the top five that we owe money to. Real estate, they dominate in real estate.
Okay, so
I'm not doing it.
All right. Michelle, get the information and submit it, and we can look at it. Get your information. Get it. And look at it and submit it. You know.
Well, I would just say look at the other side of it. There's another position on what you're saying, but
no, see, I had to go like this is like that goddamn last debate that happened, and I'm like, okay, I don't think people are reading it anymore. I really don't. I had to go read. I had to start shutting myself up and go read, and I'm understanding now why. It's like I'm trying to get you to buy my insurance and tell you why to buy my insurance. And if you don't buy it, then you're gonna get caught with your ass out. And then after that, I said, well, okay, well, you don't even use your own damn insurance. That doesn't matter. Use my insurance. You don't even
okay, I'll read it to you before I send it to you. No. As of January 2020.
No, we're staying
I'm sending it to you and reading it to you at the same time.
Okay.
As of January 2023, the 5 countries owning the most U.S. debt are Japan, we owe them 1.1 trillion. China, we owe them, they're number 2. We owe them 859 billion. The United Kingdom, 668 billion. Belgium, 331 billion, and Luxembourg, 318 billion.
Okay,
and
so
we don't actually owe them anything, but that's like I said, monetary policies at the global level is a different conversation, really.
Like,
so it's a lot of this stuff is propaganda and political spin. And it's a lot of your talking points, a lot of forward talking points that you do hear, obviously on the news. But there's a different conversation when it comes to why when you're the world's currency, why you put debt in different countries when you're managing money and when you're doing different trade deals and when you are having to do what do they call it? Even your local monetary policy when you're doing I forget what it's called right now. But I will say this: it's some complexity when you're talking about moving debt around. More so than just them owing, just owing them the money.
You see, the thing about it is that I would ask. So, if we start buying from China, Do you know what that would have done? Do you know what that would do to them? If we stopped,
They would collapse tomorrow
they would collapse tomorrow.
and be a third world country again, which they're really not even a first world country, really.
If we stop buying from them in one day, to say, one day, let's go a day without buying from China. Let's just go one day without buying from China. That would be it. That would be it. And
China can't even feed itself. The real estate market is a sham. Their economy is probably 60% smaller than you think it is. So I don't want to open up that conversation.
I know, but I had to go look at that. You stop buying from them. Don't send them that one ship for just 1 to 2 days. Hell, 2 days is pretty much that's pretty much a whole world disaster.
Well, forget that. Let them try to protect shipments from going out their country without our protection. I mean, we can get into the shipping thing alone. The shipping thing alone is hilarious to me.
The Somali empires would be having a field day. They'll be like, this must be the greatest day ever that we stop protecting. They can't even.
Which we're going to, by the way. That is on the way. People are gonna learn the hard way very shortly here.
But then
I'm listening to y'all talk. I'm listening to y'all talk. But do y'all realize that the federal government just had to scramble and come up with $8 billion to start building microprocessing chips in the United States because of the situation in Taiwan. Why?
Yeah.
Because the DOD set up there and said, oh, we want all of our chips to come from the same suppliers. We want the parts to be interchangeable. My client was Indian. He had been a supplier for the Army. So when he bid, he said, I have relationships in India. They said, we trust Taiwan more than we trust India.
India shady.
Who didn't get the memo that Taiwan is part of China? So all of our microchips for the Department of Defense being manufactured in China. So we had to scramble and try to figure out how we can make some of these things here in the United States. And they're going to have to bring over at least 400 skilled Chinese workers in order to make them, because we don't have people.
Why would we have to bring them over? Like literally, and they literally pay us to come over.
I don't. You know what? Also, the other thing is, I did not want to have that conversation, but a lot of things get conflated between doing business, getting the lowest cost, putting everything in one place and having to adjust to the marketplace versus the end of the world type stuff. A lot of things are being conflated, in my opinion. And the propaganda machine runs with a lot of that conversation. But she is correct. They are making adjustments because of the chip situation. More of a business situation, in my opinion, more than anything else. But you can easily conflate that to something, obviously much worse. Intel is going to give Ohio, I think, about $20 billion to build 3 factories. They got a deal they're doing in Germany right now. They got obviously a factory coming in Arizona as well.
Okay. Let's see.
But it's how you. I always say it's how you want to interpret that information. I know what we're being told about things, but in my opinion, as you dig into things, it's a little bit more complicated than that. But like I said,
it all comes down to dollars and cents. At the end of the day, most Black Americans do not even know where the country Niger is. They do not understand the Russians just backed.
Why do you believe that most Black Americans don't know where the country Nigeria is?
Because I've been seeing the posts where they're like, no, I still deal with some of our Black media output.
Wait. So wait, hold on. But you said most Black Americans do not know where the country is, right? You said they don't.
Right.
Now, it's interesting that you say that, right? Now, are you saying that because of you've gone to these schools or you deal with that? I mean, I get the education system in the U.S. is trash as fuck. But you believe that the Black Americans specifically do not know about Nigeria?
Yeah, because when they were burning the books in Timbuktu, did you hear a lot of outrage about the books in Timbuktu being burned?
from Americans?
Black Americans. Was that on Black media? Was that on Black media
Okay,
about the books
wait.
in Timbuktu being burned?
Now you're doing the pivot like this dude right here.
I'm not pivoting. I said, ask the question very simply, because on Black media, like anything else, you have to sit up there and say, this is our programming. Who wants to advertise? These are our advertising dollars. And if they sit and go, we're not interested in that. We don't think our buyers, the people that buy our products, would be interested in that. It doesn't get played. You don't get a lot of play if your actual sponsors don't believe that their demographic would be interested in that. So yeah, there are a lot of Black people who know about it because they're interested in world news, and they don't just sit up there and you know, just listen to the latest, you know, Beyonce news. Black Twitter has not been trending on, you know, coup in Niger.
So if I want to ask you,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm about to. You want to take it first, Paradox?
I was just gonna say, to keep everything all kosher, I was just gonna say, even if you know geography, which I know geography pretty well, even if you know geography, understanding geopolitics and understand things that are going on inside of countries, it's much more complex than just knowing where a place is. So just because the person even knows where a place is, even Mexico for that matter, or Canada for that matter, they're really not gonna know the politics of it though.
Right. Like
just knowing that a coup happened or a conflict happened, it doesn't really, to me, honestly, it doesn't really mean anything. Having that information, you have to actually know and spend some time actually learning about the politics in, say, Mexico, which people in general obviously do not know.
I like, it's like, because somebody said, well, y'all don't know what happened in Nigeria, and I'm like, it's like, would they have known what happened in South Carolina? Would they have known what happened in
even that, yeah.
happened in New York or Texas or anything? Like, I doubt giving a shit.
I wouldn't put that burden on Black people. I wouldn't put that burden on anybody.
I'm not going to put it on Black people.
Yeah, but tremendous amount of information to try to maintain
I'm
as
saying
an individual.
that was a pivot. That was kind of a pivot, because saying that, well, most Black folks don't know, and I'll be like, well, shit, I've done talked to plenty of Black immigrants that don't know anything about.
Oh my God, I know Black immigrants don't know nothing about their own country. Forget.
So I mean, the education for them is kind of like, that's only for a select few who might get access to that. Like,
that education is very fragmented, bro. Very fragmented.
So to say it, like, again, like, when it comes to that, you know, like, that's what I said, like, using the piece. Well, it's like when I hear some people say Black Americans don't know how to vote, and you would ask them, like, well, shit, that's right down the street, across the corner. You go right there to the old library, man. You can go right there and you can go get this and then, like, that's what I'm saying. The talking points.
No, like, what I said was most. First of all, I said most, and second of all, my research is based on the trends that get you your money to promote your
no, but what trend?
To get sponsors, whether it's a newspaper, whether it's a magazine, whether it's even a podcast. If you're looking for sponsors, people who pay you to reach an audience, to run ads, they are looking at the trends. They are saying whether or not they believe their demographic market would be interested in what you're talking about.
So wait, hold up. So what trend is out there that is saying that Blacks do not know where Egypt or Niger or Ghana?
I didn't say Egypt.
Okay, but you're saying Nigeria. So what market or what type of propaganda is pushing out there? That's like whenever I see certain political groups say Black people don't know how to vote, we have to teach them.
And that's wow, boy.
And I'd be like, well, fuck.
Right, but Joe, let me put you like this.
You're kind of pushing like supremacists be doing it. Like,
okay, for example, one of the groups is the what does Natara stand for? Okay, for like Black hair care products, there is a marketing group for Black hair care providers. Currently, they are one of the biggest advertisers around. You know, even though a lot of those those companies are now white owned, the Black hair care industry is still one of our leading industries that's totally for Black people, not necessarily by Black ABBA. But when ABBA came out, ABBA's whole goal was to market to the Black demographic about Black hair care, how we could wear our hair. And so most of the members, the original founding members of ABBA, have sold to Caucasian companies. The few smaller companies that are left are looking to get the most bang for their buck. So when they advertise, they're not going to advertise in the United States about Black world politics because they do not believe that a large portion of their buyers actually pay attention to that kind of news.
But that does apply across the board in America, right?
What do you mean?
CNN, Fox News, and NBC, which are the three big ones. Generally speaking, in this country, the last time I checked, most people do not watch the news. They make the news more entertaining to now get more clicks, but the news is obviously propagandized and watered down because people can't hold their attention. But to get that ad space, they have to do the news a certain way, but it's not really informative. Even with all of that, the average viewership on some of the shows on MSNBC is like a couple of 100,000 people. Many newspapers, obviously because of the internet, many newspapers don't exist anymore. Those news channels are struggling to survive because people in general, from a marketing perspective or from an advertising perspective, it's not entertaining enough because news is generally supposed to be boring and dry. Most people tend not to watch. That seems to be more of a cultural function in our country, I think, more than anything.
Right, but if you're trying to reach a particular audience, I don't care if it's Hispanic or Hispanic speaking, because one of the companies I worked with tried to do broadcasting for like George Lopez type shows, and there was no polling data that we could find that would really encourage sponsorship of George Lopez kind of shows, because you had Telemundo. Telemundo was for yeah, it did, but that just happens. Yeah. Telemundo, everyone nowadays has an exit strategy, but Telemundo was really capturing the Hispanics in America that wanted to know about things that were going on in Latin America, so to speak.
Yeah.
So when you have the diaspora.
Are you hold on. I like what you just said. Are you equating Black people in America to Latinos who are mostly immigrants who just got here? They want to know what's going on in their home countries?
Yes and no. I'm saying in a marketing perspective, for marketing, when you were sitting up there trying to figure out your ad space, who am I going to market to? Who are my customers? Who are my clientele? That if you are looking for people from the diaspora, you're looking for Nigerians, Ghanaians, Zimbabwe, whatever all the countries are called, Caribbean. That is a different market. But then when you try to sit up there and say
a very small market relative to Latino people,
what does that market? Excuse me. What does that market? That market? What percentage of that market is actually African American? It's small. We're 13% of the population, including the African and Afro-Caribbeans who are part of that recent part of that diaspora, African diaspora. So when you try to market to those groups and you're sitting up there saying, okay, how much more money do they actually spend less money less disposable money than a typical African American, then you have a harder sell to include that in your news cycle.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a question. How much do you think African Americans affect the world?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How much do you think African Americans affect the world?
I still didn't hear the last part.
How much do you think African Americans affect the world?
Well, considering we keep saying we have, what is it, $1.2 trillion worth of buying power, that
was
does
3 trillion.
3 trillion, whatever the numbers are, our buying power,
2 trillion.
we do have a tendency to affect the economics of certain industries.
No, I said media-wise. Media. How much of our
Media-wise, I mean, Soul of the South. When we founded Soul of the South, I mean, right away we were able to raise like $3 million. It was like, oh, we got this idea of a conservative Black network. Oh yeah, we'll love that idea. We love that idea. But then it got picked away at very quickly because the control that they wanted. And then you got hit hard with what's the return on investment? If we advertise with you, what's the return on our investment? How many more customers are we going to penetrate into the market? So I had to, as a lawyer, I had to learn things like planogram. Where's your product on the planogram? You know, how are you going to add value to their product?
Okay, now you're.
So what I'm saying is, in getting back to why a lot of Black podcasts are not covering certain things is because they do not think they'll have a wide enough audience. They don't think they'll get enough sponsorship.
So you're talking about market research then, right?
Yeah, I don't think she's doing
When you look at market research, I know that we dream that we won't. I'm not saying you per se, but maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. But we dream a small percentage of us that Black people think and behave a certain way. But when you look at what holds our attention, you will find out what really works in our space. Now you can obviously condition buyers to operate a certain way, possibly. But I mean, there's enough research out there to show you what gets our attention, what do we prefer to buy, and what do we prefer to watch. And a lot of those things is not going to make people who are more conscious happy. But that's a reality when it comes to our sales and marketing industries, to our entertainment, our ad space industries.
It's been that way. One of the
I
first
mean Black people, and I'm talking about Black Americans specifically. Just
right,
Black
specifically.
Yeah.
When you look at there's an old marketing spiel that was been re-released. It was from what was it? The magazine. Everybody had it. Ebony. Ebony said that if you want to sell to the Black person, you must advertise in Ebony magazine, because Ebony magazine knows how to sell to Black people. So they were the gatekeepers, from simple things like toothpaste to McDonald's. They were all coming to Uniworld to try to get Uniworld to do all the advertising so that they could make white things like McDonald's. You can make it cool in the Black community. Let's do Mickey D's instead of McDonald's. Let's make it cool and hip. IHOP instead of International House of Pancakes. Mm-hmm. Uniworld was great at doing commercials with Black actors, hiring Black crews. They were great. But then at the same time, you had Frank Mercado that came in with African Heritage Network that would sit in there and say, Black people are different than any other type of demographic. We don't even have to advertise for African Heritage Network, because as soon as Black people start flicking through the remote control and they see Black people, they're going to stop and watch the show regardless of the quality of the content.
I would say that in answering the question, that African Americans affect a vast, a great majority of the world's continent. I mean, when it comes to music, when it comes to certain cultures, sports, there's already a perception. You don't even have to know who you are. They just, oh man, it's a black man. Hypersexual behavior, clothing, wear. Yeah, we affect the great vast majority. As far as it goes to, and that's how they did. That's how they look at us culturally. Like, oh, that small percentage. That must be how all black people act. Like they all love rap. They all love hip hop. They're not. I barely ever hear them say, "Oh, they like jazz. They do this. They do that." Well, damn, where's the culture at? You're telling us what you think or you perceive. Like I said, other groups mimic. Yes, and I'll say that mimic American culture. You know what I'm saying? They're Black American culture. I didn't want to say how Jesse we couldn't call African American culture, but I never was born in Africa. I was born in America. I'm a Black American. But I get why he used that. And they're, oh, yep, so y'all are African Americans. Then all of a sudden, trying to be American. Remember, you're a Black American. Don't forget who you are. Like, don't forget you're here with us. Stephen Marbury got his own statue in China from playing in the the b-ball league. Yes, he did. He did get his own statue put out there. It's no secret. Freaking goddamn Dennis Rodman went to China and talked to Kim Jong, and somehow his ass made it back. We don't even know how the hell he pulled that shit off. But the concept of, I think we whenever something goes wrong in America, look at the black folks. Look at what they're doing. Crime, you're not that bad, Mike Marion. Look at what this black kid over there is doing. He's fucked up. So you can't be that bad. And I'm like, wait, hold on, man. Like, we're pivoting. We're not addressing the issues that are going on. We're not looking at it. When we're actually contesting these type of talking points right here, that's problematic. That this guy, a guy of first generation, refuses to stand 10 toes down. That's full of shit. That I think some people, they want to be so in the mix that they literally cannot stand 10 toes down. I'm bullshitting my way through.
Picking on some fringe comment in the context of a broader context that I was offering it in a speech.
All right, so you just said that your comment was fringe.
Let's have the courage to confront the meat of that. I'm saying you drew a fringe comment from a much longer speech. As I described you picking one fringe comment from a long speech that I gave.
But as a politician, you should be aware that the littlest thing you can say can come back to bite you. I mean, grab him by the pussy was a conversation that has haunted this man. How long he had that when he was younger, and it came back to bite him. So
30 years ago, probably.
So we understand in the political arena, any dirt you can dig up can always help. If I would have run for goddamn political office, I couldn't imagine when they'll pull up a goddamn YouTube on me. Shit, boy, they're like, hey, remember when you said this on you and that paragraph guy was talking about shooting drug dealers? Yep, I sure enough did say that. You know what? I am trying to get a bill passed for a black militia, you know what I'm saying? So I mean, hey, I'm glad you reminded me of that. I might as well own it. I'm gonna have to just own it. Like, that's the problem when you are in this type of political party as a minority. You can't stick your chest out. Because she can box you in your chest and call a blonde hair, blue eyed, middle age, older age, mature woman, a white woman can call you out and say, "You're full of shit." I know my white man very well, and I know damn well you were dog with pandering. See that's what I'm so happy Karen called him out. See, you had to get the Karen to call him. You're pandering, motherfucker. You're pandering to him. You know, you gotta lie. I know my very well. Hell, they literally got a bill passed saying, "Hey, our men come home and get drunk and beat us." Mm-hmm. That's not true. Well, how you gonna tell me? We had a whole separate. How you gonna tell me? You cannot tell the enemy's goddamn wife or daughter what she don't know about her own people. You can't tell. That's why I find it interesting. A first generation is told a white collar
To duck debate from the real.
literally a first generation is telling a white collar woman that at some point the laws even told them they were not allowed to have that job.
Mhm.
There's not a system that doesn't exist. That's what's ironic about this conversation.
And can I add a little bit to that?
Go ahead, man. Put some season on that.
When Donald Trump ran for office, right, and when he was turned all the way up to 1,000, right, all of the white liberals and white Democrats on MSNBC and CNN and many other stations had to come out and say, "Well, my father loves him." Mika Brzezinski, Rachel Maddow. My mom loves Trump. And then you realize that a lot of these folks you see talking on TV, half their family are Republicans.
Yes.
Including their parents.
They had it's you gotta understand it's a what do you do when the child of the group that you're banging for is calling you out? Like, nigga, I know my granddaddy better than you. I know. I know. Listen, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, you're not gonna tell her. She's like, I know my man. I know my people very well. I know what they have at the dinner. You get invited to dinner, but see, you're not there when we talk about before you get there and when you leave.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling a woman that her man made a system for her to use that minorities use, that she gets to use, that there isn't a system.
As she is also so-called a minority, by the way.
As she is a minority also. That they literally, that would mean you'd have to tell Republican women that there's no system that y'all have benefited from. And I can promise you that will tank their votes immediately.
That they didn't have to replace qualified white men and put them in those places.
But they don't. I've had these conversations with them. I've had these conversations with them, and their belief is that whether we like it or not, is that they didn't take anything from anyone; they earned it. Unlike
where'd you hear that at?
Let's see, the federated women, that their argument is that their women do not. If you're a member of the Texas Federation of Republican Women or the National Federation of Republican Women, you don't get certified as a woman-owned business because that's cheating. You're coming in through the back door when you are qualified enough to come into the front door. Now, mind you, a lot of these women have great businesses, but it's a matter of pride and principle to come in through the front door, not sneak in through the window or in the back door. So yes, there are national talking points about women-owned businesses and how to compete without selling out.
And you said the key point, the talking points, but obviously we know in the real world, the right is not allowed to do identity politics. So you have to train all white people and black people, for that matter, or anybody who's on the right, that you never bring up your gender or your race.
Oh, wait a minute! I'm a member. I was a member of the National Federation of Republican Women for 10 years. Now, did you notice that title was called National Federation of Republican Women? It was a badge. They were proud to be women in the Republican Party. But if you said you were a black Republican, somehow or another, it was divisive.
Why did they have to make a party? Now, I want you to understand that because you're not catching it. One, you might be part of that national conversation, but I can promise you're not in that household with the white women when they're talking about their business. I'm pretty sure they're not inviting Maybelline to the white women why we need to get our business. I can promise you, you're not sitting there in bed with her husband when he's saying, I'm going to put you in that business. I don't mind you signing the paperwork, but I'm going to be Senator Palpatine telling you what to do. See, everybody believes Darth Vader owned the goddamn Death Star. He didn't own that shit. He just got to sit in the management chair. Palpatine, when he called him, tell out my chair. See, you weren't sitting in the room with the Sith. You got to just visit by there and just get to stop by. But you wasn't sitting in that room with her. You're not sitting in there. I can promise you that. Y'all, I think some of y'all black women might need to understand. You're not sitting at the table.
Damn, Joe. I mean, you may not be in the room. You may not be in the room. But did you not hear me say? Did you not hear me say that back in the day I was on the teleconference? Do you not hear me sitting up here today telling you that I am sitting up there arguing with DeSantis's camp because he sat up there and put the Divine Nine as a hate group?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
No. The people that are sitting there, right there at his table, that are talking, a lot of them, like I told my contact there, you're mad because you got blackballed and you were not able to pledge AKA. You thought you were cute, you couldn't pledge AKA, so now all of the Greeks and fraternities are racist. But they're not.
Why did they have to be HBCUs? Why did they have to be HBCUs?
Why do they have HSBCUs?
Why did they have to?
Because of segregation.
Okay, so if them biracial children, you think that white woman want to see that biracial child with her white child in the same school? Say came from the same daddy. Came from the same daddy. Why did he say put that kid? Listen, you put that child down the street. You don't think that white man that put that child down the street?
Why do you think that they have done their best without any empirical data to say the house niggas were the light skin and the field niggas were the dark skin? When if you go through and you read the diaries of white women, you go through and read how they did the wills and stuff for white men and white women. It's kind of like if you had a light-skinned servant in your house, everybody was looking at you like, your husband been dipping in the ink. He been dipping in the ink well. And he dipping that dirty dick in your white ass. So it was a custom to try to get the half-breeds out of the main house as quickly as possible. That ergo Sally Henson or whatever her name is, Hennings. She was the half sister of Jefferson's wife. He didn't want to mistreat his daughter, but he couldn't keep her in his house. So she had to be shipped away as soon as possible.
But see, your argument that I'm putting out there that me and Paradox have been talking about for a lot of Republicans is you're thinking that you're having the same conversation with your white Republican counterparts, but you're not. You're only having a second level conversation. They're on the 8th and 9th level, saying, "Okay, let them come in. Let's have the conversation. Let's have the training module, just like Ramos right up on the panel." See, they trained him what to say, but his mind started to know just how far of what to say. Or fear that, hey, get your ass back in the field. So
okay, Joe, you have two groups that come in that actually get to the decision makers. You have a group that just wants to come in there and yell and scream at them, and you have another group that pretty much wants to just be quiet and figure out how to get a hold of the money. Those are two main groups. Then you have a few people like me that can sit down with the actual decision makers in the party who can listen and hear them say it costs too damn much to get the black vote, Michelle. That has been lost on this whole conversation, that it costs too much.
You're thinking that how do you think? Okay, so you're coming in. You came in at the tailpipe end, thing that's been lost, what me and Paradise had already articulated and covered a majority of things, already even that. And we're telling you, and it's amazing, but you're having a hard time comprehending that you're not part of that conversation, that they never really allowed you in their conversation. Why is that hard?
Oh, that's what you keep telling me because you have not been in that conversation. What I keep telling you is that when I sat down with Mark Cuban, have you sat down with Mark Cuban? No, I've sat down with Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban asked me a simple question. Why? Huh? Who's Mark Cuban?
What race is he?
White. Mark Cuban sat up there and asked me a simple question. He said, Nichelle, I'm really trying to understand this.
You mean
Why
Jewish?
Yeah, whatever. Listen to the conversation. He said, Nichelle, why is it that I have Black business owners coming to me, a white guy, telling me I should invest in their business because they can sell to Black people?
A Jewish guy.
Yeah, he's a Jewish guy. He said, that's like
Jewish.
a woman coming to me saying, hey, invest in me because I know what women want to buy. I don't know what women want to buy. I have a wife. I have a daughter. I'm guessing at what they want.
So he went to find out what, rather than just talk straight to those people.
His whole business is built off of Black men's bodies.
Yeah, that's interesting. See, and that's the thing about it that I'm catching. Like, so he went to you rather than just talk straight to
No,
them.
I went to him
Okay.
with several, I had gone to him with several Black business owners that needed investments. I only had one that was
So now
one that was a broad spectrum. She wanted to appeal to everybody. But that's why he asked me, because I had finally came to him with a Black business that wanted to sell to everybody. And he thought that was unusual. And so he finally asked, why was it that most Black business people would come to him and they only had the Black demographic in mind? He's like, that's only 13% of the market. And you know, you're lucky if you can get like 3 to
Less than
6% of
Right.
So his whole thing was, why didn't Black businesses want to sell to the greater market? Why would they limit themselves? Why were they always limiting themselves to say, I have a great Black product? I'm a great Black. And I didn't have an answer for him. I didn't have an answer. I didn't have an answer because a lot of time the businesses that I knew of were specifically trying to cater to the market that they knew about. You know, when you had people like Joy Wallace that was like, hell yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to compete. I want to be the best in frozen pizzas. That's what I want to do. I want to be the best in frozen pizzas. She had a hard time.
I mean, you can answer that. Well, first of all, I definitely appreciate you doing that, just as a Black person in general. But I think there are answers to those questions, though, depending on the product that you're talking about. Because some products you do want, I would prefer them to start to seed it first into our space and expand it outward. The thing about the Black marketplace is that we have so much influence on trends, is that you can definitely make an argument to even Mark Cuban that depending on the product, if you filter it through Blackness, it would actually become popular across all demographics, all marketplaces across the world. I.e. hip hop is an example of that.
You'd be FUBU too, and he doesn't even buy that anymore. That whole wouldn't even be able.
It's just trends. Yeah, it's trends.
Right. I'm saying that the founder of FUBU came to ABBA, the founder of ABBA, to basically say, look, you did something great. You convinced Black people to buy Black hair care products from Black owned businesses, even though all of the patents were owned by white people, white companies. So we have a tendency to try to support our own, and then we can rise up. So for us, by us, FUBU became a trendsetter. You also had the whole idea of Mark Echo. Mark Echo was approached by P. Diddy to do a line of hip hop design. And Mark Echo was like, why do I need you? I can do it my damn self. Ergo Echo Red. That you do have a lot of forces.
Supreme is even a better example, actually. Supreme is crazy.
But you also have
Supreme and Fashion Nova, both actually.
yeah,
Where they're
Fashion
going,
Nova.
what Fashion Nova and Supreme is going through a black market space, which you can prove that to Mark Cuban and say, well, you have these non-white people who are running everything through black market spaces to then expand it out through the globe because we're going to set the trend for you.
But you also have retailers like Marshalls, or excuse me, Ross, who set up there and told their board that they were coming out with a new ethnic store because they had found that these ethnic brands did better if they were put in ethnic markets. And that way they would have less cleanup and less shoplifting in the Ross stores themselves. So you also have to deal with product placement. How do you go from Walmart to Macy's? You don't go from Walmart to Macy's.
That's a lie. I gotta push you. I gotta push back.
Name a company that started at Walmart and is now carried in Macy's.
Name a product.
Yeah.
You got Shaq's. No, I just did that. Quickly, I just did that.
Shaq. Which brand is Shaq? Shaq has a patent on just about every trademark or patent on just about everything. His own eyeglasses. When he came out with the Shaq eyeglasses, the shades, Shaq shades. That one was designed to be in Walmart when it was first designed, and then the demographics didn't really buy it, so it was pulled and rebranded to try to be a more.
Now here's the thing about it is you see it as only like, but you see it as well the Negroes or probably the minorities are stealing. I can't tell you how,
BMT, you got a lot of feedback. I think that's you or somebody.
Yeah, I think you got feedback. You know how you get feedback. I can't tell you how often I've seen poor whites put shit in their undergarments in those goddamn rooms, those changing rooms, and run out the damn stores of Ross and TJ's, and I'm like, damn. And my kid be like, Grandma, did he just? Yup. And I said, it don't be. I've been there with the Latinos being there, the whites being there. You probably might see you got black going there, but to be fair, I mean, it's amazing how they pinpointed the blacks or the Negroes or the thieves, and I'm like, well, damn, like,
white people shoplift 10 times more than we do.
Listen, man, them
Not even close.
Them motherfuckers can train their kids to go behind the jury case and go take that shit and get on out. Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're right. They love some Eritrea. Like it's literally some shit.
While the security guards watching that one black dude, them old white women out there taking everything out the store.
Like, listen, bro. You know what's crazy? They done showed videotapes of you.
I know. I know some security guys. I know. It's crazy, actually.
You watch the damn black kids so much. Why didn't you catch that damn white woman and her fat husband throwing all that shit on that damn roller cart? But you profiled. You racially profiled. Yeah. That was the thing about it. What's going on, D. Darrell? I know you.
Hey, brother, how you doing, man?
Oh,
what's up, Sith Lord Paradox?
What's
hey,
good?
I wanted to comment on some things as I was hearing the kind of the opinions about marketing to other groups and things like that. And I know BMT. I know you're aware that I just started my own dollar store and everything. And so I basically, in going into that situation.
Congratulations, by the way.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So in that process, I had to learn how to market to the Hispanic community in Houston. And I'm gonna be honest, man, it's not as easy as people may think it is. It's not it's a lot more, to me, in my opinion, and I'm not saying this, just my experience, just being in business. if you go into marketing with these with certain ethnic groups, particularly the Latin community, in which you got people from Mexico that have certain cultural, tendencies, then someone from Guatemala and someone from Honduras, it's a lot more complex than it may appear. And I had to learn that. This first year doing this, it's been a journey in which we had a certain model of what we were going to do, and then you find out that there's a difference between people who are second, third generation Hispanics living here, as opposed to people who just moved here and ain't been here but less than 5 months. And so when I began the process, and knowing the area that we're at, I assumed that area was basically second, third generation plus, Hispanic. But when you're dealing with new immigrants, that 90% of my customers don't even speak English. You know what I'm saying? So and
you're saying they also haven't been really trained to be consumers as well, right? Or sophisticated consumers, I should say.
Yeah, they're not necessarily sophisticated consumers, because overall, and looking at the demographic, and listen, I'm talking about reading tons of magazines, consulting with the Hispanic community. A lot of their buying habits are culturally and family based. So if you don't sell things consistent with their culture, they're not buying from you. Matter of fact, there are a lot of Hispanic people that if they walk into a store and you don't speak English, you don't speak Spanish, they're not buying from you. And I actually witnessed that firsthand. With my store, I would work on the weekend or what have you, and the first thing when they saw me, they asked, do you speak Espanol? And I'm like, no, I don't. And then they walking out.
Hablo Espanol. Yeah.
Yeah, and so now, unfortunately, which is what I had to hire all Hispanic employees, which I did, and I didn't go in with that, with that plan, because I do like hiring my own people. However, you got to also look at what's going to allow the business to be profitable and functional, and what the consumer is more comfortable with, and with certain communities, they have. Matter of fact, I also have this other guy who is that I've done some business with in mental health and so forth. I've partnered up with him with some things, and he discussed how he's an Indian American. His family's from India. He's second generation in America, and he talked about how particularly at these what do they call the little places where they may buy secondhand things or use, like thrift.
Indians are cheap, boy. I'm telling you, son.
Yeah, but he talked about how when they sell to other people, they give their people discounts that they would not give to other people. They, like, if another Indian person came in the store, oh, can I get 10% off or something like that? Okay. But if I came in there, no, this the price, the price is the price. So there's a lot of dynamics with that when it comes to marketing to certain groups of people.
Yeah, God out in San Diego, his family, they are first and second generation Asian folks, and that was their biggest issue with Indians, that they don't buy anything. They used to hate them coming into their stores.
Yeah, and it's another thing that I end up learning, like the Indian people that would come to my store actually was watching the store to see how I operated, and then some of them would actually buy stuff, and they would buy in bulks and then sell it at their store for 2 or 3 times the price to another group of people, or whatever. I've seen that happen several times, because everything at my store is $3 and below. So I sell usable goods, disposable goods. And so they'll, like, let's say I remember this Indian lady came in there, and we had these cups for like $1, right? She bought about 50 of those cups. And we was wondering why she bought them, and turned around, she owned a store, and then she went back and sold it for like $2 to $3 at her store.
You need to charge a tax on bulk sales.
but this stuff, like my position, and I'm gonna be honest with you, if I had to do it all over again, if I would have not been in that location because of having to deal with the difference. Because to me, Black people are a lot easier to market to. Not just saying that because I'm Black, but because we are big spenders. We're just as a group, we spend a lot. Actually, we spend a little. It's easier we just spend a little more reckless than most people. I mean, and we're
very American. That's what you're saying, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. And I would have been in a Black area if I had to do it all over again. If I decide to open up another location, it will be in a Black space or a mixed space that's more Black, white per se. Like nothing that's like you got a little bit of everything, because it's a little bit more, as far as what you're carrying is a little bit more difficult to market to a variety of different groups of people. It all depends on how you set it up. But that's my experience when you're trying to market to different people. Like we did research, man. I actually bought some services from this research company with the Houston Chronicle, and we spent thousands of dollars marketing within a 3 to 5 mile diameter, and in those zip codes and so forth. And there was all kinds of things that were coming up that I was not aware of, as far as people being from these different countries that want certain things. Certain people want that, they're buying things that are culturally based. We had to buy, like, I ended up having to buy like these religious candles and all this kind of stuff, different things you had to put in there that would attract them to buy from the store. So you got to do your homework. Got to really, really, really know your consumer.
And that was my whole point. You have a businessman that just came on here and said he went into an area, and it came right down to he had to change the products that he was offering based on the culture of that demographic within a 3 to 5 mile radius. When it comes to the Republican Party, they buy the same marketing research. They buy the same marketing research as any business owner. And you say, how is it broken down by race? Based on some of the things that you buy.
But how? Okay, so if you're using that, and I want to be fair in the show, how is it that they use the same marketing research, but whenever you have a call out of an injustice or issue? So are y'all gonna talk about Chicago? Are y'all gonna talk about Chicago? We're gonna talk about Chicago. So how is that the same marketing research, and they bring up that false correlation of issues? How is it the same marketing, and they use that? That, like, literally, you hear a guy right here. He's marketing. Hey, there's no white supremacy. That's that old racism talking point. You can't say that they're using the same talking point, and that's their narrative that they're running.
I don't know how to explain it to you, other than saying that he wasn't buying. He's a businessman. He wasn't trying to buy tactics that could, maybe if he had a competitor that was saying something bad about his business, then he'd bring in a public relations consultant that would show him how to counter what was being said about him. Remember, the arguments, you have marketing and then you have public relations, publicity, so to speak, to make up for negatives that have been out there. So one of the things that you have when the Republicans get caught up on one issue, they'll go and try to get someone that in public relations that comes up with what remarks tend to shut down responses that they don't have anything to come back with. So when we as a Black entity come out and say, well, look at this, they've gone and got a public relations person say, yeah, but look at this over here. You know, it's like the male female arguments we have all the time. When women sit up there and say, this is a trifling man, men will say, well, look at this trifling woman. You know, we won't deal with the fact that, you know, the rumor going around about Steve Harvey. You know, it's kind of like Steve Harvey did all this, what is it? Think like a man, act like a woman.
Harvey, we don't care about Steve Harvey. I don't care about Steve Harvey.
But it's the same marketing ideology.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yes,
It's not.
okay. A man is telling me, that marketing to women is totally different than marketing to Black people.
No.
That if I want to sit up there and say my audience is Black women, there's not a particular way of marketing to Black women. You market the same way to Black men as you market to Black women. We are the same. It doesn't work that way.
Like, okay, so you telling me you're getting way off topic again.
I'm not off topic. I'm talking about. I'm still talking about how our messaging, the conservative Black messaging, how it is being received and how it's being limited. What factors in when the powers that got money to get our message out there, what do we need to do to tell them, hey, this is the message that Black people really need to hear if you want Black people to vote for Republicans? How do we get that message out there?
My issue with the issue with Republicans, and you know, I'm in Houston. This is a Republican state, is that they don't have a Black agenda. The Republican Party does not have a Black agenda. They don't have a civil rights agenda. And so when I've met with Republicans in this area, their main talking points is lower taxes, conservative values, small government, okay,
and no identity politics whatsoever.
Huh?
I said and zero, no identity politics whatsoever. You cannot talk about identity.
And to me,
have y'all heard of Black PAC? Let me ask you this: have y'all heard of Black PAC? We are conservative. Okay. What are the three talking points that Black PAC has been trying to get the Republican Party to embrace, because it embraces Black people in general?
Look at it. Listen to what you got to say. Black PAC. You got to literally separate yourself in your own group just to be able to have a talking point. But then they'll say there's no such thing as race, but you got to call yourself a Black PAC. So that means the own party does not listen to you. That's literally what I've been saying since the goddamn morning. Like,
okay, again, one more time, Joe, one more time, because it is the way the marketing demographics are set up.
Oh, just say white people don't give a shit to listen to what the fuck you got to say.
Okay, fine. On one hand, you say that. On the next hand, did you just not hear a gentleman say, the problem is they don't have a Black agenda in the Republican Party? So anytime
listen, Michelle.
You have to suspend race on the right. The people, us on the right, you got to suspend race. You got to suspend that reality.
You're talking,
but just a fact.
I've actually met
I'm talking about a group that's been in existence now for about, let me see. First, Black PAC formally came in about 2016. Came in about 2012.
Yeah, okay.
But Black PAC sat up there and said very simply, school choice. School choice. Very important to Black people. Their
They push that.
children's education is very important. It's important to Black people, it's important to white people. We need school choice. That was number one agenda. Then they started talking about transportation. Transportation is very important to Black people. It's important to white people. We don't like a lot of toll roads. We don't like inefficient public transportation. Next thing, water is very important. Water quality, food, water, the ingredients that are going into our food, our water, that is very important. That the more those of us involved in Black PAC kept saying, they're like, those issues are not Black enough. What do you mean, not Black enough?
I mean, in my opinion, with Black, because I've actually talked to people from Black PAC before. I like the agenda. To me, I actually like Black PAC. I don't have an issue with that. But my thing is that when I'm looking at the totality of the Republican Party, is that when you talk about these things, it goes on deaf ears, or they try to move the goalposts or deter away from things that are exclusively affecting Black people. And also with that, Nichelle, my biggest issue with the Republican Party is how they treat or they disrespect prominent Black conservatives. Look how they treated. Look at Larry Elder right now. He wasn't even invited to the debate. And how many years Larry Elder was at the forefront? In my
40
opinion,
years, something like that. 50 years.
40 years.
Yeah, Larry Elder. In all fairness, Larry Elder.
Oh, here you go.
Elder just didn't. I mean, I was shocked. I was shocked.
Come on now.
Okay, let me tell you, I was shocked when I looked up there and I said, wait a minute, there are actually two Black men. Will Hurd was up there. Will Hurd has a Black agenda. But why is he not mainstream Black conservative? If I sit up there and said, yo, Joe, y'all want to talk to Will Hurd and let him in on talk, let him explain to Black conservatives why voting for the Republicans is the best thing. Would you listen to Will Hurd?
I will. I'm gonna hear him out.
Right now, they don't fuck with us. They don't fuck. They treat. Listen, man, and y'all know I've been talking on this conservative line, mainstream shit, and I'm gonna be honest. We just had a conversation. I done had it with everybody on this panel. They don't listen to Negroes. I like it when you Negroes. I like it when y'all talk about school choice. God forbid y'all start talking that Negro shit. Please shut the fuck up. Like I've been on. Listen, I literally had a whole.
But what is that Negro shit? What is it?
That Negro shit. When you talk about damn 3 Black people being shot, then we hear, oh well, that's mental health problems. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. If y'all had 2-parent households, what the fuck did that have to do with Black people being shot by these white kids running up and just playing Call of Duty in a supermarket, a church, a goddamn Dollar General store? Why are y'all passing the buck? Like I'm saying, I shit you not, bro. You're not gonna. This is what I'm saying. It's got to be some type of program. I'm trying to like I said. If you can't, you can't have it with them. You see how they're programming. When the women called him out on his bullshit, he was like, "What? It's. I don't want to disrupt their families, bitch. You just now said there's no white supremacy. Now all of a sudden they pull up the clip on you saying the dumb shit, and I just wait. Me and Paradox just literally went over it. You did say it. You knew what you were saying. You said it.
He said white supremacy is a fantasy.
That's a fan. It's a unicorn. It's
a unicorn.
Yeah, and also look at how the Republicans mistreated Michael Steele.
Shit, that motherfucker's still sitting there.
I know, that's my boy too. No.
And to me,
they dogged him out, boy.
Probably the most balanced, to me, the most balanced Black Republican, prominent Black Republican from my perspective. That's just my opinion. To me, he was to me the most balanced, and look how they treated him.
You're a good
I
family.
know.
They forced him out, you know, and so one would have to look at those things. And
I've talked to him. He forgot he was black though. That's what happened, unfortunately.
They reminded him real quick. Well done. Well done. We'll come back for you. Like I said, man.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that there's a lot of problems. And the question is, which ones are the most fixable, and what
Why do gotta be
are the easiest to implement?
Why do we got
that if you want a message that rings true, especially to Black people, like school choice. When we start talking about school choice, we get positive vibes. In Texas, when we start talking about the red light cameras, everybody was sick of red light cameras. Everybody was sick of them. But we found in our research that they were put in lower income communities more than they were put in the upper echelon of communities.
I don't want to talk about school choice. I don't want to talk about school choice because if Republican Party can't talk about the bullshit DeSantis just did in Florida, then talk about school choice. Talk about fixing that shit about the history of Black people. How you gonna talk about school choice? You gonna jump over what DeSantis just did?
Okay.
Nobody in the right.
Let's deal with the stupidity. That you now have a whole group of white people that are afraid of the word race. They're critical race. I heard the word race. It's going to make my kids. It's going to make my kids hate each other. Okay. Did anyone ever largely come out and say what the Republicans need to do is educate our own base, like we did in Texas when we got the sign that said, this is dedicated to the granddaughters of the Confederacy, to let everyone know that the Civil War was not about slavery. It was at our state capitol. It was sitting up there at our state capitol. How the hell are you going to tell a lie when people walk into our state capitol? And I said it very well. I said, I do realize that a lot of my my Caucasian friends sincerely believe that their grandfathers, great-grandfathers did not have a racist bone in their body. And you're probably right, because they couldn't read back then. So they didn't know why the Civil War was going on. They just knew what they heard. They might have heard about somebody's cow tipping over. They heard things about the Northern Integration. They didn't even know why they were fighting.
Really think some white folk did not know why the fuck they were running?
Yes, I do know that, because even though the Articles of Confederacy are online, that when we sat up there and had to get those plaques removed, so many, I'm talking elected officials, people that had backgrounds in law, medicine, CPAs, they did not know the Articles of Confederacy existed, and they damn sure did not know what they had said, what they said. That you still have people in Texas, large groups of people, they're like, Texas can succeed from the Union anytime they want. No, they can't. It's already been decided.
Only on my channel does this. I must have
that is a wild statement that they didn't know. That's wild.
They said they could break that treaty of 1834.
I mean, you can't sit up there and say people know all the things that they should know.
You're not going to tell me that the white folks did not know that, hey, man, I think they're taking the slave. You're not going to tell me that. Like, I know.
But that's what I'm saying.
Or they don't know what it means to be white.
Joe, did you know that the majority of white people did not vote because of the poll taxes? Did you know that? That the poll taxes is what really, the repeal of the poll taxes is really what made the white man start coming out and voting. Did you know that for the majority before the Civil War, the majority of white men could not vote?
Yes, you had to be a landowners.
Yeah.
You got to be a landlord.
Yeah.
Okay,
So when you sit up there in the context and you listen, you really listen to these baby boomers who just took for granted that white men have always been able to vote. No, only the rich ones were able to vote. Then you sit up there and they honestly think that, because they were able to read and write, their ancestors were all able to read and write, unless they know that one little story of the guy who dropped out in 4th grade because he had to help his pappy on the farm.
Are you running a campaign for poor white people right now? I just need to know.
I'm not running a campaign for white people. I am running a campaign for common sense, to sit up here and say that the murders this weekend were obviously racially motivated, that in this country right now, they are motivating the white male to feel as bad, I must hate to say it like this, as the black man. The black men in this country, we constantly hear black men say, our women don't cook for us. We are the most mistreated. Now you have that same sentiment. And I'm a black woman. So I'm gonna sit there and say, maybe white guys talk to me differently. Maybe they don't feel as threatened by me, but they open up to me and they sit up there and say, Nichelle, you don't know how hard it is to be a white man in this society.
Wait, pause. You telling me
you let her eat a lot, boy. She eating right now. You gotta get that, son.
That's the truth, though.
Wow.
That is a fact. There are white men that do think that way.
Oh, Michelle,
I don't care what they think.
What the fuck, Michelle? Do you?
Okay, look, y'all know my Facebook page got all kind of people, and I'm not afraid. Excuse me, I'm not afraid. So when somebody comes on my page, excuse me, did I get to finish my thought? When somebody comes on my page and says it's not fair, black people got BET, what do white people have? And I started laughing. I said, CBS.
Everything else.
I said CBS. I said CBS because I know how to deal with them.
No, you don't.
I said CBS, Caucasian Broadcasting Station. Nichelle, I didn't know that that's what it stood for, because that's the way you have to deal with a situation. You deal with stupid. If somebody throws something stupid out there, you can only deal with stupid because they are not ready for the truth. You don't argue with a fool. A fool is never ever going to believe that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think white people know that they're white?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think white people knew they were white in the 1700s and 1800s?
Yes.
Even the ones that couldn't read and that was illiterate?
Yeah.
They were told that. They were told. But you're talking about...
So they understood how to move like a white person, right?
Look, let's say it like this. What I say?
Us in this one. You going on?
Now I want to hold you right there. I want to know: do these people that you're calling white, that you're caping for, that are poor and suffering and can't get anything correct and can't do anything, do they understand in their illiteracy over the last 300 years that they were white people? Do they understand that concept of what whiteness means and how to maintain whiteness, or were they just Americans that were just struggling?
You mean the white people that sit up there and say, at least I'm better than... I came to America because I was tired of not being treated equally. So I came to America with the idea that I would no longer be put in the same caste system as my father and my grandfather. That was the whole winning argument that they had to sell to the indentured servants that came over here. That you can come to America and no longer have to be a butler because your family your father was a butler. You don't have to be a tailor because your father was a tailor. You don't have to be. It's a land of milk and honey, a land of opportunity. That was some bullshit. They just sold that to get them on a boat, to get them over here so they could work for cheap. It's sad, but it's true.
I'm gonna ask you
Most
again though. Did these people know that they were white? Did they understand
know
that
they were-
concept of
No.
being white?
No, let me explain to you.
How you gonna
They
say
knew
Puerto
they
Rico
were
white?
they knew they were Irish. They knew they were French. They knew that they whatever little group of
And
language
when
that
did
spoke,
when did they give that up? When did they know to become white? Because they not that anymore.
they figured it out when they got here and realized the person that had the funny sounding last name like Hartpin. If your last name was Hartpin, you were an immigrant. So you had to clean that shit up. You had to be Gary Hart instead of Gary Hartpin. So by the second generation, they realized they had to blend in to fit in. So by the second generation, and that was what Nixon said.
Wait,
that-
wait. You're jumping up. You went from goddamn slavery.
She done jumped
I did
200
not
years
jump
ahead.
in. I said,
not
you asked me a question.
You're not gonna be doing time.
You ain't answering it.
I asked you a question. You asked me in 1740, did the guy from Ireland know he was white? No, the guy from Ireland knew he was Irish. When he got
And they
over to the
became white
United
in
States,
1960.
huh?
His ancestors, then they finally realized they were white in the 1960s under Nixon. What you're saying?
Under the Nixon administration,
Or when
the
they were,
70s.
or when they were non-land owning, non-voting slave catchers. Did they know they were white then or no?
They knew they were required to go to war because the rich white folks told them to go to war because the rich white folks were not part of the conscription. There we go. Conscription. That what they would do in the South, if you had enough money, you could buy your way out of participating in the Civil War, or you could buy your son's way out of. But if you were poor, you were forced into the Civil War, or either you would go to jail or be killed. So the old European culture of, okay, the landowner has gone to war. All able-bodied men must come to war with him. They didn't know why they were going to war. They just knew that they got rounded up, or if they didn't join in the army, they got killed. That's just the way it was in Europe. So you were either in the in group or the out group. In group, out group.
Right, black or white, right?
Right, black or white. If you want to be that cold. In 1600, it got so bad in England that there were so many starving white people on the street that the Queen, Elizabeth I, issued an order deporting all of the slaves. You got to go. You got to go because they needed to feed their English subjects. And the rich English people would rather have a slave than to have to pay somebody enough money for food, shelter, and clothing. So you also have the weird thing that, guess what? Severus Septimus was the Roman emperor that conquered Gaul. So when you go to Europe, especially up in Bath, you will see statues dedicated with afros. Why? Because the Welsh are descendants of the Roman soldiers. The Roman soldiers at that time were predominantly African. They don't like to teach that over here.
So
over there, it's common knowledge now.
But right, we know. But so when Europeans came over here, and didn't provide the African or the black man those courtesies and looked at them as animals? Was it training that they got from the rich white people to look at us as cattle? How did that work?
Yeah,
Because
it came down
these
to
ignorant white folks seem to be pretty smart when it comes to us.
yeah, it was one of the things that were taught to poor white people was, we may treat you badly, but at least we treat you better than we do the nigger.
Thanks.
What's his name? Johnson. He basically said it's one of the things that's in his history is that as long as you make the poor white man feel better than the most able-bodied, the most influential, the richest black man, smartest black man, as long as you make the lowest white person feel better than the highest black person, that white man will let you take the money out of his pocket and say thank you.
You mean when you say that, you mean giving them full access to the American economy? You mean giving them the Homestead Act and giving them free land? You mean giving them the GI Bill? What are you talking? What do you mean by
all
that?
those things?
It wasn't an
those
idea
things.
or a conversation. They were getting physical, tangible things to become white. It wasn't just an idea that I'm poor and I'm suffering. They were getting real things.
They were getting real
practicing their
things.
whiteness.
They were getting real things, but at the same time, the black man wasn't getting the little crumbs that they were getting. That what the rich white man was getting was a lot more than even those little, we'll give you 1/3 of an acre, or we'll give you 2 acres if you work it for a little while. I'm trying to get the exact quote. But yeah, but yeah, they were given things to appease them.
Yeah, like all the union jobs, all the police jobs, all the fire station jobs, all those jobs.
Yes, they were jobs they were blue collar jobs.
To have houses that they paid $5,000 and $10,000 and $20,000 for, that they passed down to their kids that were worth $300,000, and then they passed down to their kids that are worth $5 million. Those same people.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
you seem to think that
strategy is used today. It's no different.
Yeah, but you don't get to lace up 100 million people and make us become the richest economy on the planet and produce this thing called the middle class, which is obviously going to be predominantly white, and ignore that part of it. That's the major piece here of why this country's where it's at. And do you know that white people are going to transfer $96 trillion to their kids? Transfer of wealth, $96 trillion from the baby boomers. That's the wealth that they've accumulated on our backs for the last 200 years plus. I think they're fully aware of that. And they understand the benefit of whiteness and the amount of wealth they've been able to accumulate over there and stratified across the country.
Interesting. The math don't lie. And the thing it, we have a lot of transfer of
you
wealth.
get to sit up there and tell them that all day long.
I don't care about white failure. I don't care about that they got that they failed at what they've done. That's on them. They've had full and absolute access to this country for 250 years. White, poor or rich.
Okay,
we're not going to carry the burden of white failure over generations. They've had access, they've had opportunities unlimited. They're able to fail and build companies 19 and 20 times over.
Okay. So what are you saying?
Because their woe is me and I'm suffering, it's none of that's facts. It's all counterfactual information.
Okay, but
so
I'm asking you a question.
If they're talking to you with you having that information, them talking about them being poor or them talk about them being suffering, I just think it's ridiculous.
Okay.
Because it's not my fault that your grandfather blew all that money. It's not my fault that your grandparents sold that land. It's not my fault that you sold a house and decided to go and smoke meth. That's not on me. That's on you. You need to be accountable for yourself. That's
Okay.
not being that's not being delivered in this country. White people and white failure is not being accounted for, and they're leveraging blackness to cover that up. And then black people go to white folks trying to fronting like, oh, well, you're just like me, you're suffering just like me. That's not a fact.
That's true. But what is your overall point? That if a white man came up to you,
I just made it. That was it. I'm done.
okay. And again, I'm saying that if somebody walked up to me and said, Nichelle, you come in here with your fancy clothes on, you come in here with your fancy shoes, driving your fancy car, you act like you got it going on. What about the rest of us niggas? What about you? Don't you think we should have some of that? Go get it. I don't give a damn. If you come at me like that, I really don't give a damn. When you come at me talking about, Nichelle, all those rich white folks, why don't you go to those rich white folks and tell them to give us like $50,000 so we can clean up our neighborhood? Why the hell would I do that?
But you just now told, oh, wait. You just now dragging up, I'm part of the National Woman Federation, WWC. I'm like, okay, that's cool, but you're not in that room with those white women. You don't go behind closed doors with them and their husbands when they are sending their wives to go get certain grants or loans or certain stuff. They don't call you, Nichelle. They don't ask for you. They don't want you in there.
Damn. I forget how I've been supporting myself. Okay, never mind. You're right, Joe. You're right. I only deal with
it hurts.
If white women was concerned about gender, Hillary Clinton would be president.
But the whole deal was that
they're concerned about white men in their position in this country.
Yes.
Not necessarily.
It supersedes their gender. I'm gonna say it one more time. If it was about gender, Hillary Clinton would be president.
Okay, if you assume that that's the only
in dominating fashion, by the way, and getting a second term.
Okay, if you assume, wait a minute, if you assume, did you vote for Barack Obama because he was black? Did you vote for Barack Obama?
I did.
No.
Okay, so I didn't vote
for Democrats.
I did not vote for Hillary Clinton. My friends did not vote for Hillary Clinton because we really and truly despise her for what she stands for, because we all know down here in Texas that bitch is as lesbian as she can get. That her politics wasn't, her politics was not what we stood by. To us, it was from the very beginning when she started the whole, I'm not some Tammy Wynette stand by your man kind of woman. We know that, Hillary, because you really don't care what he does. This is a political arrangement.
But Nichelle, you and your friends were calling Michelle a monkey and a man.
Her hands don't lie.
This is what I'm saying.
Wow. Wow. That's crazy. That's wild.
I mean, I'm just gonna say it like this: certain things, if I sat up there and said anatomically, when you discover certain skeletal remains, you can tell they're male versus female by certain bones in the body. And if those bones don't add up to being female, they just don't add up to being female.
I'm starting to understand why those white people like you coming around. I'm starting to understand that. They like you. I'm starting to understand. I didn't know why.
Switching.
But you code switch. I started to understand.
Did I code switch?
Yes.
Did I code switch? I just sat up there.
Scary.
I have posted. I have sat up there and posted. I just sat up there and posted. Joe, I've even had a black transgender come on your show.
I know. And you know what's so crazy? You know the thing about it is? The thing that's crazy about you, Michelle, on these things, you don't even know when you're code switching the way you do. Like it's
smooth. It's smooth, boy.
It's like
smooth transition.
I'm like that. You know what's crazy? It's like maybe if this guy Ramos or whoever this dude is, maybe he learned less from you on how to code switch. You don't even know when you code switch. Like I don't even think you hear yourself at times. That's what be scaring me. Like I defended you black folks. No, Nichelle, you didn't hear yourself. I don't think you be hearing yourself. I got to start recording you So that
No, I hear myself perfectly fine. But the thing about it is, when you get on these shows and say, I don't give a damn about white folks, they can't take away from black folks no more.
Well,
That's what y'all just set up there and said. That
well, I'm gonna say this. Listen. You, unlike most people, you can maintain your blackness and still operate in those spaces. I mean, I would guess, Nichelle, without knowing the educational background, I would think that you probably went to white universities. You probably went to a school that probably was majority white, at some point or something like that. So it's not like you don't understand the social atmosphere that you're in and how you have to operate. So, I mean, it's not impossible.
Just for the record, I did go to Duke University. I did go to George Washington University Law School.
Right.
And when we went on these campuses, I'm saying when we went on these campuses, my first couple of weeks on campus, it got to the point where black people, we had the Black Student Union. We all met up, all got the invitation to join the Black Student Union. We had Jesse Jackson and Montel Williams as our speakers. Montel Williams didn't charge us anything. Jesse Jackson said, I need $10,000. Y'all at that rich white school. Y'all can afford it. But we wanted Jesse Jackson. So we got Jesse Jackson. He gave us a used speech. Montel came on there to inspire us. That we learned right away that the white kids on campus, what they told them, they told us as well. But we had to hear two different things. Because Durham, North Carolina is a predominantly black, upper middle class town. It has poor parts. Duke is right in the middle of the poor parts.
Right.
And we call the workers on campus Durhamites.
Does that make you feel better knowing you went to Duke?
Yes, it makes me feel very good that I went to Duke. Very good.
I mean, Duke is a great university. I mean, I wouldn't be ashamed of that. I mean,
I don't see why not.
Great institution.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not a good school. You know what I'm saying? You feel prideful in your education. But I'm asking you, and telling us all of this, the thing we're asking you about is that some of the stuff you say in the show, right? I don't think you catch on how much.
I know I'm talking to black men, and I've said it. I've said the things that I hear as a black female is probably different than what you hear as a black male.
Okay, so
that at the end of the day,
so I would just say, was you open up earlier? I don't know why the white man feels so comfortable to come to me and tell me how unfair it is. He cries to me, and I'm like, well.
Again, I don't know why me. Because I have a lot of friends that come from the same background that I come from. Maybe they just don't talk. They don't have the same kind of rapport with people that I have. But the thing about me is that I have one friend right now down in Houston. I've never met him. We've been friends for 10 years. I mean, I listen to him talk. He shares things with me. He's damn sure not trying to get into my pants. I'm damn sure not trying to get with him.
You had to mention that.
Yeah, because that's a lot of things that I'll hear. Oh, Nichelle, you're a sexy woman. You know, of course, they're trying to get you to feel sorry for them so they can get in your pants. No, I don't think so. But the thing about it is, just like the transgender black person that's a politician came to me and talked to me, is because I made myself available to listen. I don't agree with that lifestyle, but that's their lifestyle. It's to the point now that when I'm with this person and they start flirting with somebody that does not know that they're transgender, I go, no, she married, get in between. Not because I hate on my friend, but because I worry for my friend.
Okay, so
that
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to bring it in.
Joe, do you think that my friend, I'm the person you know, do you think that they could openly come out and talk to you about what it's like to be born a man but living their life as a woman?
I mean, that's their issue. That they want to live. That's their kind of.
But could you openly talk to them without going, ugh?
I mean, I don't got no skin in the game. They can talk to me. I mean, I've done shows.
I mean, but BMT channel has been very open.
I've had them come on my show, and I've talked to them and said, okay, this is how you think. All right, I'm doing the show, and that's it. I move on. It's called doing an interview. I don't put no skin into it. Oh my God, like freaking out. I just okay, cool. Like that's it. Like I got plenty of shows of me talking to people and moving on with my life. Like, it's not that hard. It's called talking. Like,
Okay. Well, I actually had to go a little bit deeper and say, aren't you worried about what's going to happen if someone finds out that you are actually, still got the whole package? Aren't you worried about what could happen?
now, what does this have to do with our topic? Now we're talking about.
It has to do with how you open up to people to find out their issues, how you get people to open up to you and come up with a solution. At the end of the day, if we're sitting up there saying, why will not the GOP recognize the issues that Black people have?
Okay,
And
now
I'm saying,
conflating the issue of Black people being shot and their political agency not being heard to the LGBT. We already got enough going on right now. We do not want to bring it into that category. We're trying to bring it back to focus on the Blacks and the protection piece of Black. We're not trying to go into the LGBT. Now, if you want to go talk about that, that's fine for you and your transgender friend to go talk about that shit.
okay, again, let's get down to what I've asked. Top 3 things that you want the GOP to fix.
Well, you already just said that you sympathize with the poor whites. That
I said what Black Pac was doing. Now I'm asking y'all.
I can give you
Yes,
my
your
3 issues. I can't speak for every Black person, but I can definitely speak what I think are the major issues. And my 3 things would be, the first thing would be access to capital. Number 1. Like, the second thing that I would look at is ending privatized prisons and just totally redoing the criminal justice system, getting rid of a lot of things that have been targeted to Black people, particularly Black men. And the third thing would be housing. Those are the 3 things that I would talk about.
they're never gonna fix that. They ain't gonna never fix that. That would fuck up their whole.
Okay, so let's deal with one. Let's deal with anybody else have any others besides those? Access to capital.
How about a Black protection policy? How about we get that? How about we get that done first? How about before anything else, get a Black protection policy, protecting Black people systemically as well as their agency. How about we get that knocked out? You know that shit. When you start talking about that, that will literally cover a whole massive shit. But we know Republicans never do that. We know Democrats never let us go far enough to ever have that type of agency. That's not a thing.
Okay, so Joe, let's start with yours. Black protection policy. So we want something in place before something happens. We want the government to pass some kind of laws that say Black people are protected and you cannot do these things to Black people.
Just like the Asian hate, which was easily passed with no fight, pushback. We want something similar to that.
Every group got it. Almost about every other group got protecting these but us. How the fuck that work?
And see that's my issue, Michelle. Like something like the Asian, and to be honest with you, in speaking to those who were Asian, they didn't even like when there's all this propaganda about all this violence towards Asians. A lot of Asian people were wondering where the hell all this came from. They didn't experience any of this stuff that was put on TV.
Sith Lord, do you want anything to talk to the Black Pack? I mean, they might even call you and like go out to them and allow you to sit on their couch. Okay.
Okay, so access to capital.
Yes.
Okay. you want on when you talk about access to capital, what criteria and what would be the return on investment? Would you be willing to pay higher interest rates? I mean, why should
Well,
what do
I
they
would
get?
say we should be willing to pay the market rate. And to be honest with you, not only the market rate, but that those funds in itself should be backed by the government, just like an SBA loan. Hello?
Yes, I'm taking notes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it should be market. No one's asking for like these 1 or 2% loan, market rate loans, grants, or what have you, along with the fact that these loans are backed by the United States government, by the Federal Reserve.
Loans, payback, regular market rate, but you would have loans that specifically an amount of money that says if you meet these qualifications, you will get this loan.
Right. You have to go through a process, of course.
Okay. So kind of like the farmers loans that are out there right now.
That would be a good start.
That are being challenged as being discriminatory. But I'm just saying that those were one of the ones that we just recently got that are being challenged in court now as we speak, because the rich white guy does not qualify for those loans, even though he has always been able to get a loan, but he can't get a loan. So why would that? How do we get past the argument that these loans are reverse discrimination? Real fact, this is actually going on right now.
Okay, the reason why my position is that the reason why it's not reverse racism is because the white man who's crying about it already has access to the same capital. No one is blocking that white man from getting capital. He already has access to it.
Now, as a business person, let me ask you a question. If somebody told you that you had to give merchandise to Indians at a discount, would you sell that particular product?
If someone told me I had to give a discount to Indians for a certain amount at a discount,
right?
It all
depends. Indians wanted to come into your shop. If Indians came into your shop to buy candles,
okay,
that you had to give it to them at a certain amount because they had not been able to get candles beforehand. Would you do it?
Federal government is a write-off.
Yeah, I would do it.
Which is what they do for us now.
And the circumstances would be the candles that I'm selling will also have to be purchased by me wholesale at a discount rate. And also I have to look at the fact that is it going to be profitable for me to continue to do that?
The federal government will guarantee it. They already do that now for people.
So if it's profitable, why not?
Okay.
That's one reason why.
Hold on, wait a minute. So in reverse, Nichelle, because let's
and reverse racism doesn't exist, by the way.
So in return for your services and your legal expertise, because you do charge like $600 an hour. Let's say that was something in which you in turn had to basically provide legal services for a large percentage of the Indian population at $500 an hour. how would you look at that deal?
Unless you were flowing, I'd need at least 3 clients, 3 Indian clients. In that hypothetical, I had to reduce my fees by $100. I'd need at least 3 guaranteed Indian clients for every 9. Actually, I need 9. I need 9 Indian clients to make up my money. I need 9 of them. You'd have to guarantee me a greater percentage than I'm currently getting. If I'm just chilling right now. I'm chilling.
Yeah, I get it, but what I'm getting at is that even at a discount rate, the circumstances for you to accept that deal has to be in concert to you making money. You
right, and that's all I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. So we're on the same page. That we have to sell it as a profit. That they would make more money dealing with us than they would otherwise. We're bringing value to the table. Okay. So this is the value that it's going to be more of us applying and paying you back on time,
right?
Than it would be if that same money, that same $1 million that you were just going to loan to Whitey, if you put that $1 million aside and you loan that $1 million just to Black businesses, those Black businesses are going to pay you back more or faster than the regular market would.
Okay.
As a business person, that would be what would make sense to you. Not just that's being guaranteed by the federal government. That's an extra insurance policy. Right. But that's all I'm saying is that when we go to the table and start negotiating, we got to see it from their point of view as well. Not saying the people that have the money, they want a return on their investment. So if you can bring in more business for us, we'll be happy to set that $1 million aside.
Well, the more business that would basically permeate throughout multiple sectors of as far as the economy, that's where the selling point is. The more access that we would have to that capital will actually spill into other sectors where we're spending and purchasing and buying, and we're actually employing more people. So we're actually being a benefit to the economy by having more access to that capital. So it's not going to just be to one direct person. It's going to basically be spread out throughout different sectors.
So a rehash of the mentor protege program, where we sat up there and said, wait a minute, we having trouble getting these minority contracts because we don't have as much experience because we weren't allowed to be in this market that long. Okay, if you do a partnership with a mentor, a majority-owned company that's been in this industry for a longer time, and they have, the political clout, the economic clout to get these contracts, you partner with them, there'll be a return on investment in the community. So if we can expand the mentor protege program that basically says that you as a minority can go out there and partner with a majority company, give them 49% of your company, give them 40% of your preferred stock, and still compete as a minority. 40%? And you can
40%? That's a lot. 40%?
You understand preferred stock is a loan.
Yeah, I know. No, but I thought you said 40% of the company of ownership.
I said no. I said you give them 49% of the company, and you allow them to have up to 40% of the preferred shares. So what I normally do here is people say, damn, Michelle, 49%, fuck, that's a lot of money. Okay, let's see, 100% of nothing. 100% of nothing. 100% of zero. 100% of zero is still zero. So you have a business right now that is not making that much money. But if you partner with this experienced company that's not only they're experienced, they have the political and capital clout that you need, but in exchange for that, they want 49% of your company. You're still in control.
Okay, so my position is this. So what you're telling me is that, okay, let's say the business I'm only been in this particular business that I own has only been around for like 8 months, not a long time. So if what are they going to do that's going to turn a business in its first year from not making that much money just on the fact of who they are? What resources are they bringing to the table that will allow a struggling business to automatically, evolve into something profitable? Like I need to understand, like, what are you saying? Like, what type of capital are they infusing into this company that's going to change it like that? Like, I need to understand that, because just to the fact that they have this don't mean that the company's guaranteed.
Let me give you an example, a real world example. When they were building the Dallas Cowboys, when they were building the Dallas Cowboys Stadium in Arlington, they needed minority contractors. Most of the minority contractors didn't have a lot of experience because they were shut out. So what happened? A gentleman by the name of Michael Williams had done 1 or 2 contracts with he was a former Cowboy, this particular Michael Williams. He understood the rationale. Look, there is a $20 million contract on the table.
Okay.
$20 million contract. I can get it by myself. I don't have the experience. I have 1 or 2 projects I can show you that I've done. I damn sure don't have the capital to go out and get bonded for that type of project. I can't afford the bond. So what am I going to do? I'm going to partner with the general contractor, Manhattan, and I'm going to give him 49% of my company, and he's going to infuse me with capital that I need to bond, to get the insurance bond. That's the first thing. Then I need to hire workers. I'm going to have to pay the workers until my first rollout. So, my first allotment, my first track of payment, I'm going to have to put a lot of capital out before they pay me for this part of the project. I'm going to have to keep a retainage, all these things he knew about. So, yes, he became, even though there were a lot of other minority businesses around that were trying to compete, he had the capital, the connections, and the clout. You can't really argue with the general contractor being your partner as being the one the general contractor was going to hire.
Now, is this part of that, what is that, the opportunity zones that you've talked about in the past? Is this part of
No, this is the mentor protege program. The SBA has a mentor protege program that's open to minority and women-owned businesses.
But the deal is, with their expertise and so forth, they're going to want 49%.
Yep, pretty much. Everything is negotiable. It might be 30, but they're going to get a substantial share of your, otherwise, not getting that contract company.
Is there like an initial fee to join them or something? Like, is there like a fee to even get in the game?
No, the mentor protege program is open. It's open. It's free for you to get involved with. But again, you got to apply. You got to get your certifications. Now, the certifications, depending on who you go through, may cost you, a couple $1,000s to get certified.
As a what? As a
minority-owned business. Minority-owned business.
Okay. An HUB?
So you may have to go through and get the certifications. The interesting thing, women, Black women, Hispanic women, we have to choose. We can either be minorities or we can be women. They won't let us double dip. But all thing I'm saying is there are solutions, but we got to, do the give and take. When we talk about prison reform,
Right.
that shit. I mean, the first choice or first whatever.
Well, let's go to the prison reform, and
Yeah.
to me basically the criminal justice reform is really what we really need. That's just as far as the prison aspect of it. I feel like it should be unconstitutional to have private prisons. That's my position.
I can definitely see that and understand that.
Because my position is that if you're going to privatize prison, it only increases the likelihood of more people being in prison so that people can make money. And that's not the purpose of prisons. Should be.
True.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It's basically, kind of like slavery almost. But the fact of the matter is that I have issues with that because, there have been incidents of judges and so on being criminalized, being prosecuted for extensive judgments and giving lengthy training sentences that were not typical in the past. I mean, there have been judges that have happened to. Matter of fact, I was just looking at a situation where there was a judge, I want to say in North Carolina or South Carolina, that they found that there was some issue with how they were giving juveniles lengthy prison sentences longer than what they should have. And those juveniles were in this privatized, they were all being, I guess, transferred to this privatized prison where this person was given like 6 to 8 months to a year longer term to the average person than what they were supposed to. I mean, technically speaking, there was some issues with that. And also the fact that there were kickbacks given.
Right. I mean, you do have that problem. That's why at one point in time we went to, on the national level, went to mandatory minimums because of some of the sentencing disparities that were rightly called out. Then when we needed apparently more and more prisons because of the war on drugs, then you suddenly had the places where people are poor. I don't want to call any states out, Mississippi, Alabama, Texas, where the government start saying that they're too poor, that they have limited resources. So do we put resources into building jails, or do we put resources into fixing the roads, building roads? Which one? We have limited resources. We don't think the governments do have limited resources in one sense, but we know reality. They have to do a budget just like all of us.
Yeah, but they're contracting and paying these privatized prisons millions of dollars.
Well, that's why they did it, is because they suddenly said, wait a minute. The county started saying, wait a minute, we got to let these people out of prison because we don't have the resources to house them humanely. So this is what the population, this is what you got to deal with. We're going to just run them in through real fast, real quick. They're getting out real fast because of overcrowding. Because constitutionally, we cannot be cruel and unusual in our punishment. So we got to give them air conditioning. We got to give them food to eat. We got to give them a place to sleep at a reasonable temperature. You started having the population saying, fuck those people in the prisons. Fuck them. We don't care about their situation. They're criminals. One famous judge here in Texas was quoted as saying, you're lucky you get fed at all, much less get fed a particular diet because of your religion.
Okay,
I'm
I
just
get
being
it,
told you.
but
It was like, damn. And he's still on the bench.
But if you want to minimize that, then you have to start decriminalizing certain things and quit giving and stop like mandatory minimums and things of that sort. And there's certain laws that are instituted to produce the amount of people being, convicted so that they can go to prison in the first place.
Right. Because guess what? This is my favorite part. I sat up there and listened to a city council member. I was so glad we got him out of office. He sat up there and said that if you were poor, you really didn't contribute to the city's budget by paying sales tax. So the only way the city could get your share of maintaining the city was through fines and tickets. What were people getting tickets for? Oh, like your light is out in the back of your car. Your tags are expired. This is little bitty ass shit was figured into the revenue. They had already gone and sat down and said, okay, we have this many of people making less than $50,000 a year. These people really don't contribute a lot to our city's sales tax. So we have to figure out the most common things that these people who are struggling to put food on the table will forget to pay. They don't have insurance. Okay, if you don't have insurance, we're going to charge you $300 fine. Oh, you failed to get your license renewed. Oh, again, $300. That the minds that be in the government are now working towards producing as much revenue for the government to spend on, building a new monument to somebody we don't even give a crap about, as opposed to building and maintaining safe prisons for those that do commit crimes. So there are a lot of crimes that shouldn't be crimes. I mean, in Texas, I'm from Texas, so I just talk about Texas a lot. We're trying to make it so that police officers do not have any discretion in arresting people who commit a Class C misdemeanor. What are Class C misdemeanors? Oh, well, like driving without a headlight, one headlight busted, one tail light busted. You don't have your insurance. You don't have your driver's license. You're standing too long in one spot, loitering. You jaywalked. You learned as a kid to look both directions before you cross the street, but you cross in the middle of the street, so we're going to give you a jaywalking ticket so we can get some revenue out of you. There are people who are paid to try to figure out how they can stick it to the poor people. Maybe that should be one of the reforms, that you should not make it a crime to just not be able to afford things the government tells you you have to have. But then you have people that said that's not fair. Why should I have to have insurance and you don't have to have insurance? You should be punished. The government made me get insurance. Why don't you have to get insurance? Do you realize there was a whole lawsuit filed because once Congress said, if you don't get Obamacare, your fine will be $0. People tried to sue the government because, well, if I have to get Obamacare, you should have to get Obamacare. You know how stupid that sounds? Y'all still there? Joe?
Yeah, we still here. I'm still here.
No, I'm just saying that there are agendas. I mean, access to capital, prison reform, housing, those are major things. I'm just going to jump on the housing so y'all can have some fun with me. If we're going to talk about housing, how many of us are really aware of Blackstone right now? I love all the great conversation. Okay, Blackstone is a private equity group that pretty much is trying to corner the residential market. This past year, they introduced a new company called April Ventures. They sent out a letter to their shareholders saying, we just put 90,000 homes, primarily in the state of Texas, on this great government program where we're guaranteed $3,000 to $4,000 a month per house for the next 20 years. You know what that translates to? April Ventures just bought up 90,000 homes that they're going to put on Section 8 throughout the great state of Texas. For their shareholders, it's great, but what is it? How did they spin it and say so that it was palatable to the people that were getting foreclosed on? It's great. You know, if you can't afford a house, the government will now have these brand new houses that you can move into, and you can use your government money to rent them, or maybe one day buy them. So if you're a minority and you're concerned about gentrification, understand that there are powers that be that are constantly looking at your property values and your property taxes and thinking, okay, well, if I buy next door to this house that's worth $50, if I buy their neighbor's house at $100,000, then they'll want $100,000 for their house as well. So then I can buy another house down the street for $200,000, which means everybody else is going to want $200,000 for their house. And they keep doing it until they get to the point where they brought the market rate up to $400,000, and they're now selling their house that they bought for $100,000 for $400,000, and they're giving money away for these houses. You go and get in this house, and you really can't afford this $400,000 house, so it's back on the market. It's being foreclosed on again, and you're asked out again. But if you stay in Section 8 housing, you will be guaranteed a place to stay for the next 20 years, and the shareholders will be guaranteed $3,000 to $4,000 for the next 20 years. So when we start talking about what we need, we also have to start talking about what we're willing to give in order to get what we want. That's one of the reasons why we keep saying the Republican Party doesn't offer Black people anything, because what are we going to give? How many votes are we going to give the Republican Party if they start addressing these issues? And maybe how many votes are they going to lose if they start addressing these issues?
Well, they won't vote, don't they?
I'm sorry?
I said they want the vote. If they want
But
the vote.
again, a business decision. How badly do they want the vote at that price?
Well, if you lose enough elections, you wouldn't want the vote.
Oh, they're going to lose elections, but it just comes down to their motto has been, if they can scare enough Black people from voting for Democrats, they don't care if they vote for Republicans. It's easier to scare people out of voting. Just give up on the system altogether. Your vote doesn't make a difference. You just don't vote.
Interesting. Well,
sounds like our host has left us again.
Well, BMT.
So BMT and gone to pick up the kids.
I'm gonna say this now, as it relates to, we do have a demographic. We're slowly changing as far as the demographic in this country. I mean, the white population is slowly decreasing year by year, and the Hispanic population is steadily increasing, and other minority groups are increasing. So there's going to be changes, and I'm like this: the GOP cannot no longer just rely just on white male votes, and either you're going to be assertive and changing with the demographic, or you're going to follow.
You know what they've already basically told me? That looking at the changing demographics, they've been doing this since Nixon. Nixon already had it in place that come, 25 years out, the Hispanic made up group would be broken up to eventually identify as white, because you would get to the third generation and they would identify as white as opposed to Hispanic, because Hispanic was made up anyway.
Okay. I have a question about that. It's funny you saying that. I mean, I hear this thing about saying, white, Hispanic, and all this other stuff like that, but I don't see Hispanic people saying it in the normal aggregate. I don't hear them saying this.
I'm gonna just be honest. I sat and listened quietly, and under none of the coming about black policies for protecting black people or harassing.
There's a lot of feedback, BMT. A lot of feedback.
Not at all. Not a damn thing came up. I sat and waited patiently. About when was that gonna come out, and that's why I said black people, even on the right side, they don't give a fuck to listen. It's definitely something for sure. Like, I mean, the candidates that the minority candidates up there can never speak up for black people or people of color, because they're white delegates don't give a fuck. There's all the black compact, black Negro squad. That shit, they give y'all a little club to the side, behind the goddamn building. You don't want to hear what the fuck y'all got to say. They don't. It's self-apparent.
But Joe, I'm gonna say it like this: you don't got
shit to say.
Okay, Joe. Only thing I'm saying is that when Byrd, when there was the dragging death, Joe, when there was a dragging death of James Byrd in Texas.
No, nobody cares about James Byrd. Did James Byrd get a bill passed?
Eventually, yes, he did.
What did it do for black people?
It made it an enhancement that if your crime was racially motivated, you were prosecuted under the hate crime bill, and it was enhancement added to the punishment.
So guess what? So that means that that was after a whole other race was targeted. Then all of a sudden they look at it like, again.
No, this was before. This was before. But the pushback was very simple. The pushback was very simple. And we get caught up in that. Okay. Joe, every time you go from here to there and say, no, white people ain't gonna never change. Okay.
They ain't been changing. It's not like they listen to you.
Joe, all thing someone would have to do is listen to this conversation. Well, listen to this conversation. If I say, these are the negotiating points. Fuck those damn negotiation points.
Let me pause right there. Do you think white people actually negotiate with you?
Yeah, I do it all day, every day. I do it. I do have to do that.
Have they ever asked black people that they need to negotiate for them?
Yes, they have.
What bill?
Keep going.
No, what bill have they asked black folks that they want to negotiate for them, for white women or white men? Or white children? What bill was that?
One was ending red light cameras. The other one was ending bifurcated registration. The other one has been charter schools. That at the end of the day, the things that I fight for.
Ending cameras on speeding lights, right? Those that their people get caught for running the lights, jumping up in police officers' faces and stuff. What else? Doing all kind of traffic lights, high speed chasing and stuff. So they wanted to end that. Now you also talk about charter schools, which their kids get mad at because they literally go past that of the district that they're supposed to be in. Their school's their choice. So what else is there? You're mainly bringing up stuff that they break the law.
I'm bringing up stuff that we've had results with.
You're not bringing
Joe.
up anything that they made a deal with black folks. Like they don't have to.
Everything. See, this was the deal. You sat up there and said, you're not dealing with anything that had to deal with black folks. And when you sit up there and say, the reason we were behind these bills is because they helped black folks. The things that we were doing was to help black folks. The reason why we are still pushing for the end of asset forfeiture is because it helps black folks. The reason that we are sitting up there trying to deal with the end of what they say is not quotas for police officers is because we're trying to help black folks. That at the end of all of our encounters, we have to negotiate. We have to negotiate. That you protest to get at the table. Once you're at the table, now you got to start bargaining. You got to have to say why it's worth their while to give you what you want.
What negotiations have they made?
What negotiations have they made with me?
Yes.
That when I got the plaque taken down from the Texas Capitol by sitting up there saying, okay, this is a lie you want to tell. This is a lie you want to tell. Why are we as Republicans fighting for monuments to the Democrats? The logic of it makes no sense. How much money are we spending trying to protect Democrat? These statues were put up by Democrats.
We asked now, Sith Lord, you heard exactly what I said, right? You heard. I'm not speaking.
Yeah, I heard it.
I'm not speaking Dow. I'm not speaking PG. I'm speaking straightforward. I asked him a question, but this is that me and Sith were talking about for almost 2 hours and a half about when it comes to being a Republican and especially a candidate for their talking points, you have to walk your race for them to you. Only unless you're saying, hey, black folks, what are you complaining about? Yeah, me, I'm Tim Scott. I got here because guess what? I didn't complain about white people. I just worked hard and I did X, Y, and Z, and I made it here.
Or you could be like Mark Robinson and sit up there and say, as a father, I'm pissed about these things.
Okay. Can't say
that Mark Robinson, everybody knows Mark Robinson is black. But he's not pissed because he's a black man. He's not pissed. He's pissed because he's a father first. That yes, sometimes there are situations in which you sit up there and you know damn good and well that you are being targeted because of your race or your sex. Why can't
Mark Robinson talk as a black father?
He would.
What goes on for a black father and a white father? Right?
He would, except for one thing. Mark Robinson sat up there and started to talk about the things that he had done, there would be someone who would always say, but specifically, what did you do just for us black folks? And then we'd ask, what did you want us to do? We want access to capital. Well, okay. So we give you what has already been done for access to black people, specifically for black people. Well, that ain't enough. Okay.
Why you keep
what do you want? What else do you want us to do? Now, prison reform. We go to prison reform. We go, okay. So we ask simple questions like, what would you like?
Do you think prison reform was simply for black people? As many black people have been thrown and incarcerated, been doggone, falsely accused. I literally watched a man was crying and happy because they let him out 2 years early, so 6 years early. He had been in prison for 44 years for a crime he didn't commit. And the white woman said, well, he should have done his whole thing. And all he could say was, thank you, Jesus, they let me out. Nigga, you lost 44 years of your fucking life. Tell me the bright side of that.
There's no bright side to that.
Okay, so,
There's no bright side. What did I tell you? I said that one of the problems that we have, Joe, you looking at, Joe, when I get ready to get my witnesses, when I get ready to get my clients, again, you don't understand the problem, so you can't come up with a solution. That I know before going in that the judge and the jury, I need to make my client look like somebody in their family, somebody they already love.
The white judge empathizes with the white boy off the rip. You said that an hour earlier. Like,
okay, and what have you said? And what solution have you given? What solution have you given? You keep saying, yeah, Michelle, you said that. And I said, a real world problem that lawyers have when we have a client that we have to go before a judge or jury, we have to try to make the jury empathize with him or her. And it is harder when you have a jury that's majority not looking like your client.
Pause. Either row. In your profession, how you would deal with a white youth versus a black youth, are you both the same, or you understand you're going to have to handle situations both different?
Say that again. I'm sorry, kind of went out a little bit.
A white child versus that black child. Do you talk to them both the same? Like, hey, you know, it's just a person I'm talking to. Or you understand, hey, I am dealing with a different diaspora that I'm going to have to start to look at from a different lens.
Yeah, I have to. There's some aspects have to be looked at differently, not totally the same.
Now, when we're talking about politics, mind you, you're in law or training, Michelle. You don't think they don't play racial gambit cards in the political arena?
Didn't I just say that? Did I just not say that when you're preparing your witnesses, you are sitting up there trying to make them understand that they need to get empathy. They need to identify. They need to, the way they dress, the way that they talk, the mannerisms that they use. They need to find something to make them empathetic to particular jurors. We're doing our best to try to get a jury.
I'm just letting you know, you haven't really done a good job in the law. Because literally,
okay, again, Joe.
Here's the irony. This is why we have to look at these codes. You literally brought it up with the white Republicans who got in trouble for the Trump issue, and the black man who got in trouble for the Trump issue. Which portion is out of jail, and which portion is still sitting there as in jail?
The black guy is still in jail.
Okay,
no bond.
So with no bond, shout out to Moonbeam on that one. Which one, when they stormed the Capitol, was still sitting in incarceration, and the ones that got out were doing it? I'm starting to notice a pattern.
Okay, Joe, at the same time, I'm also looking at a Yale law student. No, I'm looking at a Yale law student, Yale law school graduate that wasn't even in DC on the day of the bullshit. He wasn't even there, but his ass is in jail for how many years? 18 years?
How are you looking at a Yale law student? How do you know what he did?
Excuse me? He was convicted, sentenced to 18 years. He went to Yale Law School.
Hey, Michelle, ask me how do you know what he did?
How do I know what?
How do you know what he did?
Because they had a whole trial on what he did.
No. How do you know what he did?
Because they had a whole trial on it, where he was at the time, what he had done, what he had said, and he is doing 18 years in jail.
Do you know where he was when that happened?
He was at his home. His defense came up and said he wasn't even there.
Now,
He wasn't there.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you this. That one story you brought up. Do you know how many black boys have had the police pull up to their house that wasn't even at the scene, and they still get booked, they still get processed, they still get incarcerated? Do you know how many black people were just walking the street, and because they fit some random that they get thrown in? Like, so
Yeah.
you're bringing up that one poor little Tommy in Yale versus Garrett coming from work from Dollar General, and he gets booked and processed and said, "Hey, bro, we got this confession on you. If you don't sign this paperwork, you're looking at doing time." Well, we got a confession out of him. How many black people have already had that happen? That they're
I don't know, Joe. You know everything. You tell me.
For a gun, for a crime, for a murder that they don't even know what the fuck happened.
I don't know, Joe. You tell me. I just went through a whole thing of Joe. Again, you rambling.
No,
Every
I'm not
time
rambling.
someone
Nigga,
sits up there and says
every-
the jury is biased, juries are biased.
I'm random.
Juries are biased. What more do I need to say? Juries are biased. That I don't care if you are representing a poor white boy, that when you go into that jury, you try to clean him up to make him look as middle class as you possibly can,
Okay.
so they can empathize with him. So he looks like their nephew. He looks like their son. That's what you do. As a lawyer, that's what you're trained to do.
And I wonder how many black boys that literally get hit for a little misdemeanor, that they try to make him look like America's Most Wanted, that they go through his social media, that they'll pull up a picture of him with a joint or anything. No, this was a criminal. This was a terrorist. This guy, he definitely was a gangbanger. Like, we already just see what they did to Trayvon Martin. We already just see what they did to Black boy Ahmaud Arbery. But let's see, let it be. Oh God, he has mental health issues. Oh my God, his mommy and daddy had a divorce 10 years ago. So clearly this was the only way. So I mean, they took a whole nigga that started a church, Burger King. Like I mean, I don't know the level that of gymnastics you have to go through. See, I'm very in touch with the party when Ahmaud Arbery walked into a house that they were building. Why would he go do that? Clearly, he must have been a criminal. I mean, he got arrested. So yeah, he was robbing that house. How do you rob a house that ain't even built? What do you take out of it? What can you take out of it if you just walk in the street? You get chased down and gunned down, and you're still the criminal. Breonna Taylor, everybody called her a criminal. It literally she was in bed with her man, and because her man fought back, when they were shooting inside of their apartment with an illegal warrant, see, the Republicans said, well, she dated a criminal, so she had to be part of his criminal organization. Though they had been broken up months ago, she had moved on with her life. So,
okay, Joe, you're right. You're right. The system's just fucked up. Let's just throw it out. There's no hope. You know, Ghana will let you come back there. You don't have to deal with the white people. No visa required.
So are you telling me to go back to my country?
No, I'm not. I'm saying you have that option. You have that option. That if you can't fix the problem.
Are you bringing up Africa? I'm talking about.
I just said, you said that there's no hope for white folks. They ain't gonna listen. They ain't gonna change. So all I'm saying is things like this. Identify the problem.
You had white boys running in your office and crying on your desk about how bad it is.
Yeah, and I said, wow, damn. Let me look at it from your perspective.
How the hell do you as a black woman looking at it from a white man's perspective?
But that's the art of negotiation, Joe, is understanding how to look at it from the other party's perspective. That you can't sit up there and play chess by sitting up there saying, my king moves here, my king, my part. You have to look at their side, their game that they're playing. In order to figure out where you need to move, you need to anticipate 2 moves ahead. That is the only thing I can see is where my man is on the board. I'm playing checkers, not chess. So what I'm saying is that right now as we speak, hold up, right now as we speak, Minnesota, where my daughter goes to college, is the first state that finally came out and said, you know something, we have a problem. We have Black women going missing 2.7 times than white women, 2.7 times. We need to do something about it. They're getting killed, they're getting missed, they're coming up missing, and nobody's investigating this. Nobody is worried about the Black woman. What's going on here? What did the white male and Black male both join together with? Well, they ratchet. That's why they ratchet. That as soon as Black women start talking about actual, look at the numbers, 2.7 times higher than white women. The Black men suddenly unified with the white men and said, hell yeah, ratchet ass bitches. So at the end of the day, we have to.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I see. Let's test this pivot point right here.
Okay. Let's see y'all catch it.
We get to look at it. We're talking about Black. You're separating Black and Black women.
We're talking about Black issues. That Black issues that we need the government to help us with. That one of the issues that was brought to the forefront was the number of Black women that are being killed or wind up missing, that those numbers are almost 3 times the number of other races. That is a real issue in the United States. That in Minnesota, they are the first state that has been able to try to start addressing that problem.
Okay,
the problem is the pushback.
Why are you talking about separating the gender? Like one gender is above the other.
What did I just say? I didn't say I was trying to separate it. I said this is a major problem in the Black community. The number of Black women that are killed or end up missing in the United States is almost 3 times that of other races. I've identified a real issue in the Black community.
Okay.
That's a real issue in the Black community.
Okay.
But when women start talking about it, what do we get? The pushback comes from.
You know, it also is a really big issue that literally we're talking about getting protection for Black people as a whole, and she's only focusing on just women.
How many Black men, let's just put it like this one more time, that I sat up there and said that really and truly, when you sit down and start talking to white people about the number of unarmed Black people versus the number of unarmed people, men of other races that get shot by the police, they actually go to the FBI and pull up statistics that says there are more white people that have been killed by police than Blacks. I said, one, y'all are a bigger part of the population. The numbers should be higher. Percentage-wise, you still should be high. You're right. You don't make the news. That when Danny Shivers got killed by the Dallas police, there were no protests for Danny. It was shown on the news where the police were laughing at him as he was George Floyded on camera. They were laughing at him. There was
white boy.
Yeah, white boy in Dallas.
Black issue. Now this is crazy. How about a fucking Black issue? And she's bringing up more white folk. This is what I'm saying. I don't know where. Like, I don't know.
Okay, again, Joe. What did I just say? This is America.
Fuck out of here. I can't do this shit right now. I can't. Come back tomorrow, Michelle. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. Gone.
She's slipping those talking points in there, boy. It's crazy.
No.
You sure that wasn't Candace Owens?
That must be.
Candace Owens.
No,
she is a smooth operator. I'm in the conservative space. I know what it sounds like.
Listen, there is no way.
She dropping a whole bunch of them talking points in there, boy.
About Black issues, and she slided in white people's issues.
If you know the people that I know online and in the news who say what she just said, because that's how they talk.
Yeah.
They literally have entire conversations in very high level areas in a lot of these think tanks, and they say that last thing she just said. They say stuff just like that.
Because those think tanks, as you just said, those think tanks are sitting up there playing chess, I should say. They're playing chess. That as soon as a black problem comes out, they're able to counter it. They're able to counter it. Because if I sit up there and say that one of the biggest crises that we have in America is the number, statistically speaking, the number of missing and killed black women, the numbers are there. The numbers are there. But all thing I've been hearing, Joe, your whole conversation was about, you know how many black men been walking to the store?
Well, Michelle takes her medication. Come on back. Take her medication.
Damn, what happened?
The white man called her back. He called her back. She's having a factory breakdown. She literally had a Candace Owens moment. Now, I didn't have to say black men need protection. I didn't have to say black women need protection. I literally said, and me and Paradox talked about it early on, that black people need a protection piece. You never hear Asian people say Asian women need protection, Asian men need protection. They say Asian diaspora need protection. Now, see.
Yeah, we try to stay off of gender altogether. Actually,
we did a good job staying off
on purpose. On purpose.
Right.
On purpose. Because we're trying to go at it as a collective to get something for us. But see, you get this sleight of hand. Let me tell you about this poor white boy on the farm that got shot by the police. Hold on, wait. That's their people's job to handle that. The fuck you telling us? You think they care about little Jamal getting stomped on? You think they give a shit about that? I asked specific questions. Simple asked specific questions. Either asked specific questions. I was quiet.
She's definitely on their chessboard.
Listen, she is the perfect pawn. You are a good pawn. I am not gonna take that. And this is what happened when you're a rapper. Listen. This is what happens when you drink the Kool-Aid too much. You don't even know. Let me show you that it's almost to the level of how it's like this for this guy. Watch him. Watch what he has to say.
For the last couple of years, of racism we're burning out. We have a culture in this country largely created by media and establishment and universities and politicians that throw kerosene on that racism. And I can think of no better way to fuel racism in this country than to take something away from other people on the basis of their skin color. I've been saying that for years.
That would literally be, if y'all, I kid you not, you would think Michelle is on the other side of that mic talking to him. Honestly, right now, you would think Michelle talking to him on the other side of that mic. And Paradox and I are just sitting there on the soundboard. You would think that I really
taking something away.
And I think that is driving, sadly, a new wave of anti-Black and
Sir.
anti-Hispanic racism in this country. I think the right way forward is if we want to stop hate and discrimination on the basis of race, let's stop discriminating on the basis of race and see what unites us as Americans, because I do not think this kind of racial division.
You know the interesting thing about that? Other groups try to keep their identity.
Facts.
Go ask
That's
other
right.
groups. Go ask other groups. Go ask other groups. Hey, sir, you gonna give up your Latin identity?
No. Don't ask them. No, go ask a white person to stop being white. Just don't worry about nobody else. That's the only one that matters.
Yeah.
You start asking white folks to give up whiteness, and then we can start talking about the other races. Because, in my opinion, the only reason why other races exist is because white is the master dominant race that created everything else from it. We're only reflecting off of them. You ask them to give up race and see what happens.
That's great. And like I said, we're having, listen, y'all, we very respectful. It's just that when we start deviating from the conversation too far, man, I got to start getting guys up out of here. I got to. But goddamn, we already had it early this morning.
She has great points.
Oh, she knows. But see, that's what She's well
Oh,
trained.
so she know her politics.
She knows.
Michelle knows her politics. Shit, I can't take that from her.
Oh, I don't take that from her. But if you're not well trained in how to listen and separate the bullshit from the truth, just slide it in. What? So did you just say? Oh no, you didn't hear it. Keep shooting them on in there, shooting them darts in there. Now the elephant getting sleepy. Now all of a sudden you got a whole white delegate president sitting at the top. Well, I did see I was coming. Didn't you listen to the shells? Fuck. I knew you said something. I just didn't catch it.
Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you something else too. I hate chess analogies, by the way. I don't know if y'all follow chess and the levels of chess, and when you get to chess masters and how they process making moves in chess and how a lot of the game has already been played out before they even touch the chessboard. And it's a whole other thing going on besides talking about we're playing chess and making little moves and stuff. People who are at the highest levels who run things, it's really kind of beyond those kind of analogies, in my opinion. Those are sort of trivial little analogies. I hate those things. They're playing chess. They dominate the planet. What are we talking about chess for?
Playing no chess.
What does chess have to do with them mowing down this nation and taking it and setting up shop? I don't even understand that dynamic, honestly.
I want you to hear this right here.
They own the chessboard. They own both sides of the chessboard. They own every. I mean, They can morph and manifest and terraform everything, every reality. Change all the language around. I mean, it's so far beyond playing chess, in my opinion. It's way past that. You know, generally in chess, it's equal sides, right? You know what I mean? It's equal.
In any division is good for us as the United States.
I believe that there are a lot of people of color in this country who don't think it was just lasting embers of racism, but that a lot more work had to be done, particularly given the history of the systemic racism in this country with slavery and beyond. I want to ask you about a comment that you made about white supremacy in Iowa on Friday.
I've never once encountered that.
God is real. There's two genders. Human flourishing requires fossil fuel. Reverse racism.
Racism is racism. Mm-hmm.
Racism. Open border is something. I wish I could read the tenets of being this type of Republican. I would love to read their tenets. I would love to read. I would love to go.
Silly.
I would sit in their classroom. I said, Paradox, take some notes. Come on, D1. We got to take notes in their class in the tenets. I want to know what they talk about. I would love to see it. I would love to be a tenant. Just know what y'all tenants are talking about.
See,
Yeah, I'm sure.
the issue. She's overly optimistic about the GOP and how they handle shit. And the thing about it is, to me, an example of that is that when black people are trying to get something passed, we got to go through this long ass process, fight, march, and everything else. And when that Asian hate bill was passed, that went through seamlessly, with no fight or nothing. It's like, oh, we just passed the Asian hate bill. Bam, here you go. You know, it was
or that $3 billion that somehow consistently goes to Israel.
Yeah. A year, every year. You know, and the same thing happened with the LGBT community. They got all kinds of stuff without pushback.
Mm-hmm.
It just went through, passed. But when it comes to a Negro bill, oh damn, we gotta negotiate, we gotta process and do the research, and you're gonna have to do this, and what do we?
They got to do a bunch of studies, and they got to do studies on it, and study it again, and then study the study.
Yeah, you got to go through all this shit just to get stuff for us. Everybody else, okay, it just passed. So
yeah,
when it comes down to it, both parties are ineffective when it comes to us. So we shouldn't be. Nobody should have our loyalty.
That's a fact. Because Obama said, I'm for the whole country. I ain't for you Negroes. Good luck on your ventures, CBC.
Yeah, you know. And the only thing that's gonna work is what we're trying to fight for is black exclusively latent legislation.
Mm-hmm.
Exclusively, and not adding in everybody else for shit that.
Let me go ahead and play it for y'all.
I'm sure the boogeyman white supremacist exists somewhere in America. I've just never met him. Never seen one. Never met one in my life, right? Maybe I'll meet a unicorn sooner. And maybe those exist too.
So just because.
And the thing about it, I want you to understand. This is coming from a first generation immigrant saying that white supremacist boogeyman does not exist. That his same group have benefited from that of the suffrage of Black America. Shot, buried, stabbed, whole atrocities done to us. So he can run for a political office. Yeah. And so that's the irony about that.
What you can add to that too, I think, is he's constantly talking about history. You don't want to talk about our history, right? But if you listen to how he does all his talking points, everything is based off of what happened previously to get us here. It's just interesting how he's able to twist. He's not just him, but many people on the right, especially on the right, knows how to sort of twist it and kind of run that, traveling through time and then watching all the struggles that people have had, but remove us out of that history completely. He basically trying to erase us completely. Because she's giving him historical facts that he refused to recognize and pivoting out of it. But then when it comes to some of the things that he wants to go back to 1776. He wants to revitalize America. He want to take America back. It's insane.
For him to take it back would mean he would have to take out
himself.
For him to take it back. For him to take it back, this guy right here. Granted, I hope he knows that centralized part of America that he's trying to defend, don't fuck with his brown ass. I hope they know. Does he know that they call them Turkers and Haji men and silence you? Like, he's never seen blue collar. Has he ever seen blue collar comedy?
Mm-hmm.
Has he ever seen that on Comedy Central? They had a whole piece making fun of his people.
And people who are making fun that has power.
So
yeah,
I'm finding it interesting how he has to shit on his own people, minorities, and the suffrage of what Black Americans have done to say, hey, why are y'all complaining and talking about that racial stuff? Those
from the past.
From the past. However, just a few years ago, they had a piece on media. Catch this. We do not like it when brown people are misrepresented by media. Hold up. Why did y'all need to go say that and tell that to white producers? Stop misrepresenting Apu on The Simpsons. Stop representing Hamir or Akmar.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you need to go tell the white man that if it didn't exist? Why would y'all have to say, hey,
poor representation? Apu was poor representation.
We don't like it how y'all mistreat us when we go try to get into these schools and these colleges.
Mm-hmm.
Who you weren't telling that to the blacks? You damn sure weren't telling us that.
Well, if race didn't matter, it would just happen naturally, right?
Nah. See, but that's the thing about it. You're telling a blue-haired, middle-aged white woman that systemic Racism doesn't exist.
But if you can ever find some interviews from non-white people in Silicon Valley, as successful as a lot of Indians and Asians are, and how much money they do get paid well, obviously in many cases there. If you hear some of their story, it's a different conversation.
Yeah,
Because they start talking about how they don't get access and they can't get a particular job and they can't become CEO and they can't really get the funding to start their own business. I always tell people, have you noticed, have you seen a lot of Asian and Indian CEOs running major corporations or setting up and starting their own from scratch?
No. That
It even shows that he's an outlier to that, by the way. And then he complains about Black. I keep want to call it BlackRock, not Black. She said Blackstone, but I think it's BlackRock, if I'm not mistaken. But he complains about BlackRock all the time as a venture capitalist firm and how much power it has access to. He's complaining about white people. That's what's crazy about it. In his same industry, when he was struggling with the FDA trying to get his drugs approved, and when he was trying to compete against the larger pharmaceutical companies, he was being suppressed by white people who ran those businesses.
There's both BlackRock and Blackstone. They started out.
Blackstone, yeah. Is Blackstone's not as big as BlackRock is the big boy though. That's the number one firm in the country, right? $13 trillion of assets that it manages.
I get them confused.
Yeah, me
honestly,
too. I've been thinking about Blackwater and everything.
I think it's hilarious that that right now the richest white person in America is actually a real bona fide African American. That the companies that they're most afraid of have the word black in them.
With his grandfather and all those diamond mines, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right that that's why
Elon
I look
Musk
at
knows he's a white man, but he knows he's a white. He knows he's a white man though.
Yeah.
He's not confused about that, by the way. I follow him intently.
Yeah, like I said, when it comes to when I work with a Muslim law group, Pakistani to be exact. I was kind of shocked when I walked in. He's like, look, they only let in the best and the brightest from Pakistani and India. So we have to be cream of the crop. And he was very proud to represent the cream of the crop. But what I also
they call them the model minorities, by the way.
Yeah, I also knew one thing that not all Pakistani and not all Indians were, cream of the crop in this country.
Yeah, they work in parking lots and gas stations.
Yeah, but I had to figure out how they got here. So there's a thing called iVisa that's for those that have $1 million.
Wow.
Those what the big boys come in over $1 million. Of course, we know about the worker visa that they actually do have to show that there's no American that could take that job. So they have to get an Indian or Asian or Indian or Pakistani. But the other one I didn't know about was U visa. And once I found out about the U visa, I got a little racially upset because the U visa is a visa that they give to the immigrants, visitors, someone that comes over here on a regular visa. They could be a student visa, a tourist visa, but they could get over here and they're part of a crime and they're a witness to a crime. They were assaulted, they were robbed, something bad happened to them. So as long as they cooperate with the authorities, they get on the list to become an American citizen. They get their residency here in the United States. And I'm sitting up there one day with my little Lyft driver, and he's like, "Oh, you work for so-and-so law firm. He great lawyer." And I'm like, "Yeah, he is." He's like, "I used to have convenience stores, and I was going to bring my family over with the U visas during convenience stores, but now that's very difficult. So now I'm doing Lyft so I can understand how to start my own taxi company so that I can get my relatives in through a taxi company." I'm like, hold up. I'm looking at all our cases. $5,000 up front, no questions asked. We need $5,000. You said that you were visiting your cousin from India and you were at his convenience store while he was in the bathroom and a black guy came in and robbed. all the cases were black guys in hoodies, black hoodies, black hoodies, black hoodies. And I'm like, y'all could have gave us a cut of this shit. Y'all could have gave us a cut of this shit because y'all sitting up there charging $5,000. Y'all hire one little black person to make it look a little bit better when, I got to come into the court and say, well, my client is cooperating, Your Honor, because this black person in a black hoodie was the one that did assault him, and that's why you should grant him asylum in the United States. I'd be damned. I don't think so. That, like I said,
Really?
There's only so far my lack of blackness will go. When I actually do realize
lack of blackness.
Lack of blackness. You know what I'm saying?
Suspending blackness is what I say.
It just basically comes down to, I have Democrats that tell me they're glad that I'm willing to take one for the team.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So it's just a matter of
sacrificial lamb.
I've been that way. I was raised here. My mother was active during poll taxes when, she would go around and collect donations so that they could get black people registered to vote. That having that type of politics in my family, my grandmother's grandfather was the first black man to address a national political body that just happened to be Republicans. He was the one who gave the first civil rights speech to the House of Representatives. And I am my grandfather's granddaughter, because he said that he did not want to be equal to the white man because he did not want to lower his standards. This was a man in 1870s that was willing to say he was better than white people. He held himself to higher standards, higher morals. He said our black women were often more pure than the white woman, that the black woman had to get off the sidewalk to let this trollop pass by. These were things that John R. Lynch said throughout his course as a United States congressman. He started out he was born free in Louisiana. His father died. His father's best friend finally told everyone, hey, look, these kids are really mixed. His wife is mixed too. So they got sold into Mississippi. He ran away at 14, joined the Union Army, and fought against the Confederates. So that kind of history with someone who has the last name Lynch, who was willing to call out white people, is also something that the black people and Republicans are afraid of. I don't have a problem telling y'all that my grandfather, at least one of my grandfathers, was crazy enough to run away from slavery so he could have a chance to kill some of the people that were enslaving his people. That's just a point of pride for me.
Do you think it makes sense to bring in more black people or non-white people in general into the Republican Party to bring some balance overall, to put more pressure on Republicans to bring more of the identity politics into that space?
If we understood how to do it, it would make sense. How we have to do it is at the primary levels. It's not these talk shows. It is not, what is it? Niggas for Trump, niggas for the GOP. It's not that kind of stuff.
Well, you need if you had from my point of view, if you had major politicians from the right just say the word black in a positive way, you could shift 20% tomorrow.
I look at it like this.
And I'll tell you why I say that. If you look at our unemployment rate, you look at our education, you look at our success, you look at the millionaires that we produce every year, you look at our contribution to this country over time, it should be a very easy thing to be able to do. It's a strange thing that as much as accomplished as we are amazing people. We're almost magical, almost. It's interesting that they cannot find talking points to really speak to the amount of college graduates that we produce every year, et cetera, right? It's very unusual when I think about it.
It only comes down to, and I'm gonna say it like this, it's gonna be heartbreaking in one sense. How many of us realize the amount of work Katrina, not Katina, but Katrina Pearson put into trying to make things better for Black people?
Mm-hmm.
But as much as she tried, that it wasn't enough for a little light-skinned Black woman to be the national spokesperson for the Trump organization. She light-skinned. Fuck her. We need a real Black person. Who was a real Black person that came up? Omarosa. Oh my God.
But the thing is that if you study race and you understand race and you understand how we're programmed and what our trigger points are, or from a marketing perspective, how we process information, there are things that you have to, for one, already that the left has filled us up with talking points and mindsets and ideas and trigger words. The right needs to counter that. It can't just be, well, she's light skinned and she's not Black enough. That stuff should be easily dealt with, though. That's not an excuse. There's ways to talk around stuff like that.
It should have been. It's just like Will Hurd. People, even here in Texas, that, you would think that Will Hurd, in fact, he'd been in Congress as long as he had been, that he would have been a point of partnership.
Mm-hmm.
But all of a sudden, it's like Will Hurd's not a real Black person. Well, why isn't Will Hurd a real Black person? I missed the memo.
I know. No, I know what it means. I know you know what it means too.
Okay, so
especially if you're on the right, there's the thing about Black Americans, in my opinion, is that you have to speak our language. And so, if you become a Republican and you're on the right and you're a politician or anybody, if you keep refusing to speak that language, it's always going to be a problem. We speak a certain way. We listen for certain things for you to say. It has to sound a certain way, and that's not going to change. And so if you're from the right and you're having a conversation, matter of fact, not even that, if you behave a certain way, the average Black person is going to discredit what you're talking about, right? If you start talking about things that you do, like maybe I don't even want to put anything out there, but just anything that you do that doesn't fit the sort of the average Black person's lifestyle, they immediately start to write you off. I hope I didn't kill the conversation. My bad.
I mean, it's facts. Like, can't argue with that.
I've tested it. If I speak one type of way, I get a better response. But I know if I switch up and start talking another type of way, I start to lose people because I know that they want me to say things a certain way. They want me to orient myself a certain way. So I understand how people on the right, it can be a struggle because they don't want to sort of contort themselves to be able to do some of those things.
It's called being bilingual. One of the things we studied at Duke, yes, I'm going to say Duke, was the philosophy of Dr. Martin Luther King, and why Martin Luther King was picked over others to be the kind of like the spokesperson for the movement. Why Rosa Parks was picked over the young Black girl that had gotten kicked off the bus. That whether we like it or not, we want somebody that, Martin Luther King was a highly educated, Dr. Martin Luther King. He knew the cadence, he knew the cadence, he knew the big words. I mean, when I listened to his speeches versus Malcolm X was well versed as well. Very well versed. One of his most famous speeches, by any means necessary, wasn't even given to a black crowd. It was given over in Europe, in England, either Oxford or one of those universities there.
Yeah,
Why is it that when a black man says, give me liberty or give me death, he's considered subversive? That they were killed. The black people that actually told the truth and said, fuck the devil, they were killed. Even now, I mean, I say Trump is, orange is the new black. I keep laughingly telling people orange is the new black, because at that point in time, I had contacts in the black media, strong contacts. And I'm like, Trump wants to talk directly to black people. They're like, well, he needs to come on my show and he needs to book this kind of ads and he needs to pay me this and he needs to pay me that. And I'm literally working with like the Tom Joyner show, will you do an interview with Trump? Will you give him a chance to talk? It got to the point where we were shocked. I was shocked because Katrina was just like, fuck it. Let's just go directly to the largest trending black media group is not, Tom Joyner or any, what's the little chub, Roland Martin. It's actually a Media Outtake. So he went to Media Outtake and said, hey, can I pay you guys to run a segment for me? And he asked the simple question, what do you have to lose?
Yeah, I remember.
He actually did try that.
Yeah, but what do you got to gain? The question should be, what do we have to gain? Why would I vote? Why would I vote for you in order to leverage what I have to lose? What can I gain? Shit.
Okay, you're right, but what I'm saying is that has any politician, with Barack Obama, we gained, racial pride, I guess that's what it was. But realistically, at that point in time, Trump didn't even have to ask for the black vote. That at that point in time, there was no real consensus on what it would take to get blacks to come out and vote for a particular candidate in large numbers. That at the end of the day, it was kind of like, we had, Reagan, we had Bush that hired a lot of people, that tried to put blacks in high profile positions, that tried to make, loans more available to minorities. There were pushes done during the baby Papa Bush administration that, they tried. And a lot of those people from that group that stayed around long enough, they got sullied and soured by their own people. Because, my favorite clip from Trick Baby is where they sit up there and said, if you give black people the creature comforts that we as white people enjoy, pretty soon they're not recognizable by their own people. And there's a rift between the blacks that have something and the blacks that don't.
I'm gonna show y'all a little clip. No, I think I took it down. No, I think it was taken down. Somebody sent me a clip of them talking about how blacks love to be slaves. It was the happiest day in a black person's life to be a slave for the white. That probably was the easiest time. And they had to worry about eating, food. They were taken care of. And I was like, where did this documentary came from? I said, where did this documentary came from? That literally the FDA and the U.S. Health Board said, damn, the only reason why they had stepped in because they didn't know how to tax it. Do you tax it as cattle? Or do you actually tax it as an employee? See, that's the only time they actually had to figure out these type of atrocities. Are we benefiting? Are we getting paid for this also? Or you only get paid? Like it's a night and day of fuck shit. Now, again, I'm going like this man, this Rama, whatever. Like literally, I mean, they don't got nobody on the Republican side. They don't. Either it's DeSantis, that fool. All the Republican people are a waste of fucking time. They're all clowns. And their Messiah Jesus is right now sitting in that county, figuring out what's going to happen for him on the last days. So I don't know. It's looking like we're going to most likely get a left side candidate because.
But y'all forgetting about Robert Kennedy. Don't put Robert Kennedy out just yet, because believe it or not, Robert Kennedy, even though he can't get Secret Service protection, he's actually speaking some stuff that needs to be said. So at the end of while we go through this whole thing, there could be a big shakeup that people are not anticipating. And those of us that are strategizing, they're actually trying to make things happen. Because I know some of the people that are backing Trump, that back Candace Owens, that want to see the black vote, that want to hear what it would take to get the black vote without it costing so much money. What kind of proposals? And then what are you willing to give in order to get that? I'm not sitting up here whistling Dixie because it's my time to whistle Dixie. It is.
The black vote in itself is extremely valuable because you have to take into account if more people vote to the right, it's gonna give the right way more power than they've ever had before. So I think the return on investment will be monumental, to be honest with you.
I mean, part of me is optimistic. Part of me knows that there's really not that much difference between the power structure behind the Republican Party and the power struggle behind the Democratic Party. But as far as the grassroots voters are concerned, that what you can really get people, not the 1/3 Democrat, the 1/3, it's the 1/3 of those independent, the majority of those independent voters that are out there that are ready to listen, whether they're black, white, purple, or green. There are white people, there are independents that can sit up there and see the injustices that are going on in this country, the injustices to black women, black men, Asian women, Asian men. They can see that, but they can also see that, things ain't too good for us either. So
the Republicans and Democrats do not want lower class people to unify.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm not
neither party wants that. Because remember, white people do not vote their interest. They vote against their interests all the time.
And that's what I'm saying. That there are, that's why I said, don't forget Robert Kennedy is out there now.
Robert is as much of a fan I am of him.
He stands no chance because the way the Democratic Party is set up, the super delegates are not going to vote for him.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, super delegates are not.
If you look at his talking points, right, it still goes back to sort of a little bit of a fantasy thing, like maybe 20 years ago. What he's saying would make sense, but I think this country's somewhere else, and he thinks he's strong enough to pull us to another place, and I don't think he has that level. He doesn't have that level of clout, and I don't believe either party is going to back it.
The only thing that we can hope for, and this is going to be crazy, but remember back in was it 2008 that Rush Limbaugh called for Operation Hillary, where Republicans went over to the Democratic primary and voted en masse.
I remember that
for Obama.
I remember that.
Okay,
I forgot all about that.
When people ask me, how can black people make the parties listen to them? The way that you get your agenda is you focus in on the primaries. Identify the primaries. Get people on the ground. If you can only get 1 or 2 people in each precinct to show up, just 1 or 2 people to show up. Do like Reagan did. Reagan was a Democrat, but he got people to show up at the primaries. Look at the Ron Paul now. They're libertarians. They don't even bite their tongue about it. They are libertarians, but they get people to show up at the primary system. And those people
Rand Paul and which one is it? Which one is the father? Ron, right?
Ron.
Yeah. So Ron and Rand, when people hear when the general population hears their politics, they get scared. It's kind of interesting.
Right. But they have such a grassroots organization at the daggum primary level. I was sitting up there like, God damn, hold up. I saw those mofos here. They're ran by a preacher. You know, he's not a televangelist. He's just your, fire and brimstone preaching, young-ish. Now he's like,
the white
early
Christian.
50s. Yeah, he's early 50s now. But he's the kind of guy that has a little blonde wife and they got their 7 kids there because, he's a man. He got a woman that, that spreads her legs and gives him babies whenever he wants to. And he doesn't need any government assistance to maintain his family. That kind of guy.
Besides that tax break for having that church. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But you and I see that. But again, average white guy is just going to see preacher. He's a man of God. And we're going to follow this man of God that's making the government do what God wants the government to do. But
I think one issue with that part right there is that a lot of this country has become atheist or agnostic or non-Christian. And that's affecting both parties.
Left more than our party, because the conservative movement, what's left of it, I should say, is very much, God, guns, and glory. God, guns, and glory. That's just the way it is. So even I had a Jewish woman tell me, she goes, Nichelle, I just grit and bear it. Everyone knows I'm Jewish, but they keep giving me, Easter eggs. They keep giving me Christmas presents. And I'm like, I wouldn't complain, shit. I'll take a Kwanzaa present. If you want to give me one, I'll sell it. If you're giving out gifts, giving out food, I'll be there. So I don't get into the debates about, do I celebrate the 4th of July or do I celebrate the Juneteenth? If you throwing a party and there's free food, I'm going to be there. That's just the way I am. Do I realize that they represent different things, different people? I'm okay with that as long as y'all pass me out some food.
The same with Trump. I mean, half the party had to bite down and bear it because he got so many of those votes coming in that he just took control because his lifestyle and his culture does not match.
No,
those pieces do not fit in my mind. I can't get them to fit yet.
As far as Trump being a family man, yeah, he's been loyal to his kids. Yeah. But as far as, was he a womanizer? Yeah, Trump was a womanizer.
But everything that they hate that he does, that we do, that they talk to us about is insane. His lifestyle is a very Black cultural stereotypical lifestyle that you would see in a movie, in a rap video. But as an older white male, for some reason, it gets washed. It's fascinating.
Don't forget that Ronald Reagan was divorced as well. That he led a very opulent life compared to Malcolm X. We tend to whitewash a lot of things on the conservative side. Malcolm X was actually the high yellow Negro, but when you see pictures of Martin Luther King, don't he look kind of light skinned to y'all?
Maybe because of the photo.
Yeah, but I'm saying
the photo flash.
Because the photo flash, he always has that, nice yellow complexion.
You
Malcolm X, they try to gray him down.
you think about police? Do you really think white people care about the color is a Negro's a Negro, black is a black?
No, I'm going to tell you that they have noticed, just like we did, because we told them that colorism is a branding thing. That
You
when
said we
had,
told them that, or they structured it? What do you mean we told them that?
Yeah, like I'm trying to figure out who's we. Like,
Yeah, because the Portuguese, the Spanish, the French, and the English decided the color code.
Okay, but Uniworld was not dealing with advertisers in the 80s and 90s. That when we started saying that if you want to get into the black neighborhoods with your products, you have to listen to us and we'll tell you how to get into the black neighborhood. That when the Cosby Show was, America, all Americans love the Cosby Show. We collectively, the loudmouths,
Don't do it. Don't do it.
the
Go ahead.
loudmouth said that
Don't do it.
that wasn't keeping it real. The Cosby Show was not a real show. That when we start producing certain results, there's always a loud part of us that starts saying that's not legit. When we had beautiful music, when we had Whitney Houston, when we had Prince, there was always some loudmouth motherfuckers that said, but that ain't real, black folks. Prince ain't a real black man. Fuck Prince. He ain't real. Fuck Whitney. She ain't real. So we developed a subculture to the point of I had to cuss a friend of mine out because she posted, conservative woman posted this, trying to poke fun at the liberals. But I'm like, I wouldn't have even looked at that shit if you hadn't have posted it. Why do I need to see two black females talking about, excuse me for saying this, I gotta repeat it, my asshole is brown and my pussy is pink. That's my pussy good. That's why I keep putting out all these babies. And another part of it was I can't wait to give Joe Biden a blowjob. What the hell was that shit? But somebody's backing those girls. They're paying them to say that vulgarity. And they even have my conservative friends actually make them believe that we put that out because that's what we want to hear. So yeah, we've gotten to the point of if I don't do it, Charleston White, y'all all know Charleston White's from here in Texas, right where I'm from, right? Y'all know who Charleston White is, right?
All right. What you got to say?
Charleston was not interested in bringing in additional votes. Charleston was interested in getting money in his pocket. So he was as crude when they were offering him, like, Charleston, would you like to be, a job? Would you like a job as the national, the Texas minority outreach for black people? Fuck you, niggas. I fucked your wife last night. Yeah. He wanted those he moved up so he could get access to people so that he could videotape himself saying vile stuff to the white man. Like, yeah, that's what black folks want to hear. They want to hear a black man go right up and say, fuck you, Rick Perry. Okay, hey, some people want that. But that's the audience that he catered to. That's what he wanted. He's not trying to get votes out. He now has, his little niche in the podcast world where he says derogatory things about black people. And he can tell people that I've cussed this person out, I've cussed that person out. But if we want real solutions, I'm telling y'all, what we have to do is sit up like we did today and talk about the 3 things that we would really like to see the government change for black people in America. And that, Joe, yeah, I understand what you're saying, that we want the black person protection policy, but any law on its face that discriminates against either for or against one particular race in and of itself is going to be challenged as unconstitutional.
That's
If
a lie. That's a lie.
okay,
That's a lie.
okay,
You got laws from specific groups of people, and they got passed. So what are you saying?
they got passed, but that doesn't mean they're not being challenged.
They got passed in like a few days.
They got passed, but that does not mean they're not being challenged. Because there's a group.
Did they use ethnicity or race?
And that's the other thing that you always have to. There's a difference between ethnicity and race as far as the law is concerned.
That they would get challenged, but literally the Asian crime bill. Holy shit! Like literally, specifically Asian crime bill.
Is Asian race or is it ethnicity, or both?
Technically, they're calling it ethnicity, not race. Technically, because technically, especially when you bring in Indians, that there are a multitude of races within Asian culture. I don't make this shit up. I just sit back there and go, So Indians are considered Asian. Even though Indians are the cousins of the Muslims who are considered white. I don't make up these rules. I just tell you what they are.
Literally, India is an Asian.
Southeast Asia.
Pakistan was once part of India.
Until the war.
Yeah, but it's still in that same subcontinent.
The majority of Indian countries are Asian.
Yes, but again,
there's Indians in North India who look like Chinese people too, and they're not Chinese people. Just to put that out there.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm just saying the political aspects of it had to do with a lawsuit that kept Muslims from coming into this country, that the Pakistani have brought back onto that. They piggybacked onto it that Pakistani are classified as Caucasian. Indians are still classified as Asian when it comes to the the Census Bureau, and as far as immigrants coming in from Asian continents, the Indians get hit with, and I'm proud of them that they have now surpassed China in population. I'm proud of them. More than one way to fight these system around the world that disfavor people of color.
And the thing you were saying about some of the hip hop artists too, a lot of that music is, even though I know it is promoted and paid for, a lot of that we're not even listening to a lot of that stuff.
No, I mean
a lot of their audiences are mostly white or foreigners.
Yes, ever since Tipper Gore.
A lot of us are very diverse in music, especially if you go through generations. They listen to any of that kind of music and don't even agree with it. And so when a white person tries to make some of these statements, that's where the racism pops up at, because you're trying to tell me that we have about 20 genres of music, and you're trying to think that all black people support something or all black people listening to something. And a lot of times, a lot of those songs that come out go somewhere else. When you look at the numbers.
Right. We've been saying there's been a vocal minority of people that have been saying that since Tipper Gore wanted explicit warnings put on music. That the long and short of it has been that as far as getting together and unifying and saying, these are the top 3 things that we need as a voting demographic. If you give us these 3 things, this is the percentage of our vote we can guarantee you will get.
And let me hold you one more. Let me hold you a little bit more on that music part. I don't know if you listen. Do you listen to European music, white music?
Yeah.
Do you listen to heavy metal?
Some of it.
Stuff
Metallica.
like that. Yeah. So you listen to heavy metal. You listen to a lot of the punk rock and some of the other music. Some of the things they talk about, like I said, if it's us saying it, it gets attention. But some of the things that they talk about, a lot of their music is devil worshiping music on top of everything else, explicit devil worshiping. it's interesting that a white person would even bring up hip hop. To be honest with you, if you go through some of their lyrics
No, I mean, one of
and
my
their
favorite.
behavior and their mindset and their culture, even though I consider some of our music very suspect, but popular music in general that's not black, a lot of that music promotes debauchery, promotes um, uh, atheism, obviously devil worshiping. I mean, just it's an innocent amount of things. Not country first, selfishness, greed, etc. So we're from a race perspective, we're still being tagged as something.
Right.
And because white people want to hear what they want to hear and they are paid for, that's one thing. But black people make love music to this day, all day and every day. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
it's not like
I get it.
we're like some subhuman creatures of people who promote this debaucherous music. It's not even none of those things are real. It's all propaganda. So you got to be
Yes, it
very
is.
careful saying
And
stuff like that and not tagging it as being propagandist.
there's very little. I just told you that one of my conservative friends put that crap up on her page and had all of these, black conservatives like, oh my God, look at the liberals, look at the liberals, look at the liberals. And it's like, black people are so dumb. And it's like, why do you keep doing that? Why do we keep allowing ourselves to do this to each other?
But we don't have a machine. We should. I wish we did. And that's a different conversation
Right.
about having a similar what are the ALU? Something similar for us as well, for terrorist protection, anti-terrorist protections. But even from a white perspective, when you look at Hollywood, and they do criticize Hollywood, sort of kind of criticize Hollywood. I don't think aggressively enough from a race perspective, but a lot of their films they put out are anti-American, and they just crank them out.
Yeah.
And you're not seeing conservatives really target some of those things.
New world order. You have a new world order thing that's going on that really doesn't care about race. It's just you're either part of our new world order or not. It's very ethnically diverse.
But it's race based.
My awakening to what was really going on had to do with.
If you could acknowledge that there is like this new world order thing, and they are actually above the race game. Actually, the new world order wants you to play the race game. This is what the world order wants. They're gonna collapse all the societies with racial grievances or whatever. But if you can say that, knowing that to be a thing, why should black people continue to be raced first? Shouldn't we find another value system if that value system is the one that's being used to lead us astray?
Is she on mute? Did she drop out? Oh, she did drop out.
What happened? I couldn't hear you, bro. What'd you say? I didn't mute her.
No, it was weird. I thought that was me. I'm like, damn, did everybody just leave? Like we just
no. It wasn't you. It wasn't you.
I asked the question because Nichelle says something about the new world order, and they really don't care about race. And what I kind of counter with that is, all right, if you can acknowledge that there was this quote new world order, right? We'll use that as a shorthand. And the new world order, not only they don't really see the race game the way black people see it, but they actually use the race game to their benefit. So technically, when black people play the race game, aren't we playing along with the new world order?
Well, she needs to answer that question.
That's just kind of how I feel about the whole thing, especially knowing what I know. Like you started talking about Hollywood and all that just now, being anti-American. Like, there's two things Hollywood really, really likes to make fun of: Americana and Christianity. And so
absolutely.
With those two things, it kind of if the new world order is telling you that they pretty much hate classic Americanism, however you want to describe that, traditional American ethos. If they hate that in Christianity, maybe that and Christianity are kind of probably good things. Because if the new world order hates it, it's probably good for you.
I can't tell if you're serious or being facetious. I can't tell.
I'm dead serious in my facetiousness. It's 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 I know it's an uncomfortable thing to for black people to face, right? But what if our march for racial equality has just been a long march off the cliff?
Hmm. I mean, I have a comment on that, but I wanted her to orient herself around that question. Is she coming back up?
Nichelle is, I don't know. She's doing the Nichelle thing. She'll be back in a month.
Okay.
But I mean, because I was listening to you guys talk before I even spoke up on the panel. I was just sitting quietly for a second, and we've been having the same kind of racial conversation for a long time, and I think
we don't dictate race. There's not going to be a racial cliff. We don't drive race. I don't personally believe we do any of those things.
Well, when you say we, you mean black people. We don't drive race, right?
No, we've been identified as something. We've been categorized, and we've been forced into a classification. So it's really nothing to do with us.
Well, I don't take issue with classification.
We're just working within that framework.
Fine, I'm accepting of that. I don't take.
Now, if we had an empire, then we can have a different conversation, right?
Well, we will never have an empire. Empires don't belong to the people. No, it's not an if. It's not an if. I challenge the construct of your framework when you mention the empire. There will never be a
let me rephrase it.
Laying it out. No. A black man can have an empire. Listen, if a black man has an empire, then he can make the rules. But you're turning this into a we thing, and it's not that way.
Right. If we was under an empire that we would classify as black, and that empire had a position, then maybe we could have a conversation. Yeah, that ain't happening. That's not happening. I was just making a point about that, but that's not happening, obviously.
I get it. Fine, because if was a fifth, we could all get drunk. Yes, I get that.
I'm operating from the framework that I'm living in, and so people are pushed to say race because that's what's been set up that we're working through. That's all I was saying. I wasn't trying to get into anything heavier than that.
Well, I challenge even that when you say people have been pushed. Because have you ever looked into the origins of the so-called pro-black movement? Like, at what point in American history could you actually point to like people who spoke and acted, like organized around this construct of black people being oppressed by white men? No, it was a question. Have you actually looked at the origins of it?
But the origins of how pro-black was created or started, or the ideas exist, or the language exists.
Who are the very first people to create these constructs, use this language, start trying to organize black people that they need to sort of defend their blackness against whiteness and that whole back to Africa stuff? We're all Africans. Have you ever even looked into who gave us these thoughts to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it out there. I've been hearing it for years. I mean, you have people like Marcus Garvey having movements, and people in the past having movements. Talented Tenth, have all type of people talking about Nation of Islam. I mean, it's plenty of people who bring up some of this language because obviously, language has been introduced to us over time, and then at some point we became this thing called black. So, how it happened, I don't know. Why do we accept it? I don't know.
I don't even know.
But it's being put on us, in my opinion. I do feel that.
I don't know if that's true. Even I mean, I get what you mean when you say like somebody wrote the dictionary and they got to classify whatever things were, like they did the naming. But I think it's if from an objective standpoint, there are at least more than one racial category for the human species. So to say that we got categorized as black, I don't see any kind of slight in that.
Yeah.
I don't see no slight in that, but we've always had there's always been categorized since the dawning of this country. There's always been different categorizations of people, class, ethnicity. You had the Redskins or the Indians. You had the Asians. And you also had the Negroes, and then you also had the whites. And sometimes when they feel certain populations are not enough or that certain groups are growing, they start to galvanize other groups into their group to actually balance out the number. You
and that's all through the Americas. Mestizos and mulattoes and Europeans made these decisions. Europeans decided how they wanted to structure things and how they want to classify people and who got what resources from Brazil all the way to Canada or Alaska for that matter.
Well, let me ask you a question. You said you mentioned if we had an empire earlier, right? So if there were a black empire and we like restructured things so that black people were somehow on the top, would that be like somehow like automatically just because we're on the top?
I'm not going down that rabbit hole. Nope. Oh, I got you, but now.
Empire? Well, we can look at other specialties of empires. You had the Ottoman Empire. You had.
He said the word justice, so that's just
Well, hold on, but I mean, you had the Romans. They had an empire. The Romans had an empire. The Egyptians had an empire. Different groups had empires, and they had their own brand of justice of how they treated their upper class, the middle class, as well as
their subjects,
peasants, the peasants. So, I mean, it would kind of fall into the same category. I mean, that system has been played by all empires, even down to Babylonian Empire, Sumerian empires. Like, so there have been different diaspora of black empires that have all enacted the same system. I mean, hell, I guess you just couldn't call the European. I guess they call their shit kingdoms, but the Roman Empire, which literally, came to the Celts, to they had their own empire. That's what they call their kings and their
into dynasties. In the East, yeah.
Yep. So everybody's had a type of empire that they.
The thing I was kind of getting at, though, is when you name all these empires and you kind of acknowledge what the the empire had to do to maintain its empire status, right? How does any one empire get judged against another? Like, how are we worse than them? You know what I mean? How was the American empire somehow morally more repugnant than whatever empire you just named? The Babylonians, the Egyptians. Well, Egypt never had an empire, but I get what you're saying.
They had one.
Yeah, that's they ruled like their neighborhood. That's not much of an empire. Like Alexander the Great was an empire. You know what I mean? Like that was some regional shit. I mean, multi-regional shit.
So okay, all right. So you're saying
I want to leap over that question. What position are you trying to get to? Because I can take a hard position.
Well, don't leap over the question
and have that talk. But why run me into that buzzsaw that you guys set up for me? Why don't you go ahead and let's leave?
If you know it's a buzzsaw, then just dismantle it. I mean, we're all adults here. You can operate heavy machinery. If I don't understand the moral weight that slavery gets in America, considering what humanity actually is. Like you realize that all we do is kill and enslave each other. We have moments of peace, and then there's total savage, destructive war, and then we keep the people who lived, and we do the peace thing for a little while until there's another war. That's what we do. So I don't get the weight of the American slavery empire. I don't get the weight that's given to it, considering we are all pretty much hairless monkeys.
So
I got you.
Okay, so your argument or your talking point is that what is the big deal of a group or any group bringing up that of an atrocity done against them by their country?
No, the question I'm asking is, if you compare America to any of the other so-called empires that you just mentioned, are we really morally worse? Are we more evil than the Romans? Are we more evil than the Zulu? Are we more evil than all these empires that you just mentioned?
Egypt was an empire back when Cleopatra was ruling. They were the main trade between the East and the West.
Egypt was a part of Greece at that point. Egypt was a Greek outpost at that point.
It was still Egypt, though. It was still an
empire. I get what you mean, but it's hard to call yourself an empire when you're really ran by the white man across the water.
Hold on, wait. Before you start your little bit, hang on. I went to go Look it up, and it was like ancient
So
Mesopotamia.
you're not going back 5,000 or 6,000 years, right? It's not like you're going a little bit more recent when they were conquered.
Egypt
Yeah,
that fell into the ocean and everything else.
Not the 56 dynasty that was never broken over, I don't know, 3,000 or 4,000 years.
Right. It was like the Egyptians were conquering all assortments of Africa.
Yeah,
Egypt was the north and south of the region or whatever, but they didn't really like extend their reach beyond their borders. It's not like their navy landed on other shores and dominated like Sicily or something like that. That's what I'm saying. Like empires go on quest and conquer territory. Egypt conquered some of the Middle East. Like you realize how vast the Mongol territory is, and to compare that to Egypt, I don't really consider them the same when we're talking empire. Yeah, Egypt kicked ass in its region. They conquered everybody that lived next to them until somebody who conquered the world came along.
Surprise you if you did the Egyptian DNA research, you would find out that they are closely related to the Mongolians.
What? Like
I could accept that. At some point, they probably got some intermixing. I don't really think that changes the argument.
They're seeing people for longer than those hieroglyphics that we've seen. There's much stuff that is falling into the ocean that we're just now finding, and the researchers are finding that story of them being seafaring people goes way, way back.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sometimes I get 400. Yeah, they don't mark theirs by conquering. Like not all empires are marked by war. They're actually just marked by how long that they lasted and what they did. I mean,
some went out and taught other people how to become empires like them.
Empire is almost uniquely defined by having vast control over territories far away from your capital. Like you have your main country, your main region, and that's usually a safe, peaceful neighborhood. And then you have so much control over all these other regions. That's the Romans are the most famous example of that, but there's plenty of other ones, right? I don't think the Egyptians ever had the kind of territory that even Rome had. And this is like, we're talking about the Greeks. When you mentioned the Greeks, and I already called it, that's when Alexander had an empire. Egypt was a part of Alexander's empire. And the reason why Cleopatra was a thing is because she was one of the last members of the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemies were part of Alexander's army. Like it was all part of someone else's empire, bro.
So what do you call the empire, the Aztec empire? Like it's not like they're like, oh man, let's leave for South America and go find, Africa. Like they literally just did their thing. And
well, I can't speak too specifically on the Aztecs. Like, no, because I just don't know Aztec detail. They may very well listen. If the Aztecs ruled a giant swath of territory way far from Mexico, then you get no argument from me because they sure as hell were hated by everybody around them. That's part of the reason why they got conquered, because they were conquering everybody else, and then the Spanish came along and was like, you know what? I'll help you niggas.
Well, here's the thing about it. They really didn't beat them by force. They beat them because they brought disease to them. They're like, what the hell? Like, why are we getting chicken pox? Like, what the hell is this?
Those are two different things. The Aztec conquest is documented, bro. Like the conquistadors are documented. They weren't fighting sick people. They were having actual combat. That you're talking about two totally different phenomena that happen at the same time, but in different places.
Listen, listen, they're the empires. Looking at those empires. Now, can we compare an American empire, which, I mean, honestly, to be fair, I mean, we have territories, we have stuff.
BMT, are we better than the Aztecs? Is America more evil than the Aztec Empire? That was my initial premise.
No, actually, I would probably say we outdone a lot of other empires because I don't hear other people calling themselves the world police. I don't hear people saying that. I don't see what.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
So see, I could talk this on this level. Like,
we're a superpower, by the way. It's a new word.
We're literally, how long have we been a superpower? Like, we've been on the top of the food chain for like a long time now.
I mean, we're so high up the food chain, we created something called the world police. It was impossible before America came along because there was a technical advance that had to happen. There was the Industrial Revolution. Like, a lot of things had to come into place before America could comfortably be the world police.
How much caping do you want it to do for white people? Because before I start making saying a bunch of positive things about how great this place is
Yeah, like,
on record.
I'm just
Just to-
saying. I'm
just
glad.
to
I'm
prove a
glad we
point.
got to that point. I'm glad we got to this point. It's all great. I appreciate this type of back and forth. The thing is, why can't we just be honest about what we have and what we're throwing on the table?
okay, so when you have a group inside of that empire that is saying, hey, like, we've done a lot of service for this empire, and there is no protection, no credibility being done, then what do you say to that group? What do you tell that group?
Well, one, if it's true, that's the whole question. You gotta verify every claim, but let's assume it's true. Then you redress your grievances. Are you telling me that America gives no one space? It doesn't give you space to redress your grievances?
We've been doing that for over 200 years, if not
And
longer.
you haven't been
300
getting,
years.
and so what? Hold on, and you haven't made any gain, and you haven't made
Yeah,
any
my
gain in
family,
300 years.
my family are millionaires. Yeah, we made gains. I got you.
Oh, okay. So, because you're Dutch, that's nice. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Now, the thing is, why is it that some people can make gain and other people can't? I think that's the question.
Are we
as
gonna go?
opposed to-
You gonna take me back to micro? Or are we gonna stay macro?
No, I think the
Because
two are intertwined at a certain
you're moving
point.
me around a little bit.
Yeah, stay on one, David. Stay on one.
I think at a certain point, the two have a relationship. So you can't tell me that individually black people can succeed under the system, but somehow holistically the system keeps black people down.
Individually, black people were buying
there.
their freedom. So what do we? I mean, I don't.
Okay,
do you want to do
then.
micro
So there
or
was
macro? Which one do you want to
room
do?
for growth. There was room for growth. I'm glad we acknowledge that.
Growth for what?
We're not in denial here. I'm not here to play. I'm not here to play around with that.
No, I haven't accused you of anything. I'm just saying there was room for growth. And so how is it that in the system that has arguably the most room for growth ever in the history of all systems, do we judge this system as worse than every other system to the point that it should be destroyed or challenged?
How many, David? I'm gonna ask you a question. How many black people had to die for that room for growth?
Well, it wasn't just black people. A lot of people died.
Okay, but we're talking about
how many people overall had to die?
Yeah, but we died to civilize this country. It's a little bit of different sacrifice here.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
So hold on. Are black people now? Are we like America's moral conscience now? Really?
Wait, hold on.
I know you heard that term before.
No, I'm just throwing that out there because you said we civilized the country. Like
you're using that, right? When this literally is a country that uses moral high ground for "in God we trust," liberty, pursuit of happiness,
spreading democracy.
Right. So you're literally using the moral ground when that's.
Don't mix up God and democracy, bro. That's they've
been playing that game for a long time.
God is not a democracy.
Are you a Christian?
I appreciate the faith. I don't call myself a Christian, but I am appreciative of the faith and all it's done.
Your country uses it as a talking point. It's literally on your press, on your money.
No. I was just saying, don't confuse God and democracy. God is not a Democrat. God doesn't believe. Heaven is not a democracy.
Hold on. But that's a moral talking point that was used. The first laws in this country were that of the Bible, of a Christian Judeo Bible.
The first laws in this country were British laws. No, the first laws in this country were of the British Crown. And then no. What is the First Amendment? Right. The first laws in this country were the Bill of Rights, if you really want to get down to it, because once we break from the British shackles and we start writing our own ticket, the ticket we wrote was the Bill of Rights.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm listening. We're listening to you.
So now you're telling me that the first laws in this country were somehow about worship God, and I'm like, not exactly, no.
The first laws, I mean, before the Bill of Rights was printed, what were they going by?
By the king's doctrine, whatever the crown's rule was at the time. Victorian legalese. I don't know what you call that shit.
No, they were going by that book. That book.
No, they were going by the king. They were under a monarchy they were under a monarch's empire. The British crown had an empire, and they were subjects of the crown.
Ordained by
not the Bible. Because look, even the Bible at that point, England had its own fucking church at that point.
Wait. So
Church of England.
Yeah, so let's not make it about God, bro. It's so complicated.
No,
See, and this is another thing black folk do. We get hung up on all these elements of history and don't really know the big truth because there's so many sticky parts of it.
But you just said you want to stay away from that. You said you want to stay away from that.
Well, it's a lot of it is debate and philosophical. Though. I don't want to say us black people. I don't like phrase. I don't never understand why people do that. Say that statement's strange to me. But if you listen to scholars, I can send you a bunch of scholars debating that stuff all day long, and no one is saying, "Well, us white folks," It's we say that it's weird to me sometimes because they're always trying to interpret and reinterpret history and reframe history all of the time.
According to the founding fathers that read that document, they said that the framework to that document was your 10 Commandments out that book.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, sure was. And they had a preacher right in that damn room when they were writing that damn shit.
Okay, let's go through the law and tell me like draw the line from the law to the Bible for me.
What do you think they were doing their meetings at? It was in the church, David. They were doing it in the church.
I'm not arguing because for one, listen. America had a religious base to its founding. I grant you that, right? But you realize that the actual people who wrote those documents were not like they weren't Bible thumpers.
Don't do it. Are you sure you're not an atheist or a left-wing progressive?
I'm not an atheist. I just a nigga that reads, bro. The white man taught me the magic of letters.
I follow all this stuff.
Once the white man taught me the magic of letters,
help them out. Exactly.
Once the white man told me there was magic in letters and numbers, I've been on some other shit ever since, bro. I'm not an atheist. I just read.
You say the opposite of that church, your ass would have been burned.
No. Listen. Again. The founding documents of our country are not against like the Christian order in any way. But they are not like just transcribed straight from it. This actually took years of legal philosophy to comprise. It's not just something like, oh, God said.
Dude, they had it where if you
they have to put a moral framework around all of our documents, and a lot of that framework comes directly out of the European church. I mean, and even the Christian, the religious persecutions and why people even came over here. Well, one reason why people came over here. Clearly, religion had a massive impact on anything that got written back
Christians then. Getting persecuted by other Christians.
Right? Protestants, Catholics, yeah.
So again, the document in and of itself isn't like just this pure Christianity when it's basically Christians are at war with each other. How is there a really pure Christianity when nobody knows the pure faith? So I don't know.
Christianity is a different conversation.
Well, it's a mythological construct, right? It's a construct. Who knows the absolute truth is all I'm saying. So people are arguing about things. People are arguing about things.
All right, now listen. When it comes to that of the American Empire, as we're going to classify it for right now, we have been a superpower for quite some time. Have we outdone everybody else? Yes, we have. Yes, we have. You got it. The other two superpowers, we kind of got them beat in all three quarters of it. We got them. They can't outmaneuver us. They don't have more technological advancement than us. We control all routes in the sea. That's not a guess. That's a no. We literally are the empire. That's why whenever there's an issue, or we said we're going to pull out of certain UN meetings, out of certain stuff. No, not America. Yeah. Why? What's wrong? Y'all got it. Because they want you a part of that. That's not a guess. That's a no. So yeah, I would. It's fair to say we outdid everybody. We kind of been at the top for a while. Is it putting a strain on our system? Yes, it is. It most definitely is. And the thing about it is crazy because now the ones who are living within your system, the Black Americans are now. Is it wrong for them to voice their issue? I don't see a problem with that. We have contributed to this empire for as long as we can remember. So why would it be a problem to have an issue that is going on in-house? That's not a problem.
At this point, I don't think Black Americans major like what you guys are complaining about. Like, all right, the thing that made me even notice your stream is I saw you talking about the whole shooting and Vivek and all that stuff.
That's the problem. Yeah.
And it's our
Black
constitutional
folk-
right to complain like every other American. Do
Complain
not
all you
isolate me.
want.
Do not isolate me. Do not use blackness to try as some kind of pejorative though, which unfortunately people tend to do.
Would you not say that is a?
I may or may have done that. I'm hold on. I said I may or may not have done that. You know, I speak freely, but the point I was trying to make is that when it comes to like this race thing that black people are talking about, like now we have this guy. We got an obvious shooter. I mean, obvious racist. Like he's got a manifesto and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And black people are now to believe that they are under some type of threat from being gunned down by like a racist white man. And I just refuse to believe that is somehow either black people's or even America's big issue. It's not our big issue that some crazy white guy doesn't like black people and he shot a few niggas.
I'll tell you what, Jews have a much easier time with one another talking about when they're being terrorized. But it's a weird thing with black people that want to move the goalposts, move around, start using all this other weird language, not really grasping the concept of being what terrorized. Doesn't understand what terrorism even does. I don't think, and what
I'm not interested in the Semitic brain scheme. I don't want to think like them.
Okay. So you're saying?
Are you serious? Or are you joking?
No, he's
I'm serious. I don't want to think like
so you're telling me you don't grasp the concept that when you hang a person and leave him in the middle of town, that doesn't have massive impact on the people who are living at that time and the reverberations of that event over generations. You don't understand that concept.
Well, those 3 people got shot. Did you bleed?
Oh my God.
Okay then. Oh, all right then.
You said that I what now? Did I do what?
I said those 3 people got shot, and did you bleed?
Absolutely.
You just
what
sighed.
Are you talking about?
Oh, what'd you bleed? Metaphorical blood? Hypothetical blood? Jewish blood?
You're not living in reality.
No, bro, you're playing an emotional game. You're playing an emotional game, and I refuse to give your emotions my power.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of generational trauma? I mean, witnessing people of your same complexion going through that just because of their complexion, and being raised and told that you can't do this, you can't do that because this or that might happen to you, bro. That does cause trauma, man.
Well, one, I think in order to feel traumatized, you have to directly experience the trauma. I don't know that our generation of black folk are the traumatized generation. We are not the traumatized black people.
Not if you're killing us, I would agree with you. It's going to happen and you're seeing it and you're witnessing it all around you.
But you don't get to go in a church and murder 9 people and then tell me that it doesn't impact black people.
All right, so
you're not black then. I'm gonna make a.
So in 4 years, that happened 2 times. So you got the church guy. No, bro, no. Oh, nigga, please. So in 4 years,
as a black person, you shouldn't be using the
Don't
N-word.
stop asking me about these gay questions about identification and shit. No. In 4 years, we've had 3 guys. So we had the church thing, the Buffalo thing, and this guy, right? How many niggas killed niggas? And you tell me I should be afraid of those 3 white people. And I should be afraid of those 3 white people. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, no, you guys want your emotions to be bigger than the facts on the ground. And I refuse to do that.
I'm not emotional.
No, you're not emotional. Your logic is feeling based. Even if you're not yelling and screaming and hyperventilating, your logic is emotional based. Because it's not actually based on any metric. It's not based on any really thing objective. It's just how you feel about a thing.
There's an endless amount of studies. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I want you to understand this.
Stockholm syndrome, children who've been abused. I mean, it's just what are you even talking about?
Black people have Stockholm syndrome now. Now we have Stockholm.
Hold up, pause. I didn't say that.
So what's the relevance of the Stockholm study?
Are you serious?
What's the relevance of the Stockholm study if not to say black people have Stockholm syndrome?
Let him get out of spot.
I'm good.
So let's look at this. It hasn't even been 10 years, and we've had 3 mass shootings.
It's more than that, but okay. It's actually more than that.
Well, yeah, I know, but
it's a lot more if you stop counting by color. It's a hell of a lot more if you stop counting by color. That's kind of the point.
I got your position though. I got you. It's my bad. That's
Listen, I told you, Sith, when I said
I thought he was speaking in honesty, but he's doing political stuff. So I got you. I'm gonna chill out on the deal.
Exactly. Like you remember when I
said no. This is who I am. This is what I think.
No, understand it.
Yeah, but your thinking isn't your own thought. You're pulling that from somewhere else. You sound like a parrot. You're not really sitting down, really thinking and having a conversation. You're talking political. I know what I've heard this stuff too many times. It's not a unique idea that you're coming up with.
You don't want to engage on it. You just don't want to go there because you understand how it empties your argument. You can't go there with me because you know it makes your argument weak.
Oh my God, there's so many documents. It's just an endless amount of science
endless
behind this stuff for you not to know.
Endless amount of white supremacist killings? An endless amount of white supremacy killings? Really? Yeah, I know there's an endless amount of studies because, affirmative action and shit. That's what these motherfuckers do in college. They write studies. So I want you to give me numbers on the killings. I want you to give me body counts. We can't weigh body counts.
What's the number you need?
I want a factual body count. I'm not looking for a specific number. I want actual numbers.
Do you think thousands of lynchings had any impact on black people when it happened?
I'm sure it did.
No, I'm actually did it.
I'm sure it did. I am sure it did. I'm not sure. I'm sure.
Okay. So my grandfather's brother who got lynched, he should just get over it then, right? And move on with his life.
No, you should get over it. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. You should get over it.
And then I go into a church.
Now this is yours.
I go into a church and I'm chilling and relaxing, and then 9 of my church members get murdered. That's okay too, right?
I mean,
because you're worried about Chicago. Because you're worried about Chicago, right? That's what you were. You worried about a black on black violence when this Nazi dude comes into my.
Well, let me ask you a question.
So we're not.
Why is your life worth more when it gets killed by a white person? Why your life worth more when a white person takes it?
Why are you making assumptions?
I'm not making assumptions. I'm observing you. I'm making an observation.
Right, but are you trying to hold a position about violence in poor neighborhoods?
No, I'm holding a position about the scope of all violence.
What are you talking about?
I'm holding a position about being terrorized. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
We can talk about poverty. We can talk about things that produce violence, and then we can also talk about people who are literally being.
Poverty is terrifying.
Hold on for a second, bro. What I'm trying to say is this: when you are being, what's the word? When you have the suicide bombers, what do they call it? When they get those. No, not jihad. No. I can't think of the word now. No. When they manipulate people to do something, either the CIA, the FBI, or people on the internet.
Brainwashing.
Brainwashing is brainwashing to work for me. My thing is that when people are being brainwashed to go and murder innocent people is a very different conversation. Is a very different conversation than talking about poverty and what poverty produces and what that all means and the trauma behind that stuff. Those are two separate things. Now, people who have this weird thing that they want to try to us being terrorized isn't a situation, regardless of the race. It's interesting. You want to run to something else, but we're dealing with this one particular issue. We're not talking about that issue. Why would you try to merge those two things together? That doesn't make any sense.
Well,
radicalized. That's the word I'm looking for. Radicalized.
Fair enough. I understood you.
Sorry about that.
No, we're good. You're kind of laying out an argument where, am I to think that black people just walk around daily with the feeling of terror that a white person will maybe murder them? Is that what I should think?
Oh.
Well, you used the word terrorized and terror several times, and so I'm trying to explore this angle now. What terror should I be feeling?
Let me ask you this question: When 9/11 happened, what was the response to it? Did anybody talk about white crime? Did anybody talk about white on white crime or black on black crime?
No, they wanted to
get when 9/11 happened, which was a terrorist act. I'm assuming you agree with the language, correct?
Yeah, that was
white folks told you to agree with that language, so you agree with that language.
I'll tell you when we disagree, and it's not a white thing. I think it was terrorism. It was political violence.
All right, sure it isn't.
If it, listen, it may or may not have been an inside job, but it's still terrorism, no matter who did it.
Look, we're good on that. I agree. Yeah, we can. I'm trying to stay. I got you on that one. So
Right. You think I'm such a bad guy and shit?
we can do that. We can work that angle. I'm with you 1,000% on that for sure. But if you think about this, right? If you say, well, why would these people do that? And then if you trace it back and look at the things that are happening in the Middle East, you have answers to that. Now that doesn't have anything to do with poverty in the Middle East. That doesn't have anything to do with empire in the Middle East or dictatorships or kingdoms in the East. It's two separate things. So when 9/11 happens, I'm not going to talk about, well, they're violent. They shoot each other they shoot each other all the time over there. They suicide bomb each other all the time over there. I'm not going to but I can't move the conversation all over the place when the fact of the matter is that 9/11 happened and there was a response to it. There was laws put in place. Things change based off of one event that only killed, guess what, a few thousand people. Well, a few thousand people die every month. What's the big deal?
Brother, you're saying words, but I don't know if there's a point I can work with in there. I mean,
I'm trying not to give you one. I'm trying not to give you. I'm trying to pin you down because you're telling me that when a black person who you clearly see has no value in this country, clearly they're just, you get killed by blacks all the time. So why are you worried about some white folks?
You're the one that said black folk have no value. You just said it. I don't say that.
That's what you're presenting. But
why do you think I have that argument?
But the moment I tell you 9/11 happened and a few thousand people died, what's the big deal? Well, what's the big deal?
No, see, and this is why I lose your point. This is why I lose your point, because you go from 9/11, which was a singular event, even though it was 3,000 bodies or so, it was a singular event. You go from 9/11 and we're talking about black violence, which is not a singular event. It's a daily, multi-daily, multiple times a day type of thing. No, 9/11 wasn't in the Middle East. No, see, now you're trying to sandstorm the waters, bro. Stop. Don't kick up the sandstorm.
You still think
don't kick up the sandstorm?
What are you talking
about? Those niggas have nothing. Sand niggas ain't got nothing to do with niggas.
But look at their response. Are you listening? Look at
what does that have to do with black people not being able to live around black people?
When a group of people in this country was attacked, it created fear. Even though they didn't bomb all of America, it created fear. Malls all the way in California was being locked down because it created fear. And guess what? That fear still exists now. And the response to that was invading countries and bombing them to death. That was the response to that. How are you not? What are you missing here?
Okay, that's a direct question, and I'll give you a direct answer. What I'm missing is the correlation, because your refusal to actually deal with the singular argument presented, actually it translates into lives lost, because not you, but people who have this weird approach to problems. When I ask you about Chicago and you want to give me a speech about niggas in Iraq, that translates into dead black people. Well, Baltimore, New York City, Los Angeles, St. Louis, whatever major black area you want to name. So when we talk about these things and I ask you these things and you can't even deal with them, that actually does translate into lives lost, because people like you actually have elected officials and then in positions of authority, and they don't want to deal with the shit either. But you want me to talk about this white boy though?
No, I mean, on my channel, I talk about all of it. I don't know who you talk to. I don't know if you know who I am, but I talk about, what are you talking about? Those are massive problems in the inner city. Are you serious? But I'm just not having that conversation. I'm having a different conversation. We have serious problems with black crime. We have serious problems. Matter of fact, BMT, man, you just talked about this about 4 hours ago, and what we should do with some of those people in those places. Didn't we just have that conversation, BMT? You still on the line?
Yeah, Sid.
I could have sworn we just had that conversation, right?
But Sid, you need to understand. And when I said there are conservatives that will jump over. Did I not say this earlier? They will jump over this. They are programmed. They will jump over this. It's not their design to talk about this. It's not. And you got to understand that. You got to understand that. It's not. It's not.
Well, what's to be said? What's to be done now? Like say what you want, but what's to be done? What do you want done? What would you like to see done so that this will never happen again?
David, you're doing what you're supposed to do. And
I am.
I know. See, she said he's doing what he's supposed to. He admits to that, and I I understand that. That's why
I am one with the force right now, BMT.
I need you to see this. You have to see what goes on in the empire. You saw from the Shell side. Now you get to see from David's side. That's how you deal with. You remember the exorcism where when the preacher went up there to go see the girl, and he needed to see the demon. The demon was like, "What do you want? What do you want in here? What do you want?" He's like, "Nah, there's nothing wrong with him." He said, "No, you need to see this shit. I need you, Father. I need you to come down here and see this house." That's why I said I don't get mad at David. David is David. When David's demonic force is needed, that's when I set him loose. That's why I just set him loose. But then I understand this kind of conversation. This is not David's repertoire. You told us at David's feet. What about Chicago? I respect that. Thank you, David.
Well, we're not even on Chicago. I asked you again, what would you like to see done so that this sort of thing never happens?
Now I got a question. Would it be wrong to ask the federal government for a protection policy for blacks?
Okay, like what? You want federal government to do what specifically? Like what? Our protection policy sounds good, but those are words. What do the words mean?
You got to write a whole policy, huh, BMT?
Well, I mean, because no. To say protection policy
Let
sounds
me go call
good.
my lawyers. I'll get it to you next week.
I mean, are you saying there are not enough police around black people? I mean, like, give me what does that mean? Because I don't want a slogan. I want to get to something I can actually like argue and
Sink your teeth in?
dissect.
Yeah.
Right. Like if it's real, I can touch it and give it shape and dimension.
I'm a gas for words.
Don't worry, I'm gonna bring them over to your channel. I'm gonna bring them over to your channel.
Nope. No,
Well, I question this whole thing because again, when I said this earlier, I fear that black people have been walked off a long cliff, right? So we've gotten all these amendments and civil rights law and all that stuff.
But what they recognize?
You can vote, can't you? You can work, can't you? You own property. You can run a business.
I can't.
Yeah,
I'm not denying that, bro.
Yeah, we had that before
And that was kind of the things that we were fighting for, to be given full rights. And so the majority of black people at any given moment in America can exercise their rights to great potential, to almost unlimited capacity. You are limited literally by the Constitution and whatever asshole that works for the government you got to deal with. So I'm curious, what more can we really ask for? And do you think they
want to take those laws away?
No.
With a 6-3
no.
Supreme Court?
No.
Do you think anybody's
affirmative action? I think we're good.
Do you think anybody's already introduced it in some of the lower courts to start looking at it?
Well, you don't introduce law to court, but I'm curious, what is it that you're getting at?
Oh no, I was just asking a question. I don't know. I've heard some things have been discussed in some spaces about taking a look at some of the civil rights stuff outside of affirmative action. So
I know, I get it, and I mean,
there how constitutional some of that stuff is. So
there will always be wars and rumors of wars. So I'm with you on that. But do I honestly believe that there's an effort to remove like black people's rights? Absolutely not. Now here's the kicker. Here's the kicker, though, and this is the thing I don't think black people really get. If you think that the government is somehow in the mind of removing your rights to some capacity, why do you expect the government to be the ones to protect you in any capacity? It's a weird conundrum. Again, being marched off a long cliff.
You can ask that in different ways, but
I mean, I don't want to dominate the floor here, but you
do what you do.
Pose questions, brother. Like, ask me whatever. I'll answer you directly. But I'm putting these questions out here, and I know that people who
sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. My bad.
No, I was saying that people who are in the habit of sort of like speaking for, what's good for black people and all that are kind of in a similar tradition for the last couple of generations now. And I think it's fair to question it at this point. Have we gotten
And
all
you
we can
said
get
what's
from that?
good? What's good? You said what's people are saying what's good for black people? What do you mean?
Well,
You mean
I'm
as a casual statement that's out there?
I mean that loosely speaking. I'm talking about pro-blacks, broadly speaking. I'm just trying not to be
You're
pejorative
just.
about it.
I
I want to
got
talk
what you're
about the
saying.
thing without
Do you,
speaking negatively about
right,
the thing.
do you think that just Americans in general is to push the government, to bend the government, to use the government because it is us, we the people. It is us that's running these institutions. That if we have a grievance or if it's something that we need, the job is to hold. You know what's so funny? You said that. You just made me think about Obama for a second, right?
Okay.
Do you remember? You remember when he got elected, and then after he got elected, after he got out of office, you started to hear those conversations about, well, why didn't you hold his foot to the fire? Why didn't you demand things from him? Why didn't you complain more to him? Why didn't you put more organized and put more pressure on him? And it's interesting that when black people said, "Oh, thank you, we appreciate you," that you still got punished for it. Like what you were saying, right? Like, some people tend to say, what do we, whatever we need, we should do this, we need to be doing this. We're complaining about all those things. And it's interesting that when Obama was in office, the advice was after the fact, we should have complained. Have you heard that before?
Well, I know what you're talking about, but I take a slightly different criticism of that whole thing. Because, yeah, once Obama got in office, why didn't you press him to do the black thing? Because isn't that what we've been told? This is what I meant about, generations of people who say they're speaking on behalf of blacks or whatever. You guys were all culminating to this moment of
Don't
Obama.
say you. I'm not on the left. You're not talking about me.
I'm not saying you directly. I'm talking about pro-blacks. But all right. Well taken. Point sustained. Objection sustained. Now the thing is,
I got all kind of issues with Obama.
The pro-black movement has culminated to Obama, and one of the things is we wanted black people in positions of power because we felt like that would help black people, broadly speaking. And I get the symmetry in that argument. I'm not saying that's a wrong argument, but Obama gets in power and to the pinnacle of power, and black people, one, don't push him, and Obama isn't all that receptive to it. And the thing is, it kind of lays the question out bare for everybody now. What was the point in just voting black? And I think
pro-black soured on him very early, by the way, if not beforehand.
Well, yes and no. You're not totally wrong, but I think Obama is a part of the machine, and pro-blacks are definitely a part of the Democrat machine. And so being a member of the machine, they couldn't just break away from the machine totally.
I'm glad you put that on record. Pro-blacks are a part of the leftist machine.
Leftist, Democrat, yes. Either or, yes. And so being a part of the machine, they can't just totally break away from Obama. Obama's still like the most loved black political figure ever. And so I think you have to really seriously ask the question, now that we've gotten Obama and that was a dud, what's the point in just voting black for the sake of black? I mean, even if I were to buy all the argument up till now, maybe this car has finally run out of gas.
You mean the race car, or what are you talking about when you say car?
Well, frame it just like that, the race car.
Do you think that that white society wants to get rid of race? Like, could you ask a white person to stop being white?
Honestly,
and what does that look like?
Honestly, I think black people's clinging to the race card and what
not black. That's a forced classification. Tell me about white people who run the system, bro.
First of all,
you keep saying black like we could have some control over our race. We don't. We was identified as that. That's a fact. So talk about the people who actually created race, the people who organized race, and the people who tell them to give up their race.
Again, I asked you a question about black people, and you immediately reverted to white people. That is your thing. That's your tick. It's not mine.
It's not my thing. Do white people exist in America?
That's not the point.
I'm asking you a question. Do white people exist in America?
It don't matter who exists beside me. I must be me.
Do white people dominate industry in America? Do they
It don't
dominate the
matter
military
who
in America?
dominate
Do
what.
they
I
dominate
must
all of the
be
governorships
me.
in America? Do they dominate all
Again,
of the
but
state
none of
houses in
that
America?
matters. You see,
Do they
you know what?
do
This
they
is
put white on their driver's license? Do they put white
let's
on the
say they
Census
do.
Bureau?
Let's say they do.
No. You're trying to tell me that the 220 million people who live in this country who identify themselves as white is trying to give that up? Because I haven't heard an
Yes,
argument yet
yes,
to
they
remove it from
are.
the census.
Yes, they are actually. You know how? You know how they are?
Send me that information.
Because they're letting all the non-whites flood in every day.
You know why that is. You want to have that conversation? You know why that is, right?
I'm curious as to what you think. I have all kind of non-YouTube approved ideas about why that is.
I would love to hear that.
No. I don't really know anything, but I don't like immigrants. That's all I'm saying. Is I don't like immigrants, and I don't like I don't like illegal immigrants. Let me reframe that. I don't like illegal immigrants.
I would say this, and I'll let you have this. Without immigration, this country doesn't exist.
Oh, go the fuck to hell! You know what's so funny, bro?
I'm gonna add some more to that. I'm gonna add some more to that. Right now, we are probably short about 600,000 or 700,000 immigrants a year that we need in our country for it to exist, for it to survive, for it to exist, and for it to be.
No, what we're
dominant.
short of is bitches that make babies. That's what we're short of. Let me not even leave it at babies. Let me not even leave it at babies.
Right?
We're short of women that can run families. That's what we're short on. Women that can actually be a part of functional families. That's what we're short on. That's how we wind up in this baby bottomless pit.
I don't.
If we had more wives at home doing mommy stuff, you wouldn't be worried about immigrants filling these jobs because there'd be a bunch of teenage little snot-nosed motherfuckers to do these jobs.
But can we do this though? Can we level set a little bit on that? We are where we are.
Okay, then this is where we are. I was out taking my son to get pizza yesterday. And let me tell you a story. This is a funny story. And this is where, and I bring this up because this is, I think, black people don't understand the self-protection element in this. I was out with my son getting pizza yesterday, and we're by our favorite pizza spot. It's one of the best pizza spots. It's actually on the pizza tour in Brooklyn. I know the good spots. And as we're walking down the block, I noticed something. There's like this institute across the street from the pizza shop. It's like some kind of, I don't know, Talmudic institute or whatever. So, some scholarship going on up in there, right? So normally you normally see like Hasidics coming out of there. But yesterday we're walking down the street and we see a bunch of like African weird looking guys getting handed, like, I'm like, oh, they must be giving away food or something, because I see people eating and stuff over there. So I can kind of, after that, as I'm walking down and getting closer and closer, me and my son are both looking, and it's like some kind of like food drive helping out the migrants or whatever. And so my son, he asked me, he's like, oh, are those migrants? And I was like, no, those aren't migrants. They're fucking illegal immigrants, and they need to go the fuck home. And mind you, they were all black. Fuck them.
Well, you know who's coming in here now, so you do know who's coming in here at the border. So yeah, it ain't really Mexicans like people think it is.
Yo, but the point I've made to my son is that the way this country works, and the way that the things that you could expect from this country, the things I saw and the things I could expect from this country as I grew up, by the time you're grown up, a lot of these things will essentially be destroyed. And it's not all because of them, but they are a big part of it. They're like the in-your-face representation of that shit. So the whole immigration thing, you can miss me on that. Don't act like all these other black people are black people that share our values and belong right next to us. Like, niggas, the motherfuckers wasn't whipped next to me on a plantation. I want to hear that slave shit because these Africans get over here now.
You from up north, right?
I'm from America.
I'm just saying I'm just making a separate point, more personal point. You are from up north, right?
No, I'm from Brooklyn.
That's what I'm saying. Up north. I'm not up. I'm south of you. So.
Got you. But
I just laugh because people who are
black people's friend.
No. What I'm saying is that I always find it interesting when I talk to people, and I deal with people from up there all the time. I was just up there in New York over the weekend, and it's funny because when I talk to black people, it's just their take on immigrants is so interesting to me, and a lot of people I think in our country don't really know. I wish people from New York and northern New Jersey would talk more about the segregation. How the different how things are kind of structured up there, because it's been really eye opening over the last say 20 years or so. I'm like, wow, I didn't really realize some of the separations, like in just different areas, Passaic County and Jersey and other places, just how you guys have to deal directly with brand new immigrants on a scale outside, I guess, maybe California or Florida or Texas has to deal with. So it's just interesting, the mindset.
Well, again, that was a Democrat scheme so that the border states can be flooded with immigrants and not have to really get their issues met. And now that the immigrants are being dropped off, all right, perfect example. You see what happened. Now we got immigrants in Chicago and Los Angeles. Well, they've been in Los Angeles, but New York City now and Baltimore, all these places, right?
They ship more there directly on buses to California, actually.
Because Texas was like, you know what? Since you're sanctuary cities, since you're going to openly break federal law to house these illegals, take
Great
care of
political
them.
strategy. Great political
Serves
strategy.
you right. Yeah, yes and no. Now we're in the suicide death spiral. I mean, which is, I guess that's how we were going anyway. Let's all die together. But
I wouldn't say it's strategy. No, I wouldn't say death spiral. I wouldn't go that kind of hyperbolic with it. You know
why it's a death spiral? Because they're never leaving. No matter where they go, you're never leaving. And now you just put it even deeper in the country.
I don't think we want them to leave. And I think that
if you look at a fucked up way to put it.
If you look at the bigger picture, I can send you some. You should come on the channel. I can send you some documents on. I'm sure you already know though, just about demographics globally and how demographics is operating, and the things that you're going to need over the next say 100 years or 200 years, and why you're going to need certain things based off of your particular country. On a more geopolitical level, outside of our obviously local politics or our personal politics, just why that have already taken place in this country, and why it's important that you actually probably need to increase it a little bit, actually a lot more actually, just to deal with some things that we have within our own country, and some other countries as well have to deal with it too. Now the issue is just like in this.
I'm sorry. You drunk the Kool-Aid, my friend. That's all I think. I
haven't drunk any Kool-Aid. I'm just looking at data. I'm not drinking no Kool-Aid. This ain't about political spin. If it was about politics, I would close all the borders. But that's just me. I have a whole different.
Right. It's not even about politics. It's actually not even about politics. Politics is war by other means, and then I don't think people understand the threat of all these things happening. So, for example, let me ask you a question, and I pose this question to everybody.
I'm talking about people who are really apolitical.
Let me ask you a simple question. You live in your house, and you invite your neighbors. They're having, they had a fire or something like that, and now your neighbors live in your house with you because you're kind-hearted. You do what the good book says and all that. You're good white folk or whatever, and your neighbors, they have another relative who also had a house fire. Turns out he's a crackhead and he burned his own house down, but whatever. He had a house fire. And now that neighbor needs a place to stay. And you invite your neighbor's relative into your house. And so now you're all, it's crowded, but you're making it work. You got a system. Things are working. Everybody's running smooth. And then you meet a girl. And you move your girl in the house. And now there's more people living here. You got some kids and all that stuff.
Getting crowded.
And your girl, she has sick relatives. And they're down on their luck. And they have kids. And so now the sick relatives and their kids and everybody and the neighbor and their crackhead and cousin, everybody's living in your house. Is it still your house?
The fuck they are.
Is it still your house?
Never your house if you was dumbass enough to let them people in your house like that.
Do you look at
yes, but I need a definitive answer to a yes or no, affirmative or not. Yes or no.
Can I answer? Will you allow me to answer it this way?
I would prefer you to be honest and direct, my friend. I would prefer you to not be sophistry.
I want you to get
speak plain country words.
I'm gonna get you there. Do you think when you're balancing your checkbook, obviously we don't do checkbooks anymore, but if you're balancing your checkbook, do you equate that to the American monetary system?
Not at all.
And how we should pay our bills, or is it more sophisticated than that?
No, it's not sophisticated. I equate it to my budget. It's about as sophisticated
So
as addition and subtraction.
our monetary policies, the way they're structured is the same as your managing your checkbook. What you're saying?
I don't understand why we're having a conversation about monetary policy when I asked you about the niggas that live in your house.
Because I'm just trying. I was just trying to get more of an understanding of where you're coming from with that particular question.
I'm not coming from anywhere but your house.
You definitely are.
Now I live in your house. All right, now I'm in there too. I'm in your house.
I'm putting you
taking up time in your bathroom, eating up your Fruit Loops, bullying your kids, smacking your bitch on the ass.
Is
it still your house, nigga? Is it still your house? I'm asking you a question.
If you're gonna give me a good deal on my roof and fix it for me, if you're gonna fix all my plumbing,
I ain't fixing shit.
If you're gonna paint my house, if you're gonna
that wasn't the
cut
deal.
my grass,
that wasn't the deal.
If you're gonna go get a job,
I'm not
and
fixing
add more
shit.
To
you
it,
giving me money. I'm sleeping on your couch. I'm eating your. Listen, that's not the deal, bro.
If you're gonna build my personal, don't add to it now. You just gave me your information. Don't add to it to counter what I'm saying. Because as they come in my house, then maybe I'm going to build a bigger house. Maybe we're going to add wings to my house now because I'm going to have more income coming in. I'm going to have a veracity of energy just flowing
Why not
through
just have
because
slaves
all
in
this
your house?
excitement are coming.
Why not just have slaves in your house? Since that's how you want to go. I mean, aren't we importing the new slave class? Isn't that what's happening? All the jobs that you don't want to pay Americans to do, all the jobs that you too good to do. Well, you know, ain't nothing as great as a bunch of nameless, faceless brown people, right?
Are you pro-business?
No, I'm pro-America.
Okay.
Business is great and all, but business can destroy America just like war.
Do you appreciate the Industrial Revolution and the middle class?
Sure, why not?
Or would you have preferred things maybe not to move at that rate of speed and bring in about 20 million European peasants to work here?
Those European peasants actually had to go through a very strict system. They had sponsors and shit. People had to meet them at the boat off Ellis Island and shit. Fuck you. Stop lying to me. Stop lying to me, bro.
So my point is that we had a demand in this country. We had to continue to grow our country, and we had to bring in European immigrants to push that.
So you're telling me what's happening now is akin to the immigrants that can be traced by document, because every boat could only hold a certain amount of people, and each person had to have a ticket by name. And so you're telling me that those people who are coming in a control system can be compared to what's happening in your border right now in Mexico and in Texas and Los Angeles. I mean, California. They're very much the same thing. Is that what you want me to believe, sir?
Okay, I got you. I touche.
Thank you. And I don't mean to curse at you. Forgive me for that, but don't lie to me like that. I'm not stupid, and you're not either.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think Republicans and Democrats allow people to come across the border over the last 30 years?
Republicans and Democrats are both crooked on this particular issue. Absolutely.
Okay. So I just want to kind of level set and see. We're close. We're close. It's just that when I start looking at some of the data from really apolitical people who sort of look at geopolitics, there is a very strong absolute argument that you're going to need immigration, and you're going to need a lot of it.
No.
Now, how you get here and how you want to process people is one thing. And generally speaking, even when the Europeans came here in the late 1900s, you still obviously had an issue of clashing up with the current citizens and with the new immigration. So generally speaking, on a personal level, people tend to feel crowded. People tend to feel like they're losing something, and they're just a part of the process.
Well, yes,
until they assimilate.
Yes, you are losing something, and one, they don't assimilate when you just flood them in here. Assimilation is great when it's a steady drip. And then two, again, when those are immigrants, and I tried to say this earlier, and we got diverted to something else, but now you have the immigrants being moved into like black neighborhoods specifically, in black schools. Like they're literally putting them in the schools that they got your kids illiterate in. Your kids go to these schools and get illiterate, and now they're going to house the immigrants in there. Do you think your kids are going to learn to read now?
Are you saying literate or illiterate?
No, the schools got your kids illiterate. They go in there, they were born, they go in there illiterate, and they come out illiterate. They go in illiterate and they come out illiterate.
Well, I should have had you on the call that I had a couple of days ago on another call.
Maybe
Because
so. I told you.
I was told, a separate conversation by the way, but I was told, I'm gonna do a whole program on it actually. I was told, because I was taking a privatization position on school systems, that the school systems are fine. They just need some more money. All the schools are
No.
okay, and private schools are just as bad as public schools, and America's fine with that. That's what I was told over and
Public
over
schools
again.
probably have an issue too, but nothing like public.
Everything is
schools.
going to have an issue. Nothing's perfect. Obviously, you can play a political game with that conversation, but in reality, we know. I have so much data on literature, and I said, I was going to do a lot of different subjects. I said, I'm just going to focus on reading. And when I went to Houston, LA, Chicago, St. Louis, Memphis, DC, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and a whole host of other cities, I was just going through some of the data. It's disturbing. And I'm
Listen, how we
even
gonna win the race war with an illiterate army? Don't get me started on that, bro.
You having I don't believe in no armies. I don't believe in any of those. All that stuff. I don't believe in any of that stuff. You have to work the system based off where it at. Yeah, you have to work the system, work on that. But if it was up to me, I would privatize most of the schools and maybe have a little bit of a public partnership with that and figure some things out with regulations. I would slash the military budget. I would slash most of the federal government anyway. So I have a whole concept that we're not really having that kind of conversation, but.
You and I agree on that kind of thing. I'm with slashing a lot of the federal budget, but the point
I want
to bring up,
efficient and just
the point I want to bring up is that the schools where they're housing these migrants, when those migrants landed in Martha's Vineyard, they didn't say let those guys stay in our kids' school. They didn't say we have all this space. You understand how big the gymnasiums have to be in Martha Vineyard high schools? Do you understand how big the fucking the swimming pool? You know how many fucking Mexicans you can put in one of them swimming pools? Nah, bro. Nah, and they didn't do any of that.
It was a master stroke. It was a master stroke, by the way. By what was the governor's in Texas name? It was a master stroke.
Greg Abbott, yeah.
Yeah, Abbott,
and then master stroke. Like I said, now we're in a death spiral. So it's good, but it's not good. The thing about it is black folk act as if, and we have been sold this particular ticket as if it was our path to freedom. Like, yes, you bring in all these other people and they will somehow stand side by side, lock arms, shoulder to shoulder in your struggle against the white man. And as it turns out, most of these non-blacks, they don't like you. They look at you worse than the white man. That's the kicker. That is the irony of it. We are about to get flooded by non-black, non-white people who think less of you than the white man that you've been living next to all this time.
But remember, black people, though, who are Democrats, who are liberals, they did get activated, though. Because all of a sudden, you sound like a white person now. You don't want them in your neighborhood either in Chicago. I found that even interesting in itself, by the way.
They got mad, but they have no idea how far they need to go. This is why I'm on some you know what? I'm okay with the racist white man to a degree. Like, you shoot at me, I shoot at you, but we can talk politics.
We've been dealing with it for hundreds of years.
Right. So better the enemy you know. Now we got all these new strange people. Fuck them.
Yeah. And it makes it more confusing. That's why when you deal with a lot of black immigrants who get talking points and who get put on platforms, and you get what you get from them. It's the reason why.
I mean, I'm not even gonna go down the whole FBA ADOS thing.
We don't have to go down. I'm just making a point that when you bring in new people, regardless of their race, I was just using it as an example, but regardless of their race, they're not carrying American baggage. They left their countries where they had their own baggage and dumped it at the border and came to our countries. Two different types of people until you get in here about 3 or 4 generations.
It is ironic though when you actually bring that up, because I covered this on my channel once, and then I was on Bernard Riley's. I think I brought this up as a subject one time too. But
Bernard is rough, bro. He rough. Oh, he rough.
Yeah, that's my nigga. Listen, I'm trying to drag Bernard slowly, and we're gonna be black Nazis by the end of this fucking process. All right, I'm trying to drag Bernard all the way to the right. But
y'all too rough for me, man.
Nah. But like, we were talking about that whole FBA thing, and I was saying how it's weird how when it comes to black immigrants, so all of a sudden black folk are becoming like almost patriotic pro-America. It's weird how you discovered that shit now. It's like all roads lead you right back to the white man. It's so fucking funny. I can't get over this shit. It's hilarious because like now when all these immigrants are flooding your neighborhoods, and I on one of my streams I was playing clips of these old quote unquote racist white women on their lawn complaining about black people moving into their neighborhoods, and I was just looking at like,
that
wow,
video, I've seen that one, the one I think you're talking about.
The irony, yeah, it was Levittown. And I'm like, yeah, the irony of it. This is fucking ironic.
We're nativists.
Ironic.
We're nativists. We're pro-American. We just don't know how to. What I'm saying is this: we don't. We have a hard time, I think, interpreting it and accepting it because of the politics, though. The politics are running circles around us, and it causes so much confusion. One thing about our channel is that our goal has been, we're not saying we're accomplishing any of it, is to try to reduce that confusion. Because if you understand what this is, I believe that you can operate better in it. Because it's not going nowhere. There's not going to be no black empire. There's not going to be no black, in my opinion. I don't see any of those things happening at this point, right? Africa's not going to rise up anytime soon. All those fantasies about all this stuff, all the blacks in the diaspora in South America and Brazil and stuff, it's not going to be any kind of thing. It's all fantasy talk. That's on the far pro-black side, but within the politics of it, the left does they do a very good job at deception. And they can play on our emotions very, very easily. And it's okay if we understand how to interpret it, though. And that's where I think we get lost at.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my main gripe with like black politics is pretty much that we're kind of stuck in this mental box of like 1950s and 60s era civil rights struggle. And those are not my problems. Listen, ain't no white person stood in the way of my dreams. Not one white person has ever stood in the way of my dreams in my entire life. Are you able
to say that? And I know you may not care, but I'm asking you anyway. Do you understand if you say it that way directly to maybe say half the black population, they can't understand what you just said and feel comfortable with that statement?
I think there's
even if you don't care, you may not care, of course, but I'm just saying.
No, it's not an issue with me caring because I see that exact problem. And to be frank, I think there's an element because all right, we're going to talk about when I said black folk are kind of stuck in this mental framework.
Yes.
If we can both acknowledge being stuck, then what I also say to answer your question directly now, I don't think it's an issue of they genuinely believe that. I think black folk are kind of just they're saying it because it's custom. It's almost like Pavlovian now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an accurate, honest description of your actual life experience.
You're being manipulated. You're being manipulated.
A little bit, yeah.
I'm gonna give you a perfect example of what I mean. Great grandfather sharecropper, his father slave, grandfather sharecropper, then become landowner, worked on a farm, worked in the factories and the sawmills in the South, went to the North, worked for some car companies in the factories, right? all his children, mostly went to college, most have master's, PhDs or college degrees, or the other ones decided to go work in the factories or to continue farming, right? No jail time, no prison time, never, really didn't get in trouble, very Christian, very conservative. And then if I just looked at that on his face and I tell a black person that, they're going to say, privileged, I don't relate to you. What are you talking about? Must be nice for you.
Now, you know what?
These people lived in a segregated town across the tracks. The whole works, right? The Klan started in this area. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like the whole works. And they still got land, owned vehicles, lived a life, built houses from the ground up, etc. Right? Kids went to school. You know what I'm saying, right? Just the process, right?
Right.
And then was told, hey, if somebody around you is doing drugs, stay away from them. If someone is committing crime, stay away from them. Don't be evil to people. Don't be mean to people. Obviously, don't judge. Just the whole thing, right? The whole morality thing, how to behave, et cetera, et cetera. And generally speaking, what my grandfather would always say is that if you do these things, you'll be fine. He didn't introduce race, even though he's very aware of it, very, very aware of it. But he just said, keep your head down and focus. Get the things done, and you'll be able to get access to this system.
You know what I think is missing from that generation, from this generation rather, compared to that generation, And I know, just to give in a sort of one-to-one direct comparison, like my family doesn't have that strong patriarchal figure. Like,
Hmm.
so you're talking about like your great grandfather and then his
Hmm.
father. Like my family in particular doesn't really have that type of chain where it was like strong black man with values, and he passed that system down. It's not quite like that. And so I know my family is honestly a little bit more matriarchal. Like I know of my grandfather, and he was a sharecropper and all that at one point, but it's a whole different thing going on. Like his wife died and things got crazy. Like a lot of different
Yeah.
stuff happened, right? And so
Yeah.
what I'm
Real
talking
life.
about, right. So what I'm talking about is like the shape of black life used to be more like what you just described, and
That's
that
all I. That's
became
all I know, by the way. And I know the street life too. And I know it's. That's
no,
what
no.
I
What
know. At the end of the
what
day.
I'm saying is though that the shape of black life was a little bit more like what you described, with that kind of
Yeah. Yeah.
moral correctness and that strong male figure. And over time, that's just been sort of erased. And so we're now at a point where we're almost nothing like that.
And let me add one more caveat, right? With everything I just said, right? And many of my neighbors experience things that are pretty similar. You have issues though. People pass away or leave, divorce, whatever, right? But ultimately, all working class for the most part. But we had a small piece, about 5 to 10% of people, right, who fell into drugs, who wanted to just be wild and crazy, dropped out of school, didn't care, angry at the world for whatever reason. Maybe it's abuse in the family. Maybe they just didn't care. Maybe because America has always had a street life. Street life can be what do you call it, alluring to you, right? Very shiny because it's fun, there's no rules and stuff. America has always had, obviously, black marketplace, and always had sort of that's kind of undergirded our country for a long time, obviously, with mobsters and all type of things, right? But you were taught that those people, not from a race perspective, you were just taught that, you know those people over there, they didn't they don't know what to do. They've decided to, break the laws, not follow the rules, and you sort of just kept them basically away from you and your family, and you let them know that, and they understood that, and they did what they did. But it was really never a race thing. It was really, we make mistakes, and we're on drugs, or we're selling drugs, or whatever we're doing. And even if you're in those worlds, they understand what they're doing is wrong. They understand that they shouldn't be doing it. And they may feel like they don't have any other options because they made mistakes when they were younger, and they have to deal with those consequences. A lot of times on the left, there's a big space to make excuses for them. And that has now been around forever now. So it gets very tricky once you start to open up that door and start allowing people to have excuses.
Yeah, race is the ultimate excuse, and then back to like our original conversation point, like that's kind of why I always look at these things suspect now, because yeah, there are racist people in this world. And you know what, even in this incident with that white boy who shot those people up, there was a clip I was watching earlier with the like, I guess the sheriff of that town or whatever. Somebody had asked him about this whole thing and the race element of it, and he was just like, listen, some people are just bad people. There are evil people in this world. And I think that is a way more truthful and useful line of thinking than just going looking for, the racist boogeyman under every rock.
I think the race comes into play when someone tells you, if you get on drugs, I'm going to lock you up and give you life sentences, right? The race comes in issue that if I get on drugs, or if I dropped out of high school, or for whatever reason, I couldn't make it work, and you could not convince me of anything else, I can have an excuse for what I'm doing is wrong, and I can apply race to it, because somebody's going to come to you and say, "Hey, guess what? Well, white people don't do as much time as you, or white people don't get stopped and frisked like you." All of those pathologies start to come into play, though. That's where it becomes tricky when it comes to race. Because people may feel like, well, you're not being treated fairly. Yeah, I know I'm a criminal, right? I know I do wrong, but if a white man gets this much time, I should get the same amount of time. The justice system should still be fair to me, even though I'm a criminal. People who are very hard Christian people, they don't even want to hear that, by the way. But you do have to deal with mental illness, people who get on drugs, people who get depressed, people who lose everything because they made a bad bet in the stock market. Or, you know what I'm saying? Whatever happens, you're going to always have a class of people that you do have to deal with. And necessarily locking them up and throwing away the key may not be the answer. And the politics, they just exploit all of those weak. They exploit those people because they are weak and can be exploited.
Well, I mean, and there you go. That's why so many black people vote Democrat so overwhelmingly, because the Democrats have figured out that if you can keep the black community in a state of somewhat perpetual weakness,
Absolutely.
they will always be useful for exploitation. And that's what I sincerely believe about politics and black politics. Even like it's not designed to propel your group to actual economic and family success, because
Not
frankly
anymore.
that's not a part of the Democrat ethos. They're at war with success. They want to eat the wealthy.
That makes no Paradox. Don't let this man radicalize you.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh no,
He was a Sith Lord when I got here. You shut up, Renaissance man.
No,
I'm good.
I'm hearing, well, I'd much rather deal with the white racists, or
I didn't say that.
or I want to deal with the ones who are out front. I'm like opening their racism, and race isn't really an issue, and I'm
I
like,
didn't say that either.
No, David is saying that, and I hear you sound like you agree with him a little bit.
And now here
I
comes
mean,
somebody from the West.
Look
how the empire works. Look at how the empire works. Somebody comes out of the shadows. Motherfucker just formed out of the mist
No,
to come and drag you back into the fucking plantation.
Nah,
I mean, I have to live in reality at the end of the day, so I can have different conversations.
But I mean,
in the reality that we live in, we do have to work with a lot of different types of people in this country. I mean, that's just a fact. I mean, we're all doing it already. I mean, where your money at?
Wait, what do you mean?
And where your money at?
What do you mean, like as far as what, like savings, investments?
Yeah, where they at? Where is it
stock
at?
market. It's in the stock market.
All right. Do you have a bank account, checking account, savings account? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we have to. My point is, we do have to work with stuff. I can't just pretend that that's not true. I mean, there's white people who are managing my money right now. I can't just make that up. I mean, that's a fact. I can't. I mean,
No, I didn't say like there's nothing wrong with people who are white managing your money. I'm just like, I don't, like you like, for example, your argument about, there are a lot of Christians who don't even want to hear the, well, if I was doing wrong.
Not the hard Christians. I mean, the things that they say, boy, it's crazy.
I know, but my whole thing with that is that's not a Christian issue. That's a constitutional one. Like people who say that they uphold the Constitution is equal protection under the law.
Yes.
Period. That's it.
But that was my whole point, though, is that even though people say those things, and you tend to have people who fall out, the problem when the race comes in is people don't feel like it's fair. If you're doing crimes and somebody else is doing crimes, and if I come to you and show you that, hey, white people do crimes or white people get on drugs and this is how they're treated, now I'm gonna tell you that as being a black person, when you do the same thing, this is how you're being treated. And then I can take advantage of that. That's all I was trying to say.
Right.
That is what they're doing. That's what's happening. That's how you play politics.
It doesn't have to be true. That's the whole point, because it's not about whether it's true or not. They want something to use to take advantage of you. The truth is irrelevant. So whether or not you're actually being mistreated when it comes, so let's look at the whole issue about sentencing, right? That's an argument that we are all familiar with. Black people just get more time for the same crime, right? But in order for you to tell me that to be true, in order for you to prove to me that to be true, you have to show me cases where everything was the same except for their race.
No, you can look at studies. They've done studies. Like,
fuck your studies, bro. Fuck your affirmative action retards. I need to see numbers and metrics where there was a white person and a black person and everything else was the exact same thing. Because outside of that, you're just gonna feel some type of way and then lie to me.
No, these are peer-reviewed studies. And
I don't trust you or your peers.
And
I want numbers.
What do you think a study is based on? This is what I'm talking about, Paradox. These are your conservatives here.
How many studies did the cigarette companies do about smoking and tobacco?
I don't know. Plenty of them.
All right then. Your fucking studies, my ass.
No, are you talking about the harms of it? Yeah, they knew it was harmful. They didn't lie about that. I thought you were
They
saying
did lie about it. They had to pay billions of dollars for lying about it.
Yeah, they knew it was wrong. They knew it internally.
But their studies said that they were harmless. Their studies said that smoking is actually healthy for your baby.
Yeah. Industry
Your
studies
fucking studies.
Industry studies that they produced that were not peer reviewed. That's different. You can't take an industry study and an academic study and say they're the same.
Why do I need studies about something that has hard metrics and I can just run numbers?
That's what a study is doing.
So I want to see numbers. I don't want to study. I want you to present me the cases. Give me a handful of cases. Like because outside of that, then I'm gonna give you wiggle room to start tap dancing and lying. And remember that time where they whipped your uncle? This is just like that.
No, David, you don't read, do you?
I read numbers.
Yeah. And what do you think a study do? What do you think a study is made up of?
I hear you quoting mythical studies, but I'm asking for hard data. So assuming the studies are real and true, I want to know that the data also matches what the studies tell me. Because I don't trust them just because you say study says. That's like cool story, bro.
So now you want people to not only give you the study, you want us to go and give you like the Excel, and you want to go do the regression yourself. Okay.
I'm saying, you know what, and I get your laughter and all, because I'm being a dick about it. Fair enough. But the point I'm trying to really make, all jokes aside, right? Your left wing empire of study.
That's not
let me make my point so you can understand my actual argument. Your whole argumentation system has been suspect, because all those people who write those studies, if I ask them what is a woman, they're gonna fart and piss their pants. I don't trust these people no more. Your fucking studies, and shove them up your ass.
You never did trust them, but anyway.
And apparently I had suspicions.
But forget the studies. The prison don't lie. We're in jail. We have the felonies. You can't.
Well, the other thing is too, like,
go visit a prison. It's just right there in your face.
Well, the other thing is too, like, when you allow that to go unchecked too. Here's the other problem, like. Then it's weaponized against you, because then people like Hood Conservative will come up here and say, well, the black community is so bad because look at all the crime rate, this, and that. And it's like, well, yeah, the drug arrest rate is higher in the black community. They only prosecute people in the black community for drugs. Like, so, then that gets weaponized against you. So it's just a cycle.
Even something like that, is it possible that there is an actual practical explanation to that type of thing? Why there are more police presence in like heavily black neighborhoods versus like the suburbs?
I didn't say police presence. I'm talking specifically when you start looking at drugs, like prosecution of drugs. Like, they are not running on college campuses trying to bust people for drugs.
Why would you want the fucking narcotics team to run on a college campus?
That's where all the drug dealing is going on at. That's why. and illegal purchase of alcohol.
Well, no,
I would argue that there is some drug dealing. I will argue there is some drug dealing going on.
There's an immense amount of drug dealing. Immense, astronomical, illegal activity on college campus.
Listen. I'm not going to pretend that college is like a church or something like that. Hell, they do drugs at church too. But what I'm saying is that to act as if colleges somehow have like the Carter popped up in the middle of the library, like, bro, stop it. Colleges don't be having like the Strip where you just roll up and anybody. Yeah, bro, shit. I've been to a couple of different not just colleges and shit, but just Job Corps sites, all kinds of different places. And I'm telling you, it's not like the streets. These are sequestered, secluded environments.
White people consume, from a race perspective, consume way more drugs than we do.
They do, but you know the difference. It should be a
disproportionate amount of them in jail, really.
You know the difference, because most people who doing serious jail time are not doing serious jail time for simple drug possession. It's either high level drug dealing or
show me those facts.
Something
violent. Show me that data.
You can let's pull up the numbers. We can actually go Google what are most people in jail for. What are most people in jail for? Most
don't
people
trust
aren't
Google.
doing. Most people. Oh, well, so where else? So you can go straight to the FBI website. Most people aren't doing more than 5 years for straight drug possession. There's other things involved in that. They was a part of an organization. They was racketeering.
5 years. They shouldn't be going to jail at all. What are you talking about? 5 years.
Well, I mean that's a different argument, but you're making the case
Getting
that
a felony for that?
you're making the case that white folk get prosecuted less for drugs simply because they're white, and I'm like, no. Police are in black neighborhoods because of the violence and the other. Well, mostly the violence, honestly. If it wasn't violent, the police wouldn't be running through
Probably wouldn't be
neighborhood
there.
like that. Facts. The mob knows this. Most organized criminals
But
know this.
Are most black neighborhoods violent?
The fuck?
Are
What
most
did you ask me?
Are most
most of them? I don't know about most, but a lot. I can't give you a percentage
Can
below
we get
or
some data
above
on
50.
that?
Yeah, I don't know if I can go below or above 50, but I know it's a lot. I would tell you most lower middle class and below black neighborhoods tend to be known for violence.
Do you think
throughout their
white neighborhoods
individual
that commit?
cities.
Why do you think? Okay, so where's the notion that black are those predominantly black neighborhoods are known for that? Are they not known for anything else? Exactly.
Again, when you're talking about the lower middle class and below, those are kind of the rougher neighborhoods.
I mean, if based on that, do you know how high like the prison rate would be? Like if all those neighborhoods are just as violent as you're saying they are?
Well, the prison rate, are you saying it's not high? I don't understand what you mean.
Like when people talk about black crime, they want to just make it like everyone in the black community is a criminal. And I'm like, when you really look at the data, it's really a small group of people who are doing this.
No. I don't argue that at all. And I agree it's a small group of people. The fine point I'm trying to make in the middle of that truth that you just laid out is that the majority of black America are essentially being held hostage, not just by criminality directly, but by the criminal element broadly speaking, because crime eventually creates its own culture. And so when you have the culture of people who don't go to work every day, who don't, get married and stay together, who don't see the value in doing things the normal civilized way, when that culture starts to compete, something's got to give. And this is what we were talking about earlier, like what your grandfather said, that culture was once dominant and it's no longer dominant. Like the culture of hard work and honesty, it's no longer the dominant culture. Even though there are a bunch of hardworking, honest black people.
Based on what?
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure that out, because a lot of people that are in middle class America work. Like majority of them work. Like, and like, I mean, when they had
plenty of people in the hood work.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you do like a good portion of like when they were the essential workers, that was predominantly a lot of black America going to work.
Well, in black cities, yeah. In black cities, those are black folks. So it's not like we disappeared. But what I'm talking about is the actual social order has radically altered. So, for example, most of those people going to work, they didn't have families at home the way it would have been 50 years ago. Because 50, 60 years ago, it would have been men going to work and women at home raising the kids. Now it's a bunch of women going to work and some dudes too.
Black women were always working, just like they were always working. Yeah. I'm saying, but
I was gonna let them have that one.
I'm about to say,
yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna run off that.
Use that now. You do know our ethnicity of people were always working.
Right. But those same women would have also had husbands. Okay, and so when I'm arguing the change in the culture, I'll grant you that those women had jobs and shit, but they had husbands.
Okay, so was their husband either through Jim Crow being shot, being picked up by the paddy wagon, being put on BS stops, or
not the majority of them? No,
the majority.
Vagrancy laws.
Sent to Vietnam.
Not the majority. No, you know why? You know why it couldn't be the majority? Because you couldn't have the type of folk that made the civil rights revolution if they were just a generation of downtrodden, beat up motherfuckers. Nope, that was money and organization from the educated group of people.
Whoa, I disagree with that, and here's why.
Yeah,
this whole idea that everybody just participated in civil rights like that, like
that didn't happen.
Who said everybody? But you're telling me everybody got their ass whipped, but in Jim Crow.
No.
Right. So I can't say everybody was in civil rights, which I'm not saying, but you can say everybody was just getting beat up and had a rough time in Jim Crow.
When you brought up about the marriage piece, right? You brought up about the marriage piece. That part right there. Like when we're looking at what was happening to men and women, especially in that of Black America, either with the sharecropping. If you couldn't get a job in this area, you had to go travel abroad. Sometimes you weren't able to come back. They weren't going to take you back home, or X, Y, and Z. You didn't have an education. So there was a lot of algorithms going on. Like there was a lot of things going on. It wasn't they just weren't getting married. I mean, what courthouse was recognizing Black marriages? Well, I need to know, what was that courthouse that was going around? Oh yeah, y'all got married? Come on, bring your papers on down here. Like, what was the courthouse that was doing that? You barely could get recognized as a citizen at some parts. Like
in some parts, but in a lot of other parts, Black folk are doing things.
What are there a lot of parts?
The rest of the country. So are you telling me that Black folk were not making any money and nobody was getting educated and moving up the ladder during those same years? Hold on, because no. We got somebody on the panel who just told us about his group. Was it your grandfather who started out as a sharecropper and then went on to own their place, and then their kids went on to do even bigger? Like, you just told me a story of progression that spanned like 4 generations.
David, you really like downplaying Jim Crow. Like you were like,
I'm not, but you're sucking, bro. You're making Jim a big nigga. Stop making Jim a big nigga. He ain't that big no more.
No, you were sitting here saying not all Black people are getting beat up. Yeah, maybe not all, but guess what? You could for no reason whatsoever. Like BMT walked down the sidewalk and doesn't get off the sidewalk for this white person. Yeah, he could get killed. He may have not gotten killed, but the real threat was there.
It took a lot of terrorism to get us in check. A lot of terrorism.
I mean, listen, that just says something about Black folk, but that's a whole nother argument.
Wait, hold on. So now you're looking.
I know where you're going with that.
I'm just saying, like, why were we thriving under the most brutal oppression? Are you going to tell me it's more oppression now than it was back then?
David, what do you call thriving?
Black America was damn near thriving economically and socially under that time period.
Right, but don't leave out the important parts of the economic stuff, because the effect is happening to.
Wait, did you say Black America was thriving during Jim Crow?
Well, put it this way. There was no Black Wall Streets ever after the welfare state happened.
You know what I'm talking? We've been reset.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying, look, what if this whole thing has been a long march off a cliff? That's all I've been saying.
Do you know what, dude? Do you know what Martha's Vineyard
Black colleges and shit?
Do you know what Oaks Bluff is? Like,
tell me why I need to know these places. Tell me the story of these places.
Do you know what Sag Harbor is? Like,
come on, let's all have a cry together. Tell me the story of these places.
David already told you he does not care. Like, he already told you.
Oh, I know. He doesn't care that the poverty rate.
No, that's what I said. It's like that's what I said. Like, you saying tell you why.
The Black poverty rate was 40%, but everybody was doing well. Okay.
Okay. So okay, great. That part was true at that point in time for those people. Are you going to tell me that if I would have taken that same period of time and spanned the entirety of America, all Black people were having that same situation?
So hang on, let's put this. Let's just grab something, which we were thriving I'm going what you're saying, David. I'm just looking at what you just said. So I'm gonna just put in Red Summer. I'm gonna go.
That's got nothing to do with economics, and you know what red is about, right?
Hold on.
Red means communism.
Red Summer had nothing to do with economics. Okay.
No, Red Summer is about communists. That's why it's red.
That's communist. Red Summer is about communists.
That's why it's red.
That's why it's red. David, what do you know about the Red Summer?
Go and read it. Tell me about it.
Do you not know that was a series of events where literally mass riots and lynchings of black towns, areas, and cities were just being massively just lynched by white folks?
Race riots were kicked up. I know. There were race riots.
Okay, no,
It's funny how we've been at this for a long time.
Wait. You literally went on the diatribe.
There were white race riots.
Those are all white. Those were dirt. Why don't you want? So okay, you were staunch on talking about America, but why is that something that you want to overlook? Mind you, black people were literally trying to legally participate, and they were still catching these riots where their towns and cities were literally being vandalized, attacked, being murdered, killed. 26 cities across the United States. So why jump over that? Why jump over that?
I don't remember jumping over it. You guys presented it, and then I'm asking you what I'm supposed to do with it. No, y'all brought it up, and I asked you what you want me to do with it. Like, literally, I asked you, tell me why I'm supposed to feel some way about it.
Black economics was at its best during Jim Crow. That was your talking point.
By the time 1940s, the 50s came around, black people were pretty much an economic powerhouse recognized by the government.
Okay, so if there's an economic powerhouse, how much power can you really garnish or gather up if people keep on killing the owners and workers?
How are you an economic power? We just had the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington. Like, the theme of the March on Washington was jobs and justice. Like, how are everybody doing so well and they're protesting literally for jobs and justice? That doesn't make sense.
I know, because they're fucking communists.
Okay, who's the communist? Who's the communist?
Well, all right. I'm making a big joke about it.
Don't call Malcolm X don't call Martin Luther King a communist.
Well, I'm not saying Martin Luther King particularly was a communist, but you understand that there were communists all through that element, that whole movement, from inception.
Yeah, that's what the FBI was telling you. Well, where are you getting your information from?
That's what black communists also tell you. Like that from its inception, the whole Black Power movement, going back to like even before what's his face, Marcus Garvey, it was all people who were like relatively communist leaning in one way or another. Because you got to understand, this is like Marxism really not communist, because communists didn't really happen until Russia. But Marx was sort of putting his ideas out there. And then, the communist thing sort of got to happen in Russia and all that. And at the same time, a lot of those Eastern Europeans, they wound up in America eventually in one way or another. And those ideas came over here. And it's like, well, hell, we can whip up the poor Russians to, go against the quote unquote white Russians. That's why the Russian Revolution was the Reds versus the whites, because it was literally the communist Russian versus, like, I guess, the regular peasants that were on the side of the crown or whatever. But that was a communist thing, and eventually those ideas and those people came to America, and the black population, we were fresh off the plantation. We had legit issues. There were racism and evil things happening to us, and so the communists can come over and say, hey, you know why them niggas hate you? You know why that white man hates you? It's because you're black. And half of that might have been true. He might have legit hated you because you black. But now you got black foot soldiers for your communist revolution. And so when black people talk about these parts of history, most black people don't understand how deep we've been manipulated by communists. You think they niggas hate you because you're a nigga. No, they hate you because you're a communist.
That is a wild position. You have the energy to respond. That's crazy. I got you. I see where you're trying to go. I can't. That's crazy.
Yeah, David, you just rambling.
So the pro-blacks were not Marxists.
No,
I mean, not pro-black. The Black Panthers. The Black Panthers. They weren't Marxists.
They were after Martin Luther King, not before. Like you were talking about.
I'm talking about the Panthers, and we can draw a line back, because I didn't say Martin Luther King was a communist, but I said the people around him were communist.
The people around him were not communist. That you had one person who was a lawyer for the Communist Party. That was it. And
motherfucker, you're gonna tell me that the people around Martin Luther King weren't communists, and then go on to say, well, the commies lawyer was also working for King, dude.
I said,
we can't be stupid no more, bro. We got to stop being stupid. We're getting out hustled by all these other ethnic groups, and we got to recognize the simple truth in our face.
So, David, Ralph Abernathy was a communist. Andrew Young was a communist. Really? Like Harry Belafonte was a communist. Like
Harry Belafonte most certainly was a communist.
no.
Why did he go to Russia?
What do you mean? Oh, so he went to Russia, so that makes you a communist.
I'm saying if you go to Disneyland, you must like Mickey Mouse.
Or you just went to Disneyland. But anyway, but yeah.
Yes,
so
because
like
Russia's like Disneyland.
No, the only person, like I said, who had a communist influence around him was one of his advisors, one of his many advisors. Like Benjamin Mays was not a communist, like, and he was an advisor of Dr. King.
Do you think the progressive wing of the party are communists? I think modern progressives are the most communist short of the actual DSA. Is it the DSA? You know, the Democratic Socialists of America. Yeah. I mean, the problem when you try to separate communism and Marxism and socialism, it's like separating a gas from you know how water is a solid state and it's a liquid state and then it's gaseous. That's communism, Marxism, and socialism. They're all on a continuism. You know, this thing has, you know, different forms or different elements to its formation, but it's the same thing.
So Finland is a communist country, even though they're an ally of the United States. Same thing with
hold on, what'd you say?
So Finland and like Norway, the Scandinavian countries, they're communists, is what you're saying?
I didn't call them communists per se, but I mean, what are you getting at? I'm not saying they're not, but what are you getting at?
Well, they're allies of the United States, and I don't see the United States being allies with people who are communists like that.
I mean, you buy all your shit from China, so I think the lines got blurred a long time ago. America's in for a big problem.
And what is happening with China right now?
China almost figured out communism. Almost like I think China so far has been the best to do it.
No, they didn't.
Listen, I didn't say they did. I said they almost.
No, they
like it's always going to fail, but they're going to fail better than everybody else.
No, the China liberalized. That was the whole thing with Kissinger and Nixon going to China and liberalizing their market. So China is not communist the way you were describing it.
Let me ask you a question. Now, after 30 years of dealing with China, well, 40-something years dealing with China, is China more like America, or is America becoming more like China?
What?
Did I stutter? Is China becoming more like America, or is America becoming more like China?
It's neither one. Like
they're not playing the same game. They're not even on the same field.
No. Renaissance man, you literally said that our influence. You just talk about opening up China's markets as if we are going to influence them to be more like us. And now I'm asking you, 30, 40 years later, how does that look?
Yeah, my point is they implemented some. You have to have open markets and integrate some free market principles. They still have their own cultural things and their own way of doing things that would not fly in the U.S. at all.
I asked a simple question, and I don't know why when I ask direct questions, my man, the Sith Lord, he just chuckles and says, I'm not going to answer that. I respect you for at least saying I'm not going to answer that. That's an answer. You know, no answer is an answer. But Renaissance man, you just be lying to me like I don't know you already. Like I just got here. Like I just sat down at the bar next to you or something. Like, nigga, you know how long we've been doing this type of argument? Is America more like China, or is China more like America after the 40 years that we've been doing this economic trade thing?
That's a weird thing to ask, dude. Like that doesn't, like, they're completely different. All I'm saying is that they implemented economic reform that was in China. So if you really want me to answer it in a weird way, I guess you would say China is more like America, but they're really not even like that. It's just a weird question.
I want to know.
I'll tell you.
I want to know what do you
go to China? Nobody's telling you how much you can breed. Nobody's telling you how much, you don't have none of that set stuff. Nobody's telling you, hey man, like if you make this kind of make this kind of money, that you belong to your government. Like nobody's doing that, dude. You don't see military.
I'm just saying we're not on the opposite path though. It's not like we're moving away
your thoughts
from
of China
that
as a whole? What's your thoughts on China as a nation on the whole? So I know where you are.
Brilliant
he's
evil.
anti-China because he's a conservative and he's going to
I
follow the right.
think China is a genius level evil country. They have great, wonderful people. Like people are people, but their system, their scheme, brilliant evil. This is why I said they're probably the best to do. They're gonna fail the most spectacularly at communism.
You're calling them brilliant evil, yet you were just literally downplaying Jim Crow when you literally had Nazis come to America and study Jim Crow.
I don't think that was brilliant evil. I think that was casual evil.
Oh,
that's not the type of evil that you have to like think about.
What do you wait? That's not the type of evil you got. They came here and studied Jim Crow because they wanted to use a similar system to try to oppress the Jewish population in Germany. Like
again, what was happening in America was casual evil. That's like, I don't like those people. I don't want them next to me. What China's got going on is like, you don't even know how much of a slave you are. That's brilliant evil.
No. Jim Crow was not, I don't want you next to me. Jim Crow is, I want you subjugated and I want to economically exploit.
No. Slavery is, I want you subjugated and economically exploited. Jim Crow is a little bit different. It's not slavery.
How is Jim Crow different other than you're not a piece of property?
Again, it's not the same every single place, every single instant. It's not like the national law of the land. And then also, frankly, there was a lot of niggas that were fighting back and hanging. I mean, not hanging white folk, but white folks was getting hit too. They was getting clapped back. So it's not as if they were just tied up taking it.
The paradox. These are the conservatives that come to your side and start saying Jim Crow because it wasn't everywhere.
Why are you dragging me on his side? He don't even know if you fuck with me like that yet.
Slavery wasn't everywhere in the United States either, but anyway.
No, slavery was the law of the land across the United States. Jim Crow was more like little localities doing their little shit here and there. Like, so if I went a county over, this Jim Crow was a little bit different from that Jim Crow. It's like it was a patchwork of different type of things going on. There was no national. Was there a national Jim Crow policy?
No, but there wasn't a national slavery policy either. You had free states and slave states.
Bro, slavery was written into the Constitution.
You had free states and slave states, though.
Right. So it's nationally recognized as opposed to Jim Crow, which was more like regional shit, evil shit, but regional. Like and this is again what I hate about y'all side of the argument. You argue all these things in a way that is only designed for maximum tiers. And you know what you get when you constantly do that? A nation of bitches. You can't give history like that and then have like an army, a nation of strong, upright men.
Yeah, but
like, we didn't just get our asses kicked for 100 years, bro.
Ah, boy.
Oh, now I say black folk wasn't just getting their asses kicked for 100 years, and the pro-blacks are huffing and puffing. You see how weird you niggas sound?
Well, I would say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. Tell me, I need to know. So just let me know, what about China do you like so much? What about them do you like so much?
I never said I like them. I don't understand your question. I think China is our evil threat more than Russia.
Nope. But go ahead, yeah.
Nope. You gotta ask David a specific. I know how to deal with a David. You gotta ask him a specific question. He'll tell you if he knows it or not. Now, when it comes to that, could you tell me how does China work alongside with the Bill of Rights? Does it operate? Like, do they have a Bill of Rights?
China thinks your Bill of Rights belongs in a fortune cookie.
All right, what's their constitution?
Yeah, they have one.
Think they have. They do.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. I'm sure they have one, but it probably doesn't matter as much as what the party says.
Okay.
That's kind of how the Republicans are, but anyway.
I mean, like I said, like I always find it interesting when mind you, as you as a Republican or conservative, you know, speaking for China, and literally that's kind of like the opposite of how a lot of Republicans feel. They're like, oh, communists and communist countries and all that said stuff. Like, I
never said anything positive about China. I said they were brilliantly evil. That is not a compliment. That is a nod to their intelligence, perhaps, but I'm not giving them props.
That's like somebody complimenting the Nazi. Like, damn, they're like brilliant on how they execute. Like, you just
Bro, do you know the trains were always on time in Germany? You know how hard that is? You know how hard it is to be recognized for some shit like that?
That's how some of the military, that's how some of the resistance took advantage of them.
That's not, that happens right now in Switzerland, like depending on what portion of the country you're in. Like,
No, dude, y'all motherfuckers like wet blankets, bro. God damn, it's a joke. But no, it's the idea that they may be doing something that we consider morally corrupt or whatever, but they're not stupid and they're not incompetent.
Okay, so when it comes to that, how do you feel about that? Watch this. So how do you feel about that when they handle the family? Would you want to handle the Chinese type of way when it comes to family?
Oh hell no. And even China, that's not the Chinese way. That's the communist way. Because China isn't opposed to like having a family and a patriarch and all that, but the Chinese government kind of has different ideas about what they should be doing. And
wait, you don't think they have one right now?
No. I'm not saying that China is feminist per se, but when it comes to like the one-child policy or whatever, like no man is gonna just no individual Chinese man is naturally gonna decide to just abort most of his female children unless the government's putting a gun to your head.
So wait, but now that's interesting. But they bow so easily to their government to where they
don't have guns at home.
Huh?
They don't have guns at home. They don't have a Second Amendment. Their Constitution doesn't have a Second Amendment. And that's the unique thing about the American government system compared to pretty much everywhere else. I don't think any other government was born in the idea that the people should always be afraid of what their government is capable of.
I mean, you got other countries like Switzerland. I think their people have guns. They have firearms.
No. Switzerland doesn't have a Second Amendment that's written explicitly against tyrannical government. Like the language isn't shaky. A part of your Second Amendment right is to form a militia. It's not just an independent right to own a firearm, but it's to form a militia. And that at that time, that constitution was that framework was under the threat of the British coming to kill all the patriots or whatever. But the idea that we can't have a government so powerful that it thinks it should just be able to kill its citizens at will.
What do you do when that of your enemy is in that government and they control that of the laws to recognize what is a terrorist or not?
That's a path to civil war. Well, the call's coming from inside the house at that point. The house is going to eventually be on fire.
Okay. So right there, you have it where you have an enemy that's literally in the system. That's in the system that literally that makes the laws, that actually makes the rules, and they get to dictate and choose what.
Well, what are you calling the enemy, though? I don't understand at this point.
Well, see here. Okay, so what do you call the enemy? So when you have it where the same people that had practiced a certain type of system of oppression, and now they have to make a law or a justification on what they deem as fair, right? When do you call them your foe?
Well, that's a weird way to frame it, BMT, because think about it. No. The same people that you're saying have treated you with oppression or whatever, they also created the system. And so now after that oppression, you're now underneath this system. And so under this framework, you're the only enemy in the system because they created the system. Their oppression is a part of their system. So you're the enemy here. You're the odd man out.
Now, okay, so let's tackle that. So whenever it comes to that of an issue happening in America, why do they say, hey, black man, we're in danger. We need your help. We need you to vote and serve and protect and all kind of stuff for our country. Like, listen, this is our country. Your land is my land, my land. They got all them good patriotic songs. But then I'm the enemy. But we can pull up for records after records of them trashing and thrashing and don't tread on me, their own country.
I don't believe that black people are an enemy. I was just sort of commenting on how weird your setup was.
I didn't say you said that. We're just having our discussion.
And then frankly, no, now that we're going down this path, I think Black America has kind of made itself a little bit of an enemy to the American system, because you got so many Black people who openly say, you know, the system needs to fall. The system ain't never done right by me and my people and all that type of shit.
You do know majority of those songs like that, like "We're Not Gonna Take It." You do know where a lot of those songs, those anti-American songs come from, right? Rock and roll. They come from radical white America, down with the system.
Well, I mean, now here's the thing. Let's go there because now you got one group of white people who want to tear down the system, and another group of white people who want to keep the system going, and Black people have chosen a side, and I think it's the wrong side.
Okay. So Black America has chosen the side. Okay, so let's okay. Thank you. Rock and roll is anti-America. Like, yeah, and they literally had that what they called the FBI, because they didn't like the way their kids was making the music. That literally was a thing that those Presbyterian churches didn't like Tommy listening to Kiss and say in Black Sabbath and all of them. Like, why are y'all listening to that? Why are y'all feeding into that propaganda? That was their men dressing up wearing lipstick. Twisted Sister. That wasn't us doing the radical shit. That was them. They were on that type of time. So it amazes me that the Black child was the one that said that we were anti-American, but they were pulling the card more. Like Woodstock, get high, do drugs, acid, a lot of rape and pillaging and shit, and fucking up their towns. And then, all right, time to go home. That's America. God bless it. That was white America. Excuse me, white America doing it. Like I know if I talk to some of the older times, all you gotta say, hey y'all remember Woodstock? Oh yeah, man, it was a good time. Them peace-loving hippies did fine pulling up on the government. Did y'all ever see those videos or those pictures of them going to the government and trying to say you better open up that gate or we're gonna fuck shit up? Oh, don't think them hippies weren't for the shit. Don't think they weren't. They were definitely down for the shits. I just want to know, like, why is that not perceived as terrorism? That if they didn't get their way, that they would fuck shit up.
They're not Black.
Oh, my bad.
Well, I mean, one, there was a lot of terrorism during like the late 60s and 70s. And it wasn't mostly Black people, honestly. There was a lot of terrorist groups going on. A bunch of bombs went off. It's just that the media, and that's a whole nother thing too. You realize most of what we learn is basically told to us by the people who want, you know, America to fall eventually. When McCarthy said, when you know Joseph McCarthy, when he was testifying in front of Congress about all the communists in Hollywood, he wasn't wrong. It's not like he was lying about it. And then now we talk about this. Yeah, yes. Hollywood was always full of communists.
He wasn't lying about McCarthyism and all this stuff.
No. Hollywood was run by communists, and it hasn't changed. It's not like they won that battle and then decided to go home.
So the communists have been running Hollywood since it was founded. Yet America's still not communist, and all these films, you know, they must not be effective communists here. I'm just saying, like it's taken some years. Oh, he fell off the panel.
You knocked him off.
Wait, you there, BMT? Because he can't come back.
Yeah, I'm right here. Listen, like I said, all you do is just pull up evidence. Like, listen, y'all. Listen, my daddy used to tell me how them dudes used to come to work on acid and shit. And he like, damn, how the fuck he still getting paid a full pay? This man is barely conscious. This man is on acid. Like, listen,
wait, where was he working?
Oh,
like what state?
Listen, my dad worked up north in Massachusetts.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
Listen, like, Listen, I had family members. Like I said, I'm from Boston originally. I've seen a lot of this said stuff. Listen, you can't get away with the same shit your counterparts get away with. Me and Paradox had a whole conversation. You didn't get paid the same. You didn't get treated the same. But you were told to be thankful.
I mean, that happens now. It's like that happens now. You have black conservatives tell you to be thankful.
You know what I'm
See,
saying?
I have to eat all of that, huh?
I mean, can you? I mean,
Oof, it's rough, boy.
I mean, no, I'm not even trying to go. I'm just saying, like, that seems to be a lot of the. When you listen to the Jason Whitlocks and they're just pretty much like, what are you Negroes complaining about? Like, you got food, you got clothes. Stop complaining. Be grateful about something. Go back. You don't like it, go back to Africa.
And I would, you know what? I would agree with that argument if I didn't understand race, or if I'm playing games with people. Because the last time I checked, white folks complain more than anybody in this country. Y'all heard those two new songs that just came out that's trending #1 on the Billboard charts about whites complaining and how happy everybody is that they're hauling out governments and corporations and stuff.
That one white guy doesn't even like conservatives. He just got mad at conservatives.
He came out and criticized they played this song at the national convention at the first debate. He complained about it. Because he said, I'm talking about you people. The one where he said it's up above the north, down in Richmond, up north, people north of Richmond has issues, rich people.
But see, north of Richmond is basically DC, right? And it's like, bro,
he talking about the DMV. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you think conservatives run DC? Like, really, bro? You tripping?
No. They have a presence, though.
He's talking about the power center.
Again, do you think that's a conservative power center, Washington fucking DC?
No, but they have
Congress and the president. Well, not the president now, right? Well,
even when we hold both houses, it's not a conservative power center.
Yes, you mean the government, or are you talking about DC as a
DC as a region, as an area.
If you're talking about just DC proper, then yeah. But I mean the DMV. I mean you have conservative parts like. That's what Northern Virginia essentially is.
You have conservative pockets.
We have conservative governors as for in Maryland and Virginia.
I was gonna say, like, depending on. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Paradox. In general, from what you've seen, if you live on the Maryland side, for the most part, you tend to be a little bit more on the blue, and if you're on the Virginia side, that tends to be more the Republicans.
Yeah, Virginia has changed. And so a lot of Virginia clearly is Republican, but because of what's been going on in Northern Virginia, that has obviously shifted over to more blue. In the Maryland side, it just depends on where you want to talk about when it comes to red and blue.
Okay. You know the area a little bit better than I do.
But you're saying as far as just the mindset,
I'm not saying if you look like Fairfax County, that's where.
Hey, real quick, conservative. One of my constituents asked, "Are you pro-gun or anti-gun?"
Pro-gun.
Okay, that's all.
Of course, 2A all day.
No, I was
that's
gonna
crazy.
Say isn't Fairfax County? That's like where like Clarence Thomas lives, right?
Yeah.
That's like conservative territory over there.
Yeah. They have it's a lot of Republicans mixed in. I would have to really look at it to get you 100% accurate. But because of people who have been moving there, though, it just has shifted some of the counties.
Oh, okay. Because like Loudoun County, like
big money.
Yeah, but
Loudoun County, Spotsylvania County, all those places are red. But my point is that because of the demographic shifts, some of that's getting pressure. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay, I hear you.
Yeah, I don't know if you can assume just because it's big money, it's a red district either.
No, some of the richest people are Democrats. We know that already, though. That's a given.
Right.
No, I'm talking about Loudoun County because that's.
He's talking about Loudoun County specifically, yeah.
Because it made the news for like people showing up at school boards and trying to ban books and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of the counties as a whole is still Republican. It's still old school Virginia. My whole point is that because of some of the demographic shifts and some of the economics in that area, there's pressure on them at this point. And so you're starting to see more Democratic leaning people live in those areas.
That book thing is interesting too.
But I would have to really look at it to be 100% on what you're asking me.
This is another blind spot I see in the whole black politic thing. And this is why I'm always sort of defensive and got my guards up when people try to appeal to my blackness. Because black people, we think we're learning our real history. We're not really in the fight for these books. Really, we want to keep certain books because we think the whole book fight is just about taking racism out of our history or whatever. And the reality is, I don't think, and it's actually disappointing to me that there is no black movement that's against like these essentially pedophilic material that's being pushed in the school system under the guise of like diversity or whatever.
What?
I don't see a black movement against that. And you know you can't be against it if you're a Democrat.
Are you serious? Like,
go be a Democrat and run against taking those that adult sexual material out of the schools and see what happens to you. You can't be a Democrat and be against that. You can't even say it's a bad thing to transition children now.
Here we go with this now.
Well, I mean, you brought up Loudoun County.
No. My point is, you act like I don't know why you associate all these like crimes against children like with Democrats. Like Republicans don't have that. What was it? One of the former speakers of the House who got convicted, who was a Republican, has been convicted for like crimes against children. Like what was the last speaker of the Democratic Speaker of the House?
Yes. When Republicans do it, we call it a crime. When Democrats do it, they call it gender affirming care. We are not the same people. I'm not even sure if those people are people.
Wow. I don't see how. See, this is the thing I don't get. Y'all like to weaponize this stuff against the left, and it's like, I'm one who's like, I thought.
Yes, we are weaponizing pedophilia against you.
No,
suck it up.
No, you want to weaponize the transgender issue against, and I'm like, how are people who are supposed to be for rights for everybody, like equal protection, but then they want to go and like say, oh, there's something wrong with you for saying like people should have rights, like even though you may disagree with them. Like,
what is a transgender right? I'm confused. I didn't see that anywhere in the Constitution.
No,
so tell me what's a transgender right?
No, if you're,
I mean, they're fighting for rights. What's a transgender right? What right don't transgenders have that they need?
If someone decides to do that, why do you have? What right do you have to stop them from doing it?
When did I say I was going to stop them? What right do they have to stop me from laughing at them?
None, but you are the one who are saying, you are the one talking like they don't deserve to have rights.
When did I ever say they don't deserve to have rights? This is you again using your emotional language to appeal to somebody's good nature. Sucks to be you. I don't have a good nature.
No, I'm saying by the way that card is played, and you are making it. You're making fun. I'm like, you're making fun of people, and I'm like, why are you making fun of someone who has the right to go and do something? Like,
you see how squeamish you are. There was no connection between these two things. Your right to mutilate yourself as an individual does not extend to children, and your right to mutilate yourself as an individual does not preclude my laughter. All these things are separate. You can do what you want to yourself, but I don't agree that children should be transitioned, and I also think I should have the right to mock you in public.
So you don't think parents should have the right then to basically have a say in their kid's life? Or
dude.
No. Isn't that parental authority and parental rights?
If they wanted to have sex with their children, you would take issue with it. But somehow the line only stops at sex. My line starts at transitioning. Actually, it starts way before transitioning. But again, your line is way different because we're not the same.
You're not making sense here. Like, are you for parental rights or not? Like,
parents don't have the right to have sex with their children.
I'm not.
So if they don't have the right to have sex with their children, why should they also have the right to alter their children's sex? Why isn't the child's sexuality his own? Why should the parent have a right over the child's sexuality?
You're trying to equate like incest and why someone shouldn't be
No,
able to
no.
commit incest. And
I'm not
wait,
saying they're the same
and-
person, but why are they looked at as separate? Where is the line?
wait, dude.
Why is that okay, but this is fine? Where's the line?
Because one is rape and one is incest, and one you're
But
talking
they're your
about
parents,
illegitimate-
though.
and
It's
one
not.
you're
It's not rape if your daddy loves you.
What do
Right. You see how no, see, I have to do this so you realize how retarded your position is. None of these things are useful or practical. I don't see the good in them, and I refuse to twist my brain into a pretzel so you won't feel like a bad person. You should feel like a bad person.
That's not twisting. One is a medical procedure, and you're talking about incest.
What are
and
the
rape.
medical benefits of this procedure? What illness are we correcting?
Dude, you are correcting an issue where someone has. First of all, you're not going to agree with this because you don't agree with that, because you're going to then argue with them. What the
I don't think
definition of
men
a
can
man-
be women or women can be men. No, you're right.
No, you don't-
That
no, you
motherfucker
don't.
ain't real.
No, you don't think gender exists on the spec, and you don't follow the scientific stuff.
Where's the spectrum in nature? Show me the spectrum in a pack of wolves. Show me the spectrum in a flock of geese. Show me the spectrum in a school of fish. Show me the spectrum, you autistic motherfucker.
So you literally want to go and equate something you should see in animals and human beings. Okay, moving on.
So to be gay is to be like God now, right?
No, it's not.
Because we're not like the animal kingdom. We're on a whole different plane.
No,
we're on a
it's not.
higher level,
So-
right?
so-
Yeah.
so
What are you
David,
getting at? What are you getting at?
How is a man and a woman defined in science? Then?
How is what? I don't understand the question. Say that again.
How do you define a man and a woman in science?
Chromosomes is one way.
Yeah, it's a chromosome. It's mostly your
It's not,
reproductive
no,
organs.
it's not just it's not. It is not.
Okay.
Look up. There's multiple things that actually, and even then, there's not a hard agreed upon way. Like that's my point. Is like you're trying to make it black.
When
and
did we
white,
stop agreeing on this? Hold up, because I'm pretty sure we were agreed on this shit up until like 1975. So I need a hard line of demarcation.
They rewrote all the books to create a new reality.
They really did, by the way. You let Moose
they
into the
did.
building and they
Yeah, they
start
really
writing the
did.
books
Yeah.
over. Like no
Yeah, they really
bullshit.
did.
Kinsey was a predator, and you read his book, and now you're telling me all the shit he told you. No, Kinsey was a predator, and his words are there's a sermon of a predator. This is a devil's sermon.
Yeah, whatever. Hey,
Well, I won't say they rewrote it, but what they did was they changed everything.
Once upon a time,
they updated it from what they said. They upgraded it.
Once upon a time, it was universally understood. Even I don't even think homosexuality is a mental illness, although I understand the logical leap that they made. But pretty much all of these non-heterosexual lifestyles were classified as a type of mental abnormality, to put it that way. And what happened is gay people went to medical school, and they stayed there long enough that they became professors, and they were professors long enough that they wrote books. And their books got so popular that people just started going with their definition of things. So now we are literally thinking gay thoughts.
And from the left to kind of shut you up is it's going to be, well, they looked at black people as animals, as non-human, as subhuman, etc. They sort of leverage that point, by the way. They're gonna, you tend to get pulled back into those spaces.
And not only that, and this is
based
another
off of
reason why,
based off of your treatment, then this should be justified because of how you were looked at and what they wrote about you and what they said about you that wasn't true.
and not only that, they use that as some type of shield for their lifestyle. Your lifestyle is not akin to my racial identity. And somehow because the white man was mean to me, you think I'm supposed to suck a dick? Oh, fuck out of here. Yeah, you niggas
That's exactly
can burn in
what
hell.
they think.
You can burn in hell. You can burn in hell twice on Sunday, bro. I'm not going. And you see, Renaissance man, I know I'm giving you a hard time here, but I don't think you've really logically considered the logical end of your own position. I accept that my position may have racial conflict in it, but it's honest.
And the right has moved to the left on what we're talking about.
On what?
Oh yeah, the right's so
on
gay. I
what,
don't
on
even
what we're
get me
talking about.
started. You got Alex Jones telling that one transgender, you are an attractive woman. Like, no, don't even get me started. Motherfuckers be falling left and right, bro. Nobody wants to hold the line anymore.
I don't get, like I said, it's wild to me that the people who are on the right, who are supposed to defend individuality and the rights of people, want to basically take rights.
Individuality is a leftist notion. It's not a
No,
right-wing concept. No, it is
wait,
not.
are you serious?
No, because when you say individuality, you're thinking like hippies and all that shit.
No.
When the right says individuality, I want my own house and my own gun and my own truck. Your concept of individuality is inherently gay, so I automatically reject it.
No, it is not, because part of being on the right too is libertarianism as well. Then their whole thing is not about a truck and a gun and a house. Like their individualism is not just rooted in that.
Listen, when libertarians are a strange breed, and they're damn near liberals anyway. Libertarians are a purple bunch of motherfuckers.
They are not damn near. What are you talking about? Libertarians are not damn near liberals.
They are libertarian.
They are
They are extreme right.
No, they are liberals
on certain issues,
on some social issues, and pretty much everything else. They are far to the right. They want to abolish pretty much.
That's the thing, and that's what I don't like about libertarianism. Libertarianism has no construct to defend against social change, and so when people ask you, why can't I twerk in front of a baby? Why can't the transgenders get naked in front of children? Libertarians have no libertarian construct for that. The classic conservatism, yeah, my truck and my gun in my house. You can't do that over here.
But they're still on the right. Like, they're still on the right.
And they influence the right heavily. They have a lot of influence on the right.
Honestly, they probably have, the only thing that probably stops them is the evangelicals. Because that's really right. That's really who really holds up on the social issues on the right, of like, you know, prayer in schools and all of this. Like that's who really holds that line.
You know the weird thing? And it's not even about the right. It's just more me and what I've learned about politics. And I think this to be true of the base more than the mainstream, but I think the base is way more right wing than the mainstream. And what you get in modern right wing politics is nothing like it would have been 50, 60 years ago.
Would you say that was for both parties, though? That both parties are going through a transformation?
Well, I think the left has only gotten more communist because that was what it always wanted to be. The left was always full of communists, so we were always headed in this direction for the left. It's that the right got dragged along because you eventually found out there's this thing called the Uniparty, and as it turns out, there's right-wing communists, apparently neocons and shit. So it's a whole ball of wax of wrong things on the right.
The leftist movement was, I would argue, was much more organized than, say, the 1930s, post-depression, and even the 60s than it is now. Like, it was way more. I mean, if you look at union membership and where that is in this country,
unions are dead. Unions are dead.
Yeah. That's the progressive in the labor movement.
No, you misunderstand me.
That's why I'm saying it's weaker. That's why I'm saying when you say it got pulled so far to the left, I'm like, no, it got pulled to the right. Like the progressive never what it used to be.
No, the reason why I say that is not when I say unions are dead. The thing is, the left has gone corporate. Once upon a time, the left was against big money, big business.
The Democratic Party the Democratic Party has gone corporate.
The left, even the individuals are saying, listen, all these rioters meet up at Starbucks and they buy the same Doc Martens and they get the same purple hair from they have a corporate brand now. It's weird, but the left is a corporate tool at this point. So look. Let me give you a perfect example.
No, what you're trying to do is
let me give you a perfect example. Hold on. Remember Occupy Wall Street? After Occupy Wall Street, it was racism 24/7. That was it. You guys got sold out, and then frankly, you guys sold out. You didn't get sold out. You sold out. Occupy Wall Street was a uniformly leftist movement against corporate infrastructure, corporate manipulation. And you niggas been bitching about racism ever since then. You guys got MacGuffin. Now you motherfuckers bring Starbucks and your iPods to every riot and shit and think you're a revolutionary. You're a drone.
No. What you're talking about is the corporatization of the Democratic Party. Like that's really what you're getting at in the absorption of like DEI and all of that, and corporate America. Even though corporate America has always embraced things like the LGBT movement.
Is it
equating that.
CRT under the DEI initiative? Aren't these
No.
pro-black educational models under the DEI initiative?
No.
You have been brought up by the evil empire, but you were always headed for that.
CRT has nothing to do with DEI. Like DEI is a joke.
And CRT is not?
No, I'd say it's a lot more. It is a lot more of it's taught at least in legal schools. Nobody is teaching DEI like in law school like that.
CRT is the reason for DEI.
Yeah, it may be some of the back. It may have some of the back. It may borrow. From
Okay, then, bro.
It may borrow from some of the ideology, but it's still way watered down to what CRT is. CRT is a legal theory.
It's the corporate version of CRT.
No.
But again, you're the leftist model has been corporatized, and then not only that, but
it is not
the leftist body politic is going along for the ride.
Who the leftist body politic is going along for the ride for the corporatist model. That doesn't. You literally have someone like Bernie Sanders who is literally trying to say that corporate is against things like Citizens United, which would take unlimited money and corporate money out of politics. They want to raise corporate taxes. I don't see how you say the left is along for this ride of corporatism.
When Bernie Sanders got punked by Hillary, nobody fell back. Everybody nobody rioted or like went against the party. Most people gradually went along. There was only a minority of holdouts, but the majority of the left voted for Hillary.
No, they did not.
It was mostly black folk who were like, "Fuck both of y'all."
There was a huge fallout. A bunch of people were pissed off, and they tried to blame Bernie Sanders for Hillary Clinton losing because they said his voters didn't cross over, or that they didn't come out to vote.
That's a minority of the left, and frankly, that was probably the actual socialist because he's the only open socialist. So all the people who were like openly socialist or quietly socialist, they were voting with Bernie. But that's like the minority of the left. It's also your most rabid element, though. That's the thing. That's where your energy from a base perspective. That's the energy of the left is like the Bernie Bros, and the Bernie Bros. They were unhappy, but they eventually let themselves get bought up into the whole corporate thing.
I don't see where you're getting this other than some virtue signaling that came from corporate America. That if you talk to most people on the left, they'll tell you they don't buy into it to begin with.
When you all took your mask, when you took your vaccine and you put on your mask, and they told you it was okay to go out and protest, but you have to be on lockdown for any other reason, the left happily went along with that.
Yeah, you're protesting outside in an open air area versus
they were burying in parks and arresting people for surfing. So listen, bro, the left has been totally consumed by the evil empire at this point.
You just said that hey, that people went out to protest and they wore a mask, but you were saying lockdowns, and I'm saying yeah, people went outside. There was nothing. No one was saying.
Let me draw the connection for you. Let me draw the connection for you. Almost every other business went down during COVID except for Big Pharma. And who's more likely to be vaccinated and masked up?
People on the left.
There you go.
So what does that have to do with anything?
When I say that the left has been essentially dominated and co-opted by corporate interests, this is what I mean. You think your socialism is going to lead to a utopia, and all we're going to get is cyberpunk kings and queens.
Didn't Trump lock the country down and make us get shots, even though I didn't take it?
Trump invented the vaccines, sort of, kind of. Like I hate Trump for that. Honestly, that's one of the main things that make me look at Trump suspect. He didn't invent the vaccine, obviously, but he Operation Warp Speed. He thought the vaccine was a good idea. He definitely took credit for that shit. And He was kind of sort of with the lockdowns. He wasn't full throated with it, but he definitely didn't stand against it. But the lockdowns were not a federal thing.
He did do a
Lockdowns are a
lockdown.
state thing. No, he didn't lock down the entire government. When Trump said we need to close the borders, everybody screamed and said, "Oh, it's racism." Trump said, "You know what? No flights from China." Everybody called him a racist. But when the governor tells you that you can't go to work and you can't go to church, it's cool, right?
Because the virus was already here when Trump was trying to say close down the border.
Motherfucker, the virus was here when he was saying don't let flights in from China. But
Dude,
no,
the
you're
virus-
racism.
Fact check. Everybody in America went on lockdown.
The virus was here in December.
No, I'm saying the lockdown was a state by state issue. Trump didn't lock down a single state. Only governors locked down states.
Well, I mean, okay, so you're saying Trump didn't lock down the state, but he also was saying, "Hey, you should go get your shot." Like he went first, then he also said, "This is the Chinese." He did say the.
He called it the Kung Flu.
Now, okay, so literally, as a political leader, you saying shit like that?
That's good. That was real. That's real. Listen, as far as I know, it probably came from China.
Hold up, now, David. Before you throw some, I don't want you to throw any more wrenches now. How's our military part? How are we seeing people join the military right now? How's that going right now?
I think recruitment's low.
Okay,
you think?
So why would you pick a fight when your military
recruitment wasn't low then?
No,
recruitment's low now. During Trump, he was trying to build the army back up. So no, recruitment numbers right now were nowhere near like they were under Trump. We are at historic lows right now.
Oh, okay, so that's Biden's fault, I'm assuming.
Yeah, bro, because the leader of the army is like, anyway.
Dude, the military has been having a recruitment problem for decades.
Well, I mean, if you start actively recruiting the gays and the women, of course, most of the men don't want to come no more.
Part of the military for a while now.
No. I said you're actively recruiting them now. So there was a famous military ad which was about some little white girl, her and her lesbian mom, and her two lesbian moms. Like that was a military ad. How many young white boys from Virginia want to join that shit?
Why does your military need to be filled with young white men? I'm curious.
Because that's who's done most of the dying all this time now. So I don't want to change a thing that's not broken.
Wait, so like what do you you do realize
the majority of America's fighting men come from the Eastern Appalachia. That being said,
yeah, because
you're not appealing to them anymore, so why should they join up? You're no longer, it's not for them, is it?
How do you need to appeal to them then?
Well, don't appeal to the gays. Maybe they'll come if you stop advertising to the gays.
So that's why white dudes aren't joining the military.
Well, I mean, look at it this way, Renaissance man. Do you go to the club that advertises to gay men?
White male spokesman.
Do you go to the bars that advertise to gay men, Renaissance man?
Are you our resident white male whisperer here?
I do dabble in caucasity from time to time. I won't deny this.
Speaking of black man speaking for white men, boy, there you go.
Now, let me say this. Let me ask again. Do you go to the bars and nightclubs that advertise to gay men, Renaissance man?
No,
assuming you are a person that go to bars and nightclubs. Okay, fair enough. And that is it obvious that I understand why? Like, do I need to ask? Okay, so you understand why recruitment's down.
No, I know why it's down, but that's a whole nother issue.
Did I just make you guys uncomfortable? Like, it feels like you guys are uncomfortable with this territory. This topic getting, like, weird for y'all or something?
No, I'm not uncomfortable. I just think it's funny that you're saying white men aren't joining the military because of don't ask, don't tell. Like,
okay, so let me help you out with something, David.
I didn't say don't ask, don't tell. That was the 90s.
Do you know who actually does the most homosexual act in the military?
White men. They're fucking weirdos.
Okay, so that's interesting that you
white boys love gay games, bro. Don't get me started, but that's not the point. The white boys love to play gay games. That shit's wild, bro. The motherfuckers get in the barracks and do all kind of nut shit.
Made a comment about their patriotism, right? And I'm just trying to help you. But the most sexually deviant The most sexually acting men in the military were that of the Caucasian. I know that's.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't think opening the army to illegal migrants is going to lower the sexual deviancy in the military at all. But good luck with that.
You just now were talking about the gays, but literally the ones that were popping out in drag and bald and wearing dresses.
Okay. Okay. Let me rephrase the statement. I don't think opening the military, I don't think advertising to the gays and the transsexuals is going to lower the deviancy rate, but good luck with that.
So, soldier being wearing a dress. I don't think, listen, bro, I wish I could have had a camera for you for the amount of gay shit I watch white men do to each other, like trying to shave each other butt naked, take shaving cream and icy hot and put it on each other's penises in the bathroom. Like, do you know the kind of crazy dark shit they be doing to each other?
Now, listen. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. No. Let's draw a line here. That is like weird homoerotic shit men do when women aren't around, versus men who are actively looking to have sex with other men. I'm not saying this shit's cool, because I've been around white boys, and listen, we gonna fight. I beat the shit out of one of you motherfuckers. You ain't gonna play with me like this. But it's not the same as advertising to all the gays in the country that you can join the military. These are two totally different cultures.
Wait, David, I'm trying to tell you, the minute that Don't Ask, Don't Tell shit went down, they took that shield down, them boys jumped out the gate getting breast implants, coming out in the
Okay, so how is it gonna make it any less deviant by advertising to them? It was already, you already had enough deviance just with the white boys who are the natural, regular citizens of America, right? And now you're specifically advertising to the homosexual community, and you want to complain to me about sexual degeneracy? Nigga, please.
Wait, but you just said they were so patriotic, but that was one of the things they
were patriotic, and they were weirdos in the barracks too. But you know what? They were war fighters. I don't trust this crop of gender fluid, pansexuals to be war fighters. I don't.
Which race be pushing gender fluid shit? Which race be pushing that?
I refuse. I refuse to answer on the grounds that it may anti-Semitism myself, and I don't want to anti-Semitism myself.
Now
I'm just saying. I mean, it is the gayest country in the world. Look it up. I'm just saying. Their country is the gayest country in the world. Look it up. I'm just saying.
Trust me, it ain't America. It ain't America. Trust me, we're not.
No, it's their country. The Holy Land is now the gayest country in the world. Look it up. I shit you not.
I believe you. I believe you. I'm not saying you're not. Listen, I'm telling you right now, but I'm about to shut it down. I probably have to do a talk another time. I feel like this is a pretty good talk, y'all.
Wait. You got this going 9 hours, BMT? Damn.
Yep.
I know, right? Look, I think I'm about to do the same thing. I'm about to just fire up a stream and ramble and see who comes up, and we're going to argue for 10 hours.
I'll probably come by and battle you on your battle you.
Renaissance, I know you're welcome, but you probably got some kind of group pack that you're not allowed to come to my channel or whatever. I know. Your friends won't let you talk to me on my channel.
I'm glad the Sith Lord got to meet the Hood Conservative. That was actually a pretty good back and forth. Hood Conservative. I was like, God damn, boy, I got to stay down the rim. This kind of shit is going on.
Yeah, they different. I see that they different.
The Sith Lord good people. I don't have no raging disagreement. And honestly, I never do this in a spiteful, personal way. I just have, there are a couple individuals that I have a rough time with, but I never mean to be like spiteful or personal in my disagreement.
Like I said, you did pretty good. The real wild card was Michelle. Michelle was a real wild card. Oh, thank you, Hart. Thank you so much for being a member. Trust me, you'll get. Like I said, I do try to have it where all political parties can come to the cantina, to the hotel, and sit down and discuss. You'll never know who will pull up here. Michelle had us wilding. Y'all can go back. I probably have to figure out how to break down this damn. I'll probably email Renaissance on how to break down video to probably show y'all what section that you can stomach and get through. I mean, David's one was pretty. That's like HBO Uncut. Michelle's one is Stars. Stars After Dark. I don't know which one.
Wait, she was talking about she was talking about the shooting?
Listen.
Michelle, Michelle is her name.
Yeah,
Nicole, what is her name? I don't know, but she was that was wow, that was crazy.
Wait, she wasn't like
Yeah,
justifying it or something.
I almost got converted. No.
Damn, I'm glad I came up here. Wouldn't want that to happen.
I said David said I had a lot more than Michelle, but you know that just
As soon as I got here and the show left too, I think that was a sign. Like she knew we were gonna have a hard time.
That two conservative Republican forces cannot be in the same paradox or the same space at the same time.
You know what? I challenge her conservative. Like, I don't think she's all that conservative. She might be a Republican, but that don't mean shit to me.
No, not the way she was talking to Paradox. She was telling about the poor white that we got to save. And
she's trying to save the white man? Shout out to Michelle trying to save the white man. That is the black man's new burden, trying to save the white man.
Making excuses now. Well, you know, these men are disenfranchised, and that's why they're going and killing these black men. Black folks.
The Sith Lord had to use all the force powers he had to combat that one. He was on his own.
Yeah, she drained me. It was a lot.
Listen.
It was a heavy lift.
Shout out to Michelle. When Michelle gets it, look, black people and white people are going to have to unite and kick everybody else out the country so we can get back to classic racism like we used to. The things we're good at.
Well, definitely.
This new shit is fucking black people up. We don't know which way to turn.
Don't worry. I like I said, make sure y'all email me. I definitely want you guys to email me. I'll try to have more conversations as the political election is starting to wind up, and we're getting some good clips from these people as they talk. I definitely want to go over them. You can always email me at blackbrother123@gmail.com and send me the clips so that way we can go over them. We can go over them and have a discussion. And again, it's at blackbrother123@gmail.com, and we will review the clips and stuff so that way we can go over them in all modesty. That last guy talking on CNN, that was wild. I don't know what the Republicans got left anymore, man.
Yo, shout out to Vivek, by the way. Like, I don't really want to. I don't trust Vivek. I don't. It's something about him I'm just not ready for. But
I want you to play that video and let him respond to it. I don't know if you had that kind of time.
No, I fuck with Vivek though. You know why?
No. I got a video for you. I want to see your position on what he's saying, but I don't know if BMT want to do that again. That might be too much.
Pull it up. Unless you got somewhere to go.
I gotta go somewhere, but shit.
All right.
Can you come back tomorrow, David?
We'll see. I'm kind of on some unexpected downtime right now, so I can't promise anything.
Wait, Paradox, what video are you talking about?
Vivek, just hang on. I'll play. I'm gonna play straight. I'm gonna play as best I can. And
wait, this ain't the Juneteenth. What is it?
No. I sent him one from yesterday after he had asked some questions about the shooting. You can maybe go to the halfway mark if you want to and start from there. It's only 10 minutes, I think.
All right, you ready, David?
Joining me now is 2024 presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. Thank you so much for joining me this morning, sir. I want to start with what I began the program with, which is this racist shooter killing 3 Black people in Jacksonville yesterday. What is your reaction to the shooting?
It is such a tragedy, and my heart goes out to those families. This should not be happening in the United States of America, and it is wrong. The reality is we have a mental health epidemic in this country. There are reports that this particular individual, the perpetrator, was indeed evaluated for mental health deficiencies as well. And I think we need to have the courage in this country to bring back a practice of putting back psychiatrically ill people who pose a risk to their communities into psychiatric institutions, not just drugging them up, but faith-based approaches and other approaches that fill our longing for purpose and meaning in this country. I think it is just a shame that we even have mass shootings like this, be it the one that happened in Florida, be it the recent one, the Nashville shooter in a Christian school, killing 6 in a school. We have to address that mental health epidemic, and we need leaders with the courage to do it. But my heart goes out to those families, and I hope something like this never happens again.
Mental health is one aspect of these shootings, and apparently, and we're still learning a lot about what happened. The facts are still coming out. Also, this was very much apparently racially motivated. The sheriff there said point blank that this shooter had had manifestos coming, 3 manifestos, and said specifically that he went to this dollar store with the intent of killing Black people.
I think that is heinous and deserves to be called out for what it is. The reality is we've created such a racialized culture in this country in the last several years that right as the last few burning embers of racism were burning out, we have a culture in this country largely created by media and establishment and universities and politicians that throw kerosene on that racism. And I can think of no better way to fuel racism in this country than to take something away from other people on the basis of their skin color. I've been saying that for years. And I think that is driving, sadly, a new wave of anti-Black and anti-Hispanic racism in this country. I think the right way forward is if we want to stop hate and discrimination on the basis of race, let's stop discriminating on the basis of race and see what unites us as Americans. Because I do not think this kind of racial division and any division is good for us as the United States.
I believe that there are a lot of people of color in this country who don't think it was just lasting embers of racism, but that a lot more work had to be done, particularly given the history of the systemic racism in this country with slavery and beyond. I want to ask you about a comment that you made about white supremacy in Iowa on Friday.
I've never once encountered that yet. I'm sure the boogeyman white supremacist exists somewhere in America. I've just never met him. Never seen one.
Wow.
Never met one in my life, right? Maybe I'll meet a unicorn.
Me
sooner.
neither. That's weird.
And maybe those exist too.
That's so weird. I've been looking for that
just
nigga
because
too.
somebody hasn't encountered one doesn't mean that the notion of white supremacy doesn't exist as a threat in America. What do you think goes through the minds of the families of the 3 victims in yesterday's shooting when they hear you say that white supremacy is basically a fantasy?
I'm sure they're grieving for their loss, and I don't want to politicize those victims, Dana. This is a very sensitive situation where we should have nothing but foremost respect for those victims and not bring them into partisan politics. But I was responding to a question where someone asked me, what racism have I experienced in recent years? And I answered honestly. Most of that racism has come from the modern left. It's happening during the course of this campaign. Kara Swisher calling me Ramasmarmy the other day and reveling in making twists of my last name. People effectively reducing me to the color of my skin and my attributes. That comes today from the modern left. But the reality is,
do you
this is
acknowledge,
part of
though,
a
that
dogma
white
in this
supremacy
country.
does still exist in the United States?
I acknowledge that all forms of racial animus exist in the United States, including fringe branches. I mean, that's clearly what was at the head of this mentally deranged individual responsible for this shooting, yes. But I think there are many forms of mental derangement that cause us to see one another on the basis of our skin color and our attributes. And I think what we need to revive, Dana, and it's my job as the leader, hopefully as the next president, to do this, to revive our doctrine of e pluribus unum, not just celebrating our diversity and our skin deep attributes, but celebrating what unites us across that diversity. That's what we've forgotten in the United States of America. Our true strength is the set of ideals that unite us. That's my
Was there a
job to
particular
revive
part
as
you
our
wanted
next
me to
president.
respond to?
And I think that the next generation in particular is so starved for that, starved for commonality, starved for a nation that is.
Go ahead, David. You got the
No,
floor.
I was asking, was there a particular part you wanted me to respond to? Because there is a line in this interview where I think he brings up a quote from Ayanna Presley and then Ibram X. Kendi, basically where Ibram X. Kendi, he says in one of his books, the solution to past discrimination is present discrimination. And then the solution to present discrimination is future discrimination.
Yeah,
And then hold on. So Vivek says, the KKK would have been saying the exact same thing in their heyday. Something to that effect. He basically labeled those words as something like the KKK they would say.
And Kendi responded to it because he took what he was saying out of context, and he explained that, for example, during COVID, you gave vaccines to the elderly first. That's age discrimination. But because you wanted equity and you wanted to reduce harm, you quote unquote had discrimination. That was the point he was making.
Well, one, I mean, I'm pretty sure each state had its own vaccine policy, but two,
Oh, no, they rolled it out to people who were high risk groups first, and
right, but that was a state by state thing. And I'm telling you, once you get down to like who has the power over what, it's a state by state thing. But the thing is, when Ibram Kendi talks about discrimination, it's not a neutral topic. It's not a neutral concept. So when he says the solution to past discrimination is present discrimination, what does that actually mean? If I'm taking that out of context, if there's nothing inherently wrong in that objective statement, then tell me what's the positive context for present discrimination being the solution for past discrimination.
He's saying that when conservatives try to basically say, oh, well, you know, that's discrimination, he's saying yes, because you're trying to have equity, and that's how you have equity, is that you want to weaponize it and say, oh, it's reverse racism. And he's saying, no, if you're going to have equity, you literally have to do that in the same way he gave the example.
If it's equity when you do it, how come it's not equity when they do it? I mean, who determines what's equitable if not the people in charge?
Because you're trying to take away rights. Like when you start talking about
maybe that was equitable
and discrimination, you were
that was equitable at the time, though.
No,
like, and I'm being devil's advocate, but that was equitable at the time.
They never even. Dude, there was never an argument saying that slavery or Jim Crow was equitable. Like,
well, no, because equitable is not an objective standard, so anyone can determine what's equitable. Because equitable revolves around the whatever two opposing forces you're talking about here. When it comes to like blacks and whites, you're saying it's equitable to discriminate against blacks now, and I'm arguing that. Well, what if it was equitable for whites to discriminate against blacks back then? Equitable is not an objective static term. It changes depending on who's talking.
Yes, it is. Everybody knows what equal means. It means the same thing.
Equal and equitable are not the same thing. And so that's the point where I wanted to get to. If equal meant equitable, you would say equal. But you say equitable because people are lying.
Come on, dude.
If equitable meant equal, you would say equal.
So what does equitable mean then? If
equitable, as far as I understand it, is a financial concept where you have to trade something or give something of equitable value, meaning if you owe $15,000 cash, you have to give something up that's not cash, but that can be translated to $15,000, right? But that doesn't mean that
it's
your car or whatever you're putting up is just equal value. No, because a car is not $15,000. It's two different things, but it's equitable is a way to take two different things and make it the same thing. So when for example, you want to discriminate against white people because the solution to past discrimination is present discrimination, right? And you call that equitable. And all I'm saying is, why can't the white man turn around and say, well, we are equal based on my metrics, so why can't I be equitable in my discrimination?
Where are black people and white people not equal? That is a disadvantage to a white person.
It doesn't matter the disadvantage. It matters who's in charge and who defines what's equitable.
So
all that matters is who defines what equitable means in this
black
term.
People are in charge now.
No. All I'm saying is equitable change the definition, the practical definition of the concept of equitable changes on what's being talked about. Like if you owe me 15 oranges, what's the equitable solution to you owing me 15 oranges?
Something that equals I can either give you 15 oranges or I can give you something of value that
you give me what the fuck I tell you to give me.
That is
no, you give me what the fuck I tell you to give me. Otherwise, I don't feel like this debt has been satisfied.
No, that doesn't make any kind of sense.
That's how equitable works between people, because once you remove the common value of equal, then equitable turns into a word that has no true meaning. It has no intrinsic objective concept. That's why I argue against the concept of equitable. It's a way for liars to lie.
No, it means they're equal.
What is equitable to 15 oranges? No. Let's be real. What is fucking equitable to Jim Crow, nigga?
The best thing you can do to fix Jim Crow is
what is
to
equitable to Jim Crow?
you would
20 trillion.
compensate some,
What?
Black codes.
No,
No,
no, no, no, no. It would be white codes.
no, it wouldn't be.
Oh, black codes.
How? No, no.
It'd be
Equitable
20
means
trillion.
equal. It would be equal. How is it money? How is money
20
equal to
20
having the
trillion.
ability to make you get out my way? Like
Because
you mentioned that sidewalk shit where a black man had to get out the sidewalk. How does any amount of money become equitable to the power of the average black person to make the average white person get the fuck out of my way because I say so? How do you put a price on that?
because
Money is power.
we didn't put a price on it. Economists have put a price on it.
David, you do know what black codes were doing, right? You know what black codes were doing to black businesses, right? You just
And all
20,
I'm saying,
20 trillion and an apology note.
Listen, sis, when you make it a hard number, now you're saying this equals that. And I can work with you because there's metrics and there's math that I can sort back to its original point and see if it all works out, right? But when you say equitable, what is equitable to black codes?
Okay, hold on, wait. We just told you the number. We also told you that they have policies that literally, right now, they even have lawsuits from black farmers, for businesses, for colleges.
Again, a number is talking about equals, but equal and equitable are not the same thing. What is
Or you could
equitable
use the
to
common,
15 oranges?
or you could use the common law as well too, if you really wanted to.
The common law at the time was against you. I don't understand what you mean.
No. Common law has a way for his, like, if someone has been like cheated out of wages or done some sort of harm, like common law has a
I'm good with that argument. If you can prove you've been cheated, I'm not going to stand in your way. I'm not going to argue against you.
No, I'm saying it has an established methodology for like how you compensate someone for that wrong.
Oh, okay, fair enough. And again, I can stand arguments about being done wrong and wanting compensation. What I'm asking for is the trail of logic. How do we get to something as equitable to say Jim Crow? If you can say that a person did me wrong in like a land deal, like that what was that, Manhattan Beach or some black beach or whatever on the West Coast, if you can say I was done wrong on a land deal, I have the records to prove it and all that. That's what the fuck the courts are for, and I support that 1,000%. And I hope you win.
What do you do when the courts do not recognize?
And equitable literally means fair when you look it up too. But anyway,
I mean, honestly,
but what's fair? All right. If we were just mistreated for being black, what's the fair response to that?
Now you're trying to figure out what's fair. Now it literally. If somebody,
no, I'm trying to figure out what black people want when they say these things.
Yeah, but when you negotiate a deal, if you're doing a business deal and setting up a contract, and you guys are working together to come to that a fair value of something, you both agree on it. I think doesn't that tend to be pretty simple? That when I'm giving you when I'm setting a value to something, to say, well, if you pay this value, if you make this trade, then I feel that we have a fair deal, and I have to take it the way it is.
If it were simple on those terms, which I accept that scenario, but if black people were operating in a paradigm that was that simple, we would have had this solved decades ago. But it seems like we keep going through cycles of the civil rights movement, and so I'm at a point where I'm like, what the fuck do we want?
Okay, wait. Okay, you said how do we want it? Okay, so when you have it for years on years that you're being cheated out of your livestock, your money, your business, your livelihood, they take your land, they jack up your interest rates to your mortgage, and people are saying, yo, dude, they're fucking us with our money. They're fucking us with our livelihood. They're fucking us in court cases. You can't keep on saying, well, what do they want when they've been telling them what they want? Like, you can't say, I don't know what they want when they've been saying what they want. Like,
no. Here's the counter to that kind of.
You got no counter to that. There is
no. I'm explaining something. You ever see that movie? And I know I'm bringing up Hollywood, but I'm trying to make a larger point. You ever see that movie? There Will Be Blood. It's about the oil guy.
Okay, go ahead.
He was a son of a bitch. He was ruthless, and he didn't care who he screwed over and how he screwed him over. And everybody he screwed over was white. And the point I'm making is that in this country, just like in every other country in the history of countries and territories and people, the rich will always abuse the poor.
So
and I think, let me just make this last argument. I think what black people are looking at, a lot of times, it's more a case of the powerful abusing the powerless than it's just, I'm only doing this to you because I'm white and you're black. And I think black people have accepted that paradigm because it serves whatever interest, or it scratches whatever itch. But I don't think it always is the accurate explanation.
That's not historically factual. That statement. You can't.
No, well, because you know why? You guys are making arguments that only black people were ever abused by rich people or the system or powerful
No, I'm not.
people.
Nope. I'm not doing none of that. That's not true at all. You're just making assumptions. Don't do that.
No, well, because the same America that has so-called
Why can't you accept that statement and hold it? Why can't you just hold on to what we're saying?
No,
why are you running away? Why are you running and telling me about how somebody was treated in some other country or how?
No, I'm talking about America right now. I don't know what you want me to do to that when I know America also turned its own military against its own military veterans at a certain point. America hired private guns to kill poor white miners who were protesting at a certain point because that coal was important. We needed that coal for the country to keep moving, and fuck those people. And so the way it always has worked has been, if I'm powerful and you're not, fuck those people. And I think black people, we get caught up in the black of it and not the power of it.
But did the coal miners go to court? When they were union busting the Ford Motor Company, they were out there shooting and beating up people. Didn't those things provide some sort of equity, sort of balance, some sort of fairness after the fact, after they did their sacrifice? And they got
the Ford Motor Company
40-hour work weeks and vacation time and holiday pay.
That was a long process. That was a long process. And the Ford Motor Company is not the mining thing.
We're in the
right,
process.
But those weren't black people. So
you're trying to stop us from processing.
No. Don't say we. Don't say we if we're having a racial conversation, because those weren't black people. And that's what I'm trying to point out to you, that America has given everybody the sharp end of the stick at some point.
No, they haven't.
Come on, man.
You gotta get
so listen. There was a time where you can buy white folk in this country too.
Show me the same level of what they did to Black Wall Street and Rosewood. Please.
There was a time when you can buy white folk in this country too, and there are towns buried underwater. Like Black Wall Street was burned. There are towns that are drowned. And those folks didn't get money. They got told to leave.
David, stop pussyfooting around. When did they bomb a white town with government planes? When did they bomb a white town?
All right, I don't know if that was government planes. That was like a crop duster who was like a World War I veteran or some shit like that. Don't act like that was not the Feds, BMT.
Answer the question.
That wasn't the fucking Feds, though.
When did they do that to
the federal government? Did not bomb Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay,
Stop it.
Okay, so answer the question. Why did the federal government not step in to what happened?
Because that shit was like 18 or some shit. The federal government, it wasn't the internet age, bro.
Dude, they know about it. They definitely know about it.
If a gun battle is happening in Tulsa, Oklahoma on Monday, it'll be like fucking Wednesday by the time DC hears about it back then.
How the fuck did they understand what was going on in the Wild West around the Pony Express?
They didn't. Bro, nobody knew what the fuck was going on in the Wild West. The Pony Express was literally like a bunch of dudes on horses. You think they could tell everybody everything?
They sent U.S. Marshals out to those towns. They sent
bro. You are like not really understanding what it took back then in that time place. Like news did not travel fast until like the 80s, bro.
They're trying to bring up poor white miners, but see, when I brought up Rosewood, right? Mind you, those are poor whites that were killing.
Because the government actually hired the Pinkertons to go shoot the miners. This is actual history. The government didn't hire white people to burn down Tulsa. These are two totally different things.
So you can believe that of the government to the miners, but you don't believe the bomb.
Because coal is important to America as industry. Listen, if the coal in America stops moving, America goes back 100 years.
No, Dave, you just shot yourself. You can believe the Pinkertons, but you can't believe the bombing.
No, I believe the people that the Pinkertons shot. I believe they're fucking relatives. I believe the people who said we went to war with the government. It wasn't just that the feds wrote this, bro. You see, this is what I'm saying. Black folk only will know black history, but America has been evil to everybody. America has tried to kill us all at one point or another.
No, you just don't know. Just be on that.
No. And see, you guys see, and you might think I'm like pro-government, but no, I actually understand what those hillbilly mountain guys say when they say fuck the government. They just talking about some different shit than black people.
Wait, when has the government tried to kill white men in mass? Like,
bro, I was just explaining when the government turned the army against World War veterans. I just talked about when the government used the private military to attack protesters who were protesting harsh treatment at the mines. This was something that happened like in Appalachia. I forget exactly where.
Are you talking about when Trump called the military on the protesters in DC?
But you he can't believe the
Trump never called the military on protesters in DC. That never happened, dude. You see how you wish you were oppressed, by the way. Honestly, not for nothing. You wish your oppression was real as it used to be.
No, Dave, you just literally.
Your argument sounds like white people are oppressed. It sounds like you're taking a position that white people are mistreated.
No. My argument is
just be quiet.
Listen. The government comes after everybody eventually, bro. That's my fucking argument. I said it before, and I'm saying it now. Sooner or later, everybody gets the pointy end of the stick.
Ain't sooner or later shit. Listen. You try to sell the white audience woe is me shit, but then now when we caught you on something, well,
what did you catch? Hold on, what did you catch me in?
You just said the government hired, right? That's what you
said.
The
Pinkertons. Do you understand? You know what the Pinkertons are?
So you said that, but when we said the government with the planes, no, that don't sound like the government would do that.
The government didn't hire that guy. All right, so you talk about Rosewood. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Tulsa, Oklahoma had a guy who owned his own plane because he was a crop duster and he was dropping grenades out the crop duster on people. That is not the government hiring. So the government. So what Air Force division did the government call?
Wait.
What Air Force division did the government call?
Also, what about Move as well?
What Move was Philadelphia in the 70s. We're talking about Tulsa fucking 60 years before that. What Air Force division did the government call against Tulsa, Oklahoma? Did we even have a real Air Force at the time? Because we weren't even, was this right before World War I? Like, do you understand that Air Force wasn't even a big thing at the time?
Right, but you try to use that switch and bait shit, and we weren't.
You the one wrong, and I'm giving you the real story to your story. Yes, bombs were dropped from airplanes. It was not the fucking Air Force.
We said federal government. Nobody said no.
You said the government. I'm telling you, it was a crop duster. You know what a crop duster is? I know you know because you're from South Carolina. You live in the country. You know what crop dusters do. So when I tell you a motherfucker owned his own biplane and dropped grenades because he was probably a World War I veteran or some shit, that's what happened. That's not the federal government, BMT.
Dave, now you're filibustering. You just said the government wouldn't have known. They didn't have the internet back then.
Because it takes days for that type of shit to. All right. So listen. Maybe they had a telegraph. But so the time it takes to move military assets to get to Tulsa, Oklahoma. You really think the military was in Tulsa, Oklahoma? That's what happened.
Radios back then. You do know that, right?
So BMT, are you telling me that the Tulsa, Oklahoma thing was black people versus the military?
Dude, you had
people. I need a yes or no, BMT. Are you telling me that Tulsa, Oklahoma was black people versus the military or the federal government?
David.
I need a yes or no, dude.
No, actually they already talked about how they had the federal government when they called for help because they had veterans there calling for help.
They
and
called for
literally
help.
that they were being ignored by the government. Now, why would the federal
Okay, what the fuck, nigga? Who you talk, bro? Oh my God, why do you make me do this with
now you
you?
call it look like
So
a
the
dummy?
feds
You
ignored
don't like
them.
you
The
don't like
federal government ignored them. Well, bro, why do you make me go through this?
No,
See,
they're
this is why I get
complicit.
frustrated
The
with
federal
y'all.
government is complicit.
This is why I get frustrated with y'all, bro. So the people on the ground they call the federal government for help, and the government ignored them. But when I tell you the government didn't get involved with the Tulsa, Oklahoma thing, you act like I'm cooning. But then you go on to say that, oh no, they called for help and the feds ignored them. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both. You can't have it both ways, BMT. And again, this is that pro-black history where you're not being logical. You're acting like you can't understand the sequence of events. If they called for help, the government wasn't there.
Back in 2014, it came out with the CIA disclosure. It was your military that napalmed the shit out of Black Wall Street. Any more questions? Because it's on CIA.gov.
Oh, the CIA wasn't even around when Black Wall Street was around. Oh my God. How did CIA got documents from before the CIA? No, bro, no, there was no CIA.
Wait.
There
So
was
David,
no
can you not?
CIA
So you
during
can't.
Black Wall Street.
So do you have to have?
Intelligence agency. It's their job to keep track of that information.
The CIA didn't even exist during Black Wall Street. Why would it even be classified? Why would that be classified?
Dude, what does it have to do with it existing? Like under your logic,
All right,
then,
all
like,
right. One.
okay, the people who under your logic, then if the institution didn't exist during the time, then it can't make any study or research. So, like, basically, no university in America can talk about anything prior to America because it wasn't around during that time.
No, that's not the argument. That's not the argument. The argument about the CIA, when you ask me what I have against the CIA thing, is that one, if they did not exist, then those are not their documents. Then two, if this happened before the CIA existed, the CIA is only getting secondhand information in itself. The CIA was not there.
So it's hard to say that the CIA could have possibly been formed by the individuals with the need to know
the
information.
CIA didn't happen until fucking after World War II. You realize this is decades apart now. You realize this is decades apart now.
Pause. Let me ask you a question. What was the most advanced technology that was pushed out there in Tulsa? What do they have out there?
Dude, I don't even know what you mean at this point. You see how niggas is getting hung up on such crazy bullshit?
You do know they had cameras out there, right? They had cameras. You do know
they had like them. Yeah. They had cameras back then. Whatever, bro. Whatever.
They had cameras, and they were recording stuff. You know that, right? They were recording.
No, they did not have recording cameras. They had cameras.
Wait. You want to bet on that?
No, Hollywood was a thing. Like Hollywood was just getting started around this time. So the recording technology wasn't widespread. So there might have been a couple recording cameras, but are you saying that Tulsa was recorded? Is there Tulsa footage that you're going to show me?
Think about the technology that they have. That's 15, 20 years ahead of ours, and they've always admitted to that. Now think about the technology.
I don't even know why you're bringing this up, bro.
20 years ahead. That's what
I don't even know why. You see
the technology to record it in real time. We might not have that technology readily available, but they did.
No. Sith Lord, now do you understand what I mean about black people have this weird mental issue when it comes to the race thing? Why the fuck are we talking about technology? Why is this even a thing? Bro. My entire point, my entire original point was that the U.S. government and the U.S. military in particular was not involved in Tulsa. You agreed with me that when the U.S. government was called, they were ignored. And we're here talking about technology like fucking Tony Stark has anything to do with this.
So all right. So my constituent asked this: what does special operations do? What do special operations do, David?
special operations, I think you mean the OSS, which was the precursor to the CIA. Now, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but I know the OSS was supposed to be an espionage group. So I don't understand what they mean, what they have to do with Tulsa. Now you're trying to tell me Tulsa was some type of espionage thing or was a secret plot? You got to make it real to me, bro.
Now, so when you bring up the Pinkertons, right? You brought them up, right? You know that was a special operations, right? Just like when the military hired the mafia to protect the ports, that would be another special operation.
Oh, right here. I pulled up the article on it. It was the U.S. Army Corps, as a matter of fact, that napalmed the shit out of Black Wall Street.
But the army at the time had the planes. The army at the time had the planes.
And that's exactly what was dropping a napalm.
So
was the planes.
You got to understand, the military hired out certain groups and agencies to do things for them. This is actually documented.
Man, didn't they deputize a bunch of people too?
Like they do whole documentaries.
Wait, BMT, didn't they deputize a bunch of white men in the town too?
Listen, yes, they did. Yes, they did. And honestly, that's the scary thing. They were in Rosewood, they were deputizing people to lynch black people. Like the fuck? They were deputizing poor whites to lynch people that had nothing to do with the description of what they were talking about.
I mean, don't worry. It happens to everyone in America. One day, black men will be deputized to go lynch a bunch of white men, according to David.
Why were they literally getting deputized under the law to go lynch people, set their houses on fire, beat them, rape them, shoot them, burn them, stab them? This is all documented by the state. Even the state had to say, damn, yeah, we actually did officialize that. We did that. You can't overlook that. I mean, literally, the kids had to come back years later.
Nobody, and again, now you're doing this emotional thing, and why?
Oh,
I don't know why black folks.
That's not emotional. No, see, right now.
No. BMT. What does that have to do with me saying that the army wasn't the one dropping the bombs in Tulsa? And if I'm wrong about the army, you can pull up some kind of evidence to prove me wrong about the army. But why are we talking about all these other things when I'm trying to actually make a one simple factual point?
David, if you're wrong, you're wrong. Come on, man.
But if I'm wrong, just show me the evidence. Why are we talking about all this other stuff when you could just point to the evidence?
All right. Hey, Exile.
You asking me about technology and shit?
Dude, because hold up. I find it interesting that
you're the one who said that when the federal government was called, they ignored them. So like when I say that the federal government didn't get involved, why are you doing all this ring around the rosy instead of just like accepting the simple point?
You have it where military people, veterans and service members, people
I said that.
I did say that. Calling for agency and aid are literally purposely having the phone line shut off on them by the federal government.
So BMT, so the white people who wanted to kill black people were calling the government for help to kill black people, and the government cut the phone line.
With the white people that want to kill black, actually it was black people calling for help. Why?
Oh, you said black people call for help.
So why would the government not want to answer the phone to a?
Okay, so fine. So and I misunderstood when you first said they called for help. I thought you meant the white people. So the black people called for help, and the federal government still didn't come. So they did not get involved. Oh, and I'm not saying this to say that the federal government is good or bad, but you're trying to tell me that the federal government dropped bombs on Tulsa, and that's the only point I'm trying to tell you that no, that was the people in Tulsa doing that to each other. And you're going on this whole ring around the rosy to prove me wrong about a simple point that is obviously true that you just keep reinforcing yourself.
Hold on, David. We already went over too much time. I'm gonna come back at this later, okay? I'm gonna come back at this later, okay? And then if you show up, you show up. If you don't, you don't. But I'm gonna show you that the government had gotten involved with setting up a lot of blocks on Black America. And now I find it very hypocritical that they say, hey, y'all can get y'all shit together after a lot of bullshit that they done pulled on Black America.
Now we're moving past Tulsa, which is fine, but again, this is the whole point I've been making about now you're trying to expand the point. Tulsa is Tulsa, but you want to move now. What are we going to talk about?
I got
the Philadelphia thing.
So I got a question, David. Why did it take so long for them to process the case for the 1 or 2 survivors left of Tulsa? Why does it take so long for them to process that case?
Now that's a whole other story, and that I can support. Like, if people are alive and they want to sue, let them have their day in court. But I don't know why it's taking so long.
Could it be that the government's waiting for them to die out?
Oh, that's exactly what they're trying to do.
It could be a bunch of things. I haven't looked into it. So I'm
not man, come on now.
Listen, you guys can speculate if it makes you feel good. I don't know.
David, this isn't even the reparations argument. Was like, well,